know what is happening, Morocco to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on gradually, my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get the news update to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, man, you back today.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, man, you back today.
Spoon.
Beseku.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Bada.
Spoon.
Skibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kuwa. Beseku, kudileo. Kuwa, kudileo.
To the spoon. To get your information. To the spoon. To be part of the Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Okay, folks from across the world, we want to say welcome to another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Of course, we're here live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We're live on other frequencies across the country, the entire Spoon network. We're live on Premier FM in Bond County, and we're heard in other adjacent counties as well. We're also live on Trust FM in Bowman County. And so we want to say welcome to Liberia's most listened to talk show on the radio and online, the Spoon Talk. This is where you get authentic information about all of the happenings in the country. And you get to interface with the newsmakers right here on this platform. I'd like to say welcome tonight. My name is Nelson Collier. This edition of Spoon Talk promises to be very, very fascinating. So all you can do is to fasten your seatbelt. If you grab a bottle of water, you just do so. If maybe you want to grab a cup of coffee, whatever, just to keep you up, because the Spoon Talk is back on your radio. And let me just go across quickly to bring in Dr. Richardson. I'm encouraging you to share the program as well as you come on tonight to be a part of Spoon Talk. Dr. Richardson, good evening to you.
Nelson, hello, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm good, and I'm glad to see you. How are you, Dr. Richardson?
I'm doing well. Good to see you too. It's getting closer to winter on my end. That means it's getting cold. I'm
Okay.
a Liberian baby. I don't like the cold weather. So I do have in September I already put heater on in the house. So
Oh, wow.
yeah. So I don't have no cool business. I always tell people I was born near the
So
Sahara.
you're not still adjusted, to get used to the cold. Someone says people can get used to cold.
I don't know how they can do it, but the other I've been here for since 19 the other cool. Yeah, I will never get used to it. I let my warm the weather where I can at least go outside. I gotta put plenty clothes on and all of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know how the people
Yeah.
that get used to the weather you can do it, but not me.
Oh, wow.
Actually, I even like driving in the snow. I'm having anxiety right now because I know what's coming next. That we usually get the snow, so it's probably in December, But I'm thinking, how am I going to be able to drive in that mess?
That's interesting.
Even though I gotta leave the house once a week, but or
But
well, mm,
and it's so interesting how life is sometimes when we find ourselves in certain situation and we don't like it at all. Someone somewhere is praying, is yearning for that opportunity to find himself right in that very position, and then the next man is praying for something else. So I mean, it's
mm,
just that way.
yeah,
You
that's
you wouldn't believe that someone listening to us right now wants to be in that code that you don't like.
true.
They want to.
Just imagine 32 degrees, even though it's not 32 degrees outside today. That's like
Wow.
being in a refrigerator. Can you
Yeah.
imagine?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
yeah, some people do like it. A lot of Liberians, and I'm sure they got adjusted, they like it. But again, it's not for everyone. And yeah,
Yeah.
some people say at least with the cold you can put on extra clothing on like your
Mhm.
extra coat. But then some people say with the heat, once it's hot, like in Liberia, you can't do anything about heat, or even here during the summer, you can't do anything with the heat. But
Yeah.
so much for Nelson and I preference. We're here to talk to you today, Liberian people. We got like maybe about at least 2 weeks left before we make a
Yeah.
major decision about the direction in which we want our country to go. If you tire, making excuses about why our country is not developed, you have to get out there, encourage people to vote, come and listen
Mhm.
to his phone and be informed. Don't listen to everything that you hear. Process it, filter it in your voice, in your head, in your thought process. Talk, have a conversation with somebody else so that you'll be able to make good decisions for yourself as to how to move forward. Don't join the bandwagon and agree to everything. You not human being not supposed to agree to everything. This is why God gave us the ability to reason. This is why we are higher type uh, level of thinking animals. And so you got to always ask questions, and uh, make sure that you get the best for humanity, the better good for humanity. So I'm going to ask you to share the show if you have not done that already. Uh, Nelson said it's going to be fast. I like to say juicy. It's always juicy on spoon. Nelson, I never know how this spoon toy will go. Someday you think everything will be okay, it will be a quiet show, but then, but then like I never. It's like something is unpredictable. It's unpredictable.
Yeah.
Who will call? I don't know what kind of information after the show, as you probably know, Nelson. People be sending us information about wow, this happened, that happened, this family dynamic. Like people,
Yeah.
family be sending us like
Yeah.
we just talked to the now who they are.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes it will start so cool, so cold. Before you know it, just a single thing sparks some conversation, and before you know it, the whole thing is on fire. And
Yeah,
I think like the Richardson, the people who watch the show, they like the drama, they like the fusion, they like that kind of tension, and you see them be commenting, sending all the different kinds of emojis in the comment section, and it's just so amazing.
it is amazing. You can study, our behavior. And
Yeah.
Stinson, I actually advise your former CEO
Mhm.
about, probably doing journalism, or he has the gift of it. I mean, the man know how to
Yeah.
put the and Pepe,
Mhm.
as Prince
Pepper,
Maxwell.
pepper and salt.
Yeah, Pepe. So he got to bring it. He know how to make it, and then he got a gift of storytelling.
Mhm,
It-
mhm.
like dramatization. Some of us don't have it that easy. I don't have that gift. So I just tell you as it is, and move on.
No,
But
no, but that register, you gotta put a little bit of drama in it. A little bit of
I
drama,
don't know how to do that. And I think I don't know. I think it's almost like I think we Liberians, that's a gift that we have, because Liberian people
Yeah,
can tell the sound effect. They can tell
yeah,
it plenty, they can tell emotions, and
yeah,
but somehow I lost that. I lost that. And I mean it's a good thing. And
yeah.
yeah. So there's
That
people
the,
like
that the, that the drama can make the people like the show that the rich is in. The
that's
drama
true.
that
That's
most of the
true.
people can come for the drama. Though they want to get informed, they want to get the information and everything, but most
Mm.
people like the drama. Yeah,
And
I
Santa
think.
know how to make that
Yeah.
drama. I think Dwalu in the back. I think Dwalu just dry like me sometimes, actually I think Dwalu got a gift of voice. I
Oh
like the gift.
yeah.
Dwalu's voice is I'm not talking about you. I think your voice, you got a radio TV voice. I don't know if you ever
Yeah,
heard this.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. So and Santa got a
all the
gift
time,
of
all the time.
yeah, yeah. So everybody got a gift on this
Hopping it up.
this show. So we try to make it good for everybody. Just
Yeah,
make it.
be another show. Yeah, Doc. Everybody get a little portion. Hey, to the audience, you're welcome again. We come here again, as Dr. Francine said. We don't know what's going to happen. Sometimes the show you expect it to go east, but it actually goes west, southwest. Sometimes it goes north. But by the end of the day, we will get there somehow, right? So it's just part of the deal, and we got to keep pushing, man, because like Dr. Francine said, these elections you have to use your minds. You have to think for yourself, dissect the information that are given to you, but you have to understand what are the decision you're making. Those decisions are going to favor you and your children, whether it's going to be better for you. You cannot make political decision based on likability factors or tribal reasons. You have to think greater than yourself, and this is what we have to do. At the end of the day, our goal here is to provide some education. It is up to you to dissect that information and see which one works for you better. I mean, all joke aside, we all want a better Liberia. I don't know one person on the platform who doesn't want a better Liberia. And how we get there, it might be slightly different, but at the end of the day, we want something better for the country. And Dr. Francie, if you don't mind, I want to recognize a few people. Before they say, only my
You
guest,
recognize
Sarah
me,
Fat.
Sarah? That's Sarah. You recognize me?
Hey, Dad, you gonna put it there too? So I all recognize a few people just to clear my side. Okay. I see
Oh.
Big Cook, Mr. Cook, welcome to the show. Ishmael Amar, Gloria Bayou passed away. Welcome to the show. Ruth, my group Pee Wee, welcome. December Queen, Thomas Blummer, Politica Cooper passed away. A Mobaloo Sith, David Follett, Ahmed Kruman, Don Chico, welcome to the show. Philip Bala, Mr. Bala, how you doing, sir? Old man Sumo, welcome to the show. Charlie Patience, Rennie, Vivian Eastman. Hey, Mala Eastman. Jacob Conaway, welcome to the show. Valentine Jr., Jatu Siam Morris, welcome to the show. Patricia William, Kali Pator, welcome to the show. Lawrence, Victory To Conway, welcome to the show. Nettie Wa, welcome to the show. Donna Tente, welcome. Maria Makroma, Mercy in Gafuan, welcome to the show. Maria Makroma again, I'm sorry. Orlando Giddings, welcome to the show. Oritha Siafa, Moses Wardell. Alitha Tokba, Justin Dennis, Kou Selu, Donke, welcome to the show. Wilbur Doba, Candy Yama, welcome to the show. Yaya Kuruman, Stanley, Agnes Kekula, Nettie Wa, James Yaku Poden, welcome to the show. Nana Paul Scientific Tianka, welcome to the show. Look, we want to welcome everybody, man. This is Liberia. This is your show. We have to do everything in our power to leave Liberia a better place than we met it. It's a mandate that is greater than ourselves. At the end of the day, if we leave Liberia in a poorer condition, our children will have a greater work to do. You don't want to leave all the wealth to your children. You want to do plenty so the children can do less, so Liberia can be better. Odysseus, Willie, I believe Gloria Bayou, I think I recognize you. Andrew Wiese, Jesse Blancy, welcome to the show. Colonius Hunter, welcome to the show. Vaman Christopher Cannon, welcome to the show. Biko. All you guys, man, if I miss your name, it's not intentional. The goal is in Kuka, Chelsea, Pedro, Ripaco, welcome to the show. Baker Rancy, Frederick, Dennis, Dominic Nama, welcome to the show. Benedict Colo Sanda, welcome. Look, Dr. Francine, Musa Toure, I'm sorry. Eileen Brooks Jones, everybody, man, let's make this, share the show. Let's talk Liberia.
Yes, that's why we're here. Nelson, I want to thank you plenty. Thank you very much for all that you do for Spoon Talk. I know after this show you have like maybe an hour of rest and then you go on to late night politics. I often pick in there with you and your guys, and then some ladies, some women are joining you often. So, but thank you so
Yeah.
much, and we thankful to have you today as the producer. And yes, everyone, please share the show. Welcome. Let's talk Liberia, as Dwalu said. So let's go, Dwalu. Let's talk. What's on your
But
mind?
Doc, I was reading through the front page today, and actually I was also reading through the Daily Observer, and
Mhm.
I reread the story on the six, I mean the five people that died in the fire. And as I was reading through the story, I saw the ages, all females, and there's a baby there. I mean, everybody's life is important, but it's a sense of different message when there's a baby, because it's as though we did not protect that child. And one thing that ran to my mind is, many are gonna hit me for the one, but you know my more. I gotta tell my own. My you don't pay nobody more. I believe we men we continue to fill this country in a way that I cannot describe. That we cannot even protect the family anymore in that country because we are so complacent in our responsibility to the country itself. Um, Look, Doc, I don't know how we divvy up the budget, and we believe it's so fair that the least vulnerable people amongst us, they're not factored into the national budget. It's like, when we were beginning, the woman rather devour food, the pain can be plenty around the woman.
Mhm. Mhm.
But one thing the woman always make sure everybody get a cut, right? They don't forget anybody. I've
Because
never
one
seen it.
needs, yes, yeah,
Yeah.
How can we now debit the budget when we forget Bapulu County and we forget Sano and Riverside? How is this okay? But Ready Morovia, we are forgetting Little Topa. We are forgetting Mahawa, Lake Cecilia, Nije. We are forgetting them because we refuse to make sure this budget is debited. When I mean debited, let me explain this. Look, the fire department, the police apparatus, we're talking about social issues. These places are not non-essential. Over the last 6 years, the budget allocated to the drug enforcement has decreased every year by literally between 10 to 20% decrease. That means the way the budget works is where you put your most money is where your priorities are. So we have put the most money into President Weah's food. Literally, President Weah gets $600 every single day for food. That he eats $600 US every single day. We have put more money into President Weah's personal security and forgetting about the security of our babies. I'm not saying the president should not be protected because sometimes Liberians, when we are talking, let me tell you something. On the show, it may look easy, but it's not as easy. You can't remember everything. So if Dr. Francine says something, that doesn't necessarily mean she doesn't recognize the other thing. It just means she cannot cover everything. So you have to
yes,
take it with a grain of salt. It's difficult to include everything. So when I'm talking, I want you to find what I'm saying and understand that I'm trying to get the optimal outcome in the shortest possible time. So when I
exactly.
say and Lova County is a good place, it doesn't mean Bapolu is not good. It just means within my 2 minutes, I mention Lofa or I mention Nima. I'm not forgetting about Riverside. So I want for you guys to take that. And sometimes people forget that. But we take the budget. I was fortunate about 4 months ago. I was in Riverside. Every time I go to Liberia, I love to go around and see the other locations. And Dr. Francine, the people in the heart of Liberia, they are so far removed from what
Yes,
we consider Liberia. It is as though they're in the 18th century. And I'm not exaggerating, I'm being dead serious. And
and
our
I
people
use it.
in these locations,
I'm an analogy
nobody,
here.
every single person. Look, I remember a story. The year must have been I was in fourth grade. My mother took me to Riverside, and there was a hill. I don't remember the hill, but this hill was so steep. My mom said, "Opa, can't get on my back." And I still remember this. She put me on a back because but during those days you have to get out of the car. I'm pretty sure they still do this. I didn't realize this was still going on in Liberia. People would get out of the car would climb the hill, and then we
Yeah.
walk up the hill. And when I
Mhm.
saw that in 2023, I was like, holy cow, we have not moved. Actually, we've digressed.
Yes, I agree.
Eh, yeah,
I use
we've
the
digressed.
analogy, Dwalu, of the Amish country in this culture.
I remember that 2 or 3 shows ago. Yeah, you
Yes,
said that.
exactly. And but that is a volunteer way of living. Our way of living is not a volunteer way of living.
No.
It's because, like you said, the way how we use our budget. I cannot fathom. The president has something called a private investment project.
Right.
Okay, PSIP. $150 million in a budget for him alone to decide what if he wants to put lipo over here or what kind of project, road funding project or whatever. Okay, but that money is more than probably what we spend for education, like the
It's not
university of
probably, it's actually more
yes. Okay,
per county.
I'm being moderate
Yeah.
here.
So
Okay.
let me look because I almost every budget I literally memorize the budget. Every single budget that come on,
Yes,
I take
that's
like
your
a fine comb and I
yes.
go through the budget. Okay, there are schools in my county, an
Mhm.
entire government high school. The governor will look at whole high school. Let me talk it a day and give it $25,000.
Yeah.
Now,
What
yes, yes,
25,000?
another thing I'm happy, Dr. Francine, just
Mhm.
because the government allocates money to that school, it doesn't mean the school's going to get that money.
You're right.
So the hospitals, okay, I was born in JFK, so it has a special place in my heart. Every time I go to Liberia, I'll have to go to JFK before my heart gets satisfied.
Mhm.
And you see JFK budget, the security arm. Look, from LU has close to 30,000 students.
Yeah.
LU entire budget on average is less than the National Security and President Wia's office budget combined. They actually more than LU's budget.
Yeah.
Or there's a state-run universities. I don't know what your
17,
university
18
budget.
million. Mhm.
I think
Yeah.
that the LU budget was around $20 million, but
Okay.
when
They.
you combine the NSA budget, which is like the President Wia Personal Security budget, and
Mhm.
the President Wia's office budget is almost 50% greater than the entire LU budget.
It's
And the
that.
point I'm trying to make is we're not putting the monies in the locations that's going to grow the society. So less than 10% of our national budget is meant for capital improvement or direct infrastructural improvement. Less than 10%.
Mhm.
89% of the budget literally goes to running the government, recurring costs.
Mhm.
How are we supposed to develop? Most countries in the world, there are laws being passed where you cannot use more than 30% of the budget to run the government. And that makes sense.
Mhm.
70% has to go to capital investments to
Yes.
improve the country. Look, you have to divide the country into 5 zones. We are 5 zoning country. Look, I really believe each location, each zone, because if you're not indigenizing the decisions in that location or localizing the decision, people in Sano do not feel the so-called decisions being made in Morovia.
Mhm.
And if Dr. Francine become a representative out of Kema, she doesn't live in Kema, she lives in Morovia.
Yes.
And she only goes there maybe occasionally.
Agriculture break, they call it.
Not even call it agriculture break. I think it made me very. They can come to America, Dr. Francine, they can come here. This is where the agricultural break. Now,
Yeah.
see, you got something to say?
I'm sorry, laughing. That's why I'm laughing.
I mean, sometimes I don't understand it, and you know, I hate to blame America for something because I really believe when the Western countries were developing, if you live in Kimau during the developmental period, let's take Britain for example, you are forced to live in Britain until your country got developed because people were not leaving. But there is this tendency because you can just pack up and leave and go to America into a first world society. We do not commit so much into the country. I have this belief that if Dr. Francine decides to take up a high government post in Liberia, she or her husband or children will come home. The children under the age of 18 that are living, let it come home, let it feel the effects of the consequences
Yes,
of the
I
decision.
agree with you.
I believe that.
I agree with you. If you have a young child,
Yeah.
you are in Liberia as a politician, those kids
Yeah.
should go to the schools that
Yes.
you have the ability to change through your law. They should go to
You
the
know what it
hospital.
does?
Yes, it will make
It
you
forces you to fix the system.
correct.
I'll give you an example. Like
Mhm.
I got 3 kids. I would not even put my kids in public school here because I didn't believe it was good enough.
Mhm.
So if I'm a representative of Riverside and I'm forced to live in Riverside with my 3 children, you best believe I will get that share out of that national budget to make sure the public
will
school in
fight
Riverside
for
is
it.
fine. Yes, but
Fight
they
for
have
it.
no incentive to fight for it. There is this new culture in Liberia. It's not that the Francine win out of came out. The first thing she won't get all children out of Liberia.
Yeah.
You cannot feel the effects of your decisions. You're not going to fight for the decisions.
No.
Every time a representative takes the opposite lane in traffic, he's not going to think about a model to expand the road network.
Of course. He got serene and he
Yeah.
can take the third lane while the rest of us suffer in traffic and let
In
him
traffic.
Mhm.
Oh,
I've
but
seen
me ain't do it. Let me tell you what I can do. Let me tell you what I
I've
can
seen
do.
that too.
I
You
got one
see
big one pick in La Bureau. I
Yeah.
put one hell of an iron in front of it. Eh? It's intentional. No, go with Raquel. And what I'll do, I try not to be in the wrong. But if I'm in it right and I'm in my lane,
And
the
it comes.
president, the vice president,
Mhm.
and I think the next one is a Supreme Court justice.
Yeah.
I will park my car. But when I see something like Bafa, Representative, Rep 4,
Anybody
Rep
else?
3. No, I'm not moving. I can stay right there.
Really?
No, I don't move.
You move.
No, I don't move. They can go around. They go.
You
When
know,
I can feel the pride tight.
not Iso.
Okay. I can move.
The,
You know?
the people got right down to that opposite.
Yes,
link. You remember this video that went
see it.
viral with Representative Yeke Koluba into that scaffold with the
I
102.
remember. Yeah.
It was that was his reliance. That was his backing for that.
Yes.
You know, it was on that basis that he challenged the 102.
And
that,
it was legal.
Yeah, it was legal.
They have
Yeah,
legalized.
it was.
And interestingly, we've had a vehicle and traffic law of 1973. That vehicle and traffic law since 1973 we visited it. So of recent, some of our partners like the GRZ and some other partners who have been contributing immensely to the area of road safety and other things, they have been working closely with the government, the different parties to ensure that they revisit that law to ensure that it meets up with the, it conform to the current day reality and so forth. But then in the process, during the amendment, that's when the lawmakers then infuse everything into it, and then they then got it right. So now they have.
We missing you, yeah. First and foremost, Cole, we missing you. I saw your daughters. I think that was on Saturday, but you're doing well in Liberia over there. We miss you. We can't wait till you come back. But I will say this: we're not supposed to move. The problem, I'm not trying to stop talking about
the business. Huh?
Oh no, I can say that. But know me, but I don't know me. Oh, I said, I'm with you. I like to get out of that car and beg me to move because you're not supposed to do that.
I like for a short time when I kind of headache there.
Oh, me, when I used to be there for 6 months, we can rock it.
Oh, okay.
But interestingly, I had a terrible experience on that. I tried doing that once, and the people in the vehicle on the opposite side, the guys didn't play to throw the water plastic at us. They were insulting.
They say you holding that traffic up.
All the water barely high in the car. They threw everything at us. So it's difficult
to touch my car because any representative in my car will bust it on the car. That bro. Because these guys play the whole a small little position. Let me tell you what happened in the legislature one down. Alice Tyler was Speaker of the House. Katakumi Mori was representative. I have a 2-acre land, not somewhere far in Morovia. Katakumi Mori actually went on my property and destroyed some of my cornerstones. I take the case to the Kakatan Magisterial Court. They just say, hey, so what we gonna do? The man say he won't count what he was supposed to do. Sitting representative. I go to Speaker Tyler and I said, listen, this man come and land, he destroyed this property. I need to have this redress. The court is not listening. And then we settle it in the courtroom. We brace on table in the legislature. We settle it, and they glad away. I don't know whether I say it out there, but I leave that topic. Like, brother, all equal share.
Yeah. Okay.
Battles.
I'm telling you, no lie. I gotta pick my battles.
Well, you know what?
You pick your battle, but battle, they can't let it go. That's for the one.
But you know what? I don't understand, Tualu. Why would you step aside for the president, the vice president, the chief justice, not the representatives? The legislature, I mean, the House of Representatives, the first branch of government, right? So if you can get out,
they're not supposed to have that. They're too plenty.
But they represent us directly. So I think they represent us directly in the government. So I think they deserve the same accommodation.
Are you saying that if traffic, the president coming, the vice president coming, they're taking that lean that they put together?
I would move for safety reasons, but not because I believe they should be there rather than the representatives. They should be there. Then my representatives should be there too.
Yeah, I think any one of them should be there. I think they all should.
Yeah, I agree with you on that note. But if you would give anyone courtesy, then get order them courtesy because.
No, but who the president and the vice president, they carry certain higher statutory mandate. Well, what am I point I'm trying to make it? The representative, okay,
then we get first. They are co-equals.
Yeah, but that Francine, yeah, what they can do. That Francine husband is representative. He will take one lesson plate from a car and put it on your own car. Then they'll get another one, you put it on, or you get from
Or the
another car.
president can do it too. All the
Yeah,
president in
all they
laws
can do it.
have EPS.
All they can do it.
Everybody does it.
Everybody gets siren.
No wonder why all the money can go to recurring expenses.
There you go. And that recurring is in quotation, by the way.
Yes, recurring expenses. It's too much, man. But you know why? I think the way why we won't develop, because we haven't actually changed our mindset to include other parts of Liberia to decentralize development. I think we stuck, like you said, in the 1800s, and nobody wants to think outside of the box. It's going to require like strong, systemic, outside of the box thinking. Everybody is so complicit. Everyone says, also we're practicing social one, social all type of behavior all the time. Not even these 2023 days, and it's disturbing. How are we going to develop?
Cool. We need to hear from you. You don't want Liberia. What's going on, man? We haven't seen you.
Yes, I got a lot. I got a lot on my mind. So good evening to all of you, my distinguished panelists, to our many viewers out there. Good evening. It's been a while. I just got back from Buchanan. It's been tedious, but it's been very rewarding because massive turnout. People excited to see the rescue train, and there are some great people on board. Endorsement from former Senator Innes in Grand Bassa. So a lot of good things. Long weekend. The only downside I saw was a lot of internet jamming. Couldn't post as much. Couldn't share with Spoon. All of the pictures, the footage. But there's something concerning to me that I would like to speak about in particular. I wanted to be here yesterday. I had some constraints with movement. We are still common people under these weird skies. So we have some limitation in terms of mobility. But I listened to the show. I listened to our viewers. I listened to our panelists. And this issue about Omen Boyka's comment, and it will be remiss of me to not speak on this misinformation, this distortion, this intentional attempt by the media to paint a patriot as someone who he's not. And the people got this common saying about us Liberians. They say put it in the paper if you don't want them to know. The thing we are weak when it comes to research and reading. But what I gathered yesterday from listening to many people is that they did not even understand that a comment that was elevated was not even made in Buchanan. That's a misunderstanding. That comment was made 3 months, 12 days ago. It was made in Bon County almost 4 months ago, but tied in recently with the comment of Senator Johnson, or well-calculated media strategy to paint our standard bearer, the Honorable Joseph Yima Boyka, as someone who he's not. And what is even more disturbing is that this was brought in half. So the media went there, pick up something, ran with it, and hope that our people would not follow the entire thing. When they said that the old man said, we will not have a country. But then when someone speaks, I like to follow the logical order in which they spoke. And chronologically, I put things together. I watched the video. I listened to the audio. And I understood that there was a punch point that was intentionally left out by the media. And I want you to listen to this. Boyka said, don't worry about those people. They are driving all of this. They will not take those things with them like that, and that is why we need to protect it. You need to protect it yourself. If they think they will steal this election, we will not allow it. Because if they do it, this will be the end of this country. And the key line left out, he continued, and we will not allow that to happen. So I want to thank you for standing and walking in the ring. We will not allow that to happen. We will not allow what to happen. We will not allow our country to fall. And so to insinuate when someone says we will not allow us to have a country that is not democratic, that does not have what it takes to operate in a society where there is democracy, does it mean that they were speaking? So Boyka was not speaking about his actions. Boyka was speaking about their actions. If you follow the chronological path, these people have taken things, they want to walk away, they want to rig these elections, they want to steal it from us. If they do this, we'll not have a country, and we will not allow this to happen. Why he talk about preemptive measure of protecting our democracy, like he intended to go to the neck today, but since they had a pending press conference, he had to postpone his action. So I just think that this was a calculated attempt by the media. They worked so well to the Liberian people because there was no network in Bassa. Thought that the comment was even made this weekend, but that comment was made nearly 4 months ago. So we question the media. Why is it now that they've brought it out? So I think that was a clever attempt, but unfortunately, there are people here who can research the facts, and I want to condemn them in the highest faction and know that our leader himself is one who stands for peace, but he also is on the side of protecting our democracy, and he will do it in a proactive manner. We will raise the hills, and Diary, just
I have a question. Thank you for that clarification. I don't want to speak on that now because I'm going back to listen to the tape to hear exactly.
You want me to send it to you?
No, I have it. Somebody sent it to me already. And I want to go back and listen to the tape, but I did hear the part where he said this would be the end of Liberia, but I want to get back to hear the part where you say that he said we will not allow that to happen.
Yes, it was after that comment, right after that comment when he said, and we will not allow that.
Yes.
And further thank the people for standing under the ring.
My question to you, Unity Party came out and made some clarification on Buckeye's statement. Where do you stand with that?
Yeah, but the clarification did not say he intended to go to war, as it was misinterpreted by media.
Okay.
So the issue here, I want us to also understand, this is not boycotts now, that this is Comrico. I want us to understand clearly that when we talk about peace, it's not merely the absence of gunfires. If you have a country where... Yeah?
You answered my question.
Yeah, I'm coming to it. That's why I said and Dr. Richardson peace is not solely or merely the absence of gunfire. If you have a country with abject poverty, you have a country with kush, you have a country that people intend to rig elections, you have to understand that those things are recipe for chaos. Those things that are what lead to politics by alternative means. That's not the vision of our leader. Our leader intends to protect our democracy, but in a proactive manner. And I want you to understand that even though we talk about issues about corruption, Dr. Richardson, you talk about violations like the driving and thing I met you guys talking about the road. Nothing hurts the people of Liberia equal to raking of elections. And the reason is simple. In West Africa, even in our region, we have the longest presidential term. It means that when the president of Liberia has served one term, it's 1.5 times or 1.5 term for the president of Ghana or Nigeria. So when people hold their heart and wait for 6 years to speak through the ballot, their voices need to be heard. So no one supports war. I don't. Even though in some civilized settings or some political scholars will tell you that sometimes war could be an effective tool for peace. That's why you see great nations will invade countries that have dictators and tyrants because they want to establish democracy in those countries. But that's not what we're talking about. What I'm here to point out tonight is the deliberate effort of the media, for whatever reason, whether financial, whatever reason, to pin this man as bad. They read a piece of the clip and they left out the part where he said, they listened to it and left out the part of the audio where he said, we will not allow this to happen. So why did they leave that out? And why did they make it like after Prince Johnson spoke, he went to Buchanan and spoke? When a matter of fact, he spoke 3 months, 12 days ago. So these are things that we want the public to know it's intentional, but the train, we are not moved. The train is moving along, but we do owe answers to our people. That's why we are here. The train will be headed to Bond County any time from now. As we were in Buchanan, our vice standard bearer and our campaign manager, the Honorable Prince Moyi, they were in Bond County doing some groundwork, meeting with religious leaders, and the train will be taking that direction in a matter of days.
Okay. All right. Any other
Thank
thoughts,
you,
comments? Other thoughts, comments? They didn't answer my question because of the clarification that Unity Party came out and made, but
yeah, the clarifications are in line. Obviously, it will tell you that there is no clarification that will tell you, Honorable Boyka, man, let us get to the street and let us war drums. Those headlines and those assertions were only made to derail his image. But where he said was clear, it was crystal clear, and many Liberians do not even know that this was said almost 4 months ago.
I think the issue is not even when it was said, and I agree with you. I did go back and check the statement.
No, the issue was when it was said that, because 4 months ago, that was before Prince Johnson made his comment. So what they sought to do was to tie in it that this man is beating war drums. He's affiliated with the MDR. Comments are coming. He's calling for war. And people are forgetting to focus on the cause of war. What caused the war of 1990? What happened when the elections were rigged in 1985? People need to look at on the drugs and those things that could undermine the peace.
Comrade, so we can agree to disagree that for me it's not when it was said, it's what was said and how.
No, it's part of the PR, part of the propaganda is when it was said. Because listen, if we sat on Spoon, we had a situation here that we were here for libel before. If we sat on Spoon,
I'm telling you, the timeline is important to you, but it's not important to me.
Oh, for you, it's not important. Yeah, I get it. But I want you to know the motive when it was written. Whoever wrote it had the timeline in their minds. Because if they did not have the timeline in mind, they would have stated when and where it was said. So I get it. For you, it doesn't matter. But for the writer, it mattered. Because if it did not matter, the writer would have stated the time and place that the comment was made.
So, like I'm saying to you, I'm going to agree to disagree with you. For me, is the interpretation that could have been made from such a statement. And you guys in your clarification statement said that. It says, when UP standard bearer Joseph Boakai says if the elections are rigged, there would be no country. Then they're clarifying that he is not saying that he and his supporters will wipe out the country. What he is saying, in effect, is set against the backdrop of the terrible performance of the WIA government over the past years.
And we are saying exactly the same thing.
Let me turn on now. Not talk plenty now. Let's talk about other people on now. So the thing about this is, the statement that was made could have been misinterpreted by many. You in the party, you can read, you've been around the standard bearer, maybe you can insinuate what he means, like you know him, you know his personality. But there are lots and lots of other people out there who may not know who he is. And so that's why I think Liberty Party came out to clarify
the Unity Party.
I'm sorry, Unity Party, yes. Unity Party came out to clarify the statement. So that's why, for me, it's like who's saying the statement, how they're saying it, and who's hearing the statement. That's what's important. Sometimes I know he meant well, like you are saying, but sometimes when you're in leadership, we have to be careful when we're in this format, how we say our words, what we say. We have to be very careful here. And I use myself an example. Not long ago, I had to come out and apologize for something, a way that I misspoke. So people can do that. So that's what I'm
and
saying.
You're right, Dr. Richardson, because in a political time, in a political
Is it just me or
I think
she's frozen? Brother Ambulai, I think we reckon that ambulance should get back into the show.
How you doing?
Doing good, doing good. It's
That's
been
good.
like 2-3 days now. I hope
I
everything been going
know.
well on your end.
Yeah, everything's fine. Just getting cool for me that way. I can't stand the cool weather here, but we here.
Welcome to the show. I'm with my brother Fadiga. Welcome to the show. But before I forget, Dr. Richardson, I want to say this. This is very important. I want to give big ups to Devietta Brown Lasana. The way she spoke today, she spoke as though she was speaking for institution. She was measured in her tone. She realized that the people were angry, so she spoke very well. I enjoy what she did today, Stanton. I know you're shaking your head. She did way better than before.
I wasn't coming on till you said this thing. Seriously, I was going to eat. I was going to come on like 5 o'clock, 9 o'clock, Liberian time. But what you're saying is shocking.
You know myself. Watch the interview.
No, Dwadu, I saw the interview.
Dwadu, she was way better. No,
Dwadu.
Stop drinking too much coffee, Dwadu.
No, Fadiga, hold on now. Fadiga. Dwadu, I got my bottle of water. I got my bottle of water here too. Dwadu, maybe you are not drinking water. Maybe you are drinking gin. Maybe that thing that gin.
I don't drink.
No, maybe that clear gin you are drinking. Maybe that how they call it gin, man. What's the gin name? Fadiga, what's the gin name?
Gordon? Gordon?
Don't maybe that Johnny Walker you drinking. Don't tell me that thing. Yes, stop drinking Johnny Walker. No, I'm not listening to this. You know what? Let me just get off because I'm shocked, Fadika. Are you sure this guy on the opposition side?
The man on
the opposition though.
Yeah, but the
woman failed to answer question.
No.
She was asked 3 questions. 4. She said, I will get back to you next week on our next the man, Dwadu, don't do this to us, man.
Normally she will tell 1 or 2 questions. Like Omar took almost 10 questions today.
Doesn't matter how many questions. You know what I have against her? Dwadu, doesn't matter how many questions. These are my issue, Abula Membe. When they were sending the election boxes, right, to Michigan, to Georgia, to Arizona, you know what? It was on live TV. Police escorted. We were watching it. Okay? Let's go back to Georgia. When they were having the rerun of the election, okay? People were monitoring because the accusation that these things will be rigged, Donald Trump said, the cheater and whatsoever. Abula Mame, the people slowly, they call it slow way, took the thing from wherever that it came in and sent it behind the back of the National Election Commission. They never called the press to follow the arrival of the election material. They do everything that's secret. Who know where that thing came from? That thing can come from Jamaica Resort.
That's not my argument.
Who know where it came from? Let me make my point. You know what? You've been talking. Thank you, Ruben. Ruben, I think this guy drinking Hennessy XO. Thank you very much, Ruben. Let me put Ruben up. Ruben say you drinking Hennessy XO, and I believe that Hennessy XO. Because maybe that the white Hennessy XO, the very expensive one that costs $900 or something dollars. Maybe that's why this guy drinking.
And I'm a brother in Elmo. Yeah.
No, this guy is not in. I won't call Liberians' attention to this. Dwadu, I will give you the chance to speak because I got to go downstairs. But let me finish up with this one, Dwadu. It's important for us to sit here and say Devietta Brown Lasana, the woman that just rented herself 2-bedroom apartment by the American embassy to cross the road and run into that embassy in case of anything. She failed to answer the very important question folks were asking her today. We will play it. She failed to answer those questions. So why should we be here? Anyway, go ahead and do your talking, man. I seen that CDC just gave Bernard Ure 2 pickup truck few weeks back. That the pickup truck they gave Bernard Ure, and Bernard Ure say all his people will go support job. Yeah, the pickup truck here. Let me can display it. I mean, what kind of tabata happening in the country? What kind of time we talk about the election? Then you're sending me picture that CDC gave Bernard Ure 2 pickup truck. We know the operation of Bernard Ure. Look at this pickup truck. They're Chinese pickup truck. Come on, man. Dwadu, talk to me. If CDC, don't send it to me. If CDC get Bernard Ure 2 pickup truck, please don't send it to me. Listen, I got a lot on my mind, but I got my mind made up. I'm not turning back now. But Dwadu, I'm disappointed in your comment tonight.
Thank you. You like
Yes.
me? Yeah.
I'm done.
Compare Henrietta Brown Lasana, her posture before, the way she addressed the press, her arrogance, everything, and compare that today. She made tremendous improvement. As to why the election material was not escorted, that's a whole nother case. But how she behaved today was substantially improved compared to before. This is my argument. And as she improved her behavior, I want to thank her for her to realize this is what the public need to see. That is my point. If that means I am now singing.
I heard she related to your wife. Is that true? The Electoral Brown Lasana related to your wife?
How?
I'm asking you. People
No,
are telling me
but let me answer you. No,
that
I don't know.
So you defend Fadiga. That
Yeah,
man-in-law,
man.
man. Fadiga, talk to us, man. Let's tell Liberian people the truth tonight, man.
No.
That man-in-law.
We all know who Henrietta Brown Weah is. Oh, did I say I mistakenly added Weah?
Oh boy,
I mistakenly.
Now, last thing we are there.
That's the thing. That's the problem. Look, George, we are playing that thing long time ago. This man, we all know who Henrietta Brown is.
Joe, we got boo in Lofa. Hey, God. They can start booing this guy.
We know her role in this election. We know where she's in. Look, I was disappointed in her press conference today. The woman has been arrogant through all this process. She has not been transparent. That is why the Unity Party is in the court today. We've been down this route before. Dwalu, I'm very disappointed in you. But I think I understand your problem. You have not been sleeping good, and because you are my brother in arm, we talk this in the back. But I disagree with you. And Stedon want me to say more, but I'm not going to say no because I will not fight my brother in the public. That fight that you're looking for will not happen tonight. So you talking there, you do cover your mouth. Dwalu, I'll get it back to you. Defend yourself.
No, yeah, maybe come in. Maybe I haven't spoken yet. I already defended myself.
So, Mame, what's your opinion, Mame? Go ahead.
I don't, fully disagree with Dwalu.
Now you gotta say it now.
Yeah, I'm not happy with the responses she gave in terms of the content of what she said, but her composure has improved. The way she responded, the arrogance level has dropped. She's beginning to realize that Liberian people, are more than those who were instructing her to do what she was doing. I think she's coming to the realization that the people's power is more than an individual power. She's becoming to realize that she's working for the Liberian people and she's not working for an individual. When the interview ended the first time, to be very honest with you, I sent a text message to somebody very important at the NEC. And I suggested that the editor and the commissioners at NEC need to go through crisis management training to be able to lead the election. That's what I suggested. You cannot appreciate it. If you don't like it, that's fine. But they need to go through crisis management training. You can have your education, you can be a lawyer, but the place the election is, the circumstances surrounding the election, the extent to which Liberians are desperate for credible election, and the desperation of the other people on the other side to ensure the election is not credible, the person managing the election needs to go through crisis management training to be able to manage crisis while conducting the election credibly. I sent that text message. Probably it worked, but yes, her composure, her arrogance level has dropped. She is believing now that she's working for the Liberian people and she's no longer working for an individual.
But what about the substance of message?
Yes, that's what I'm coming to. We can go into the substance, and change gradually takes time. Now she's no longer arrogant. Now she believes she's working for the Liberian people. Maybe the next interview you see, she start responding positively to the questions. So let's give it that chance and see how it go forward. But yes, I'm happy with her composure, but I'm not satisfied with the response.
But she didn't answer this question, Mame.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm happy with her
composure. She didn't answer this question. Key question. Amos Floyd asked a question. She said, I will get back to you later. Haji Basaleh from Spoon asked a question. Why did numbers going up instead of decreasing? She said, I'll get back to you later. They asked you all those questions. She's saying, well, I don't know. What kind of law are you reading? This woman acting like she at the news conference reading the news, the afternoon news. We cannot trust the Henrietta Brown Lasana.
I don't trust her.
We cannot. Dwalu can trust her, but we cannot trust the Henrietta Brown Lasana. Dwalu can trust her, but we cannot trust the. Listen, we cannot. I want all Liberians to know till the election is over, have no faith in the electoral. Listen, the political leader can trust her, though. The stand-up bearers can trust her. I know they're all pretending that they trust her. I know they also want to be looking good and say, yeah, we got faith in the National Election Commission. We know the games these guys are playing. They are going around collecting student names, 11th graders, 8th, 12th graders. For what? They are asking, yesterday, I can tell you right now, they are asking, some Mandingo women and men gathered somewhere last night. Y'all go ask them. Mobile Molu were there with them. They said, we just want your information to verify that the FRR will be unique. They are collecting information because CDC now, FADICA, they are building their own system. They already built it. They want to import those registered voters. It is wrong. I do not trust David Eto Brown Lasana. Liberians shouldn't trust her. We will keep our rope tight on our waist and we will wait, because if she do fine, then we know who she is. She changing tune right now, my fellow Liberians. She is changing tune, but for the better or for the worse. The woman failed to answer the basic question. We're going to play you those clips. Then I'm going to upload them. We're going to play them. Why don't you can trust her? Maybe you related to her. Maybe that maybe that's a joke. They say that your sister-in-law, but I don't know. They say you're owing CDC some money. Maybe you want to pay it back through that account. I would say anything.
You want to respond? You want me to respond now? I was just saying that yesterday. Allow me to your point. Let me say this to him.
And I welcome Kwame Kowu. I heard her talking about something. Welcome to the show, Kwame Kowu. Kwame, are you with us? You are muted.
She muted.
And she gone frozen again.
But Stanton, watch it. Let me come in.
Go ahead, Mr. Dwalu.
Yeah, Stanton. First of all, everything you said a lot. I've never met a woman in my life. I don't know who she is.
Don't lie, man. I said that my sources is that. Don't say I lie.
Okay, your sources.
Let me.
Listen now. Compared to David Ezra Brown last month and this month, and in this interview that I saw yesterday, there is a slight improvement, and that's good for our democracy. All the not answering questions, the battle were not founded by police, or there's not discussion right there. It's just that she improved slightly better of what the society wants to see, that she represents the people and not herself. That's my argument.
Yes,
and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, CEO, I would like to stay on the start with Stanton on this. I don't know what we're doing, all this PR for this woman. Someone yelled at you yesterday, today, the front of their face, so you see improvement. I don't see any improvement. I don't see any improvement. That woman has been chopping taxpayer money. She should not be behaving below reproach.
You're on the same side tonight.
Yeah. So definitely I concur with you. Someone who have just advised us, say the country dangerous, so you can't just be yelling at the people like that. She's all get to there, I will frown on my face, I will not check them up. I don't see any improvement yet. The time is too short for the woman to learn crisis management. I think that our people need to be firm. We need to know why after you clean the photo roll, the numbers are now increasing instead of decreasing. We need to understand how safe our ballots are. You're going to go through the Ivory Coast to the CDC is going to use the route through the Ivory Coast to go to the southeast. Is that a road they were going to use to take the ballots? Are the people already there?
Wait. They are taking the Liberian people. You see, this is so bad, right? They will go outside of the country. And Kowu, that's a good point. They will go into Samuel Twe, other country, Ivory Coast, where he get all his homes, where his family stay at. They will drive some of the ballot boxes into Samuel Twe house. Who knows? When they take the ballot out of the country and bring it back to Liberia, because that's the only way to get to the southeastern, or they will use Jowea helicopter that he just bought to go into the southeastern region. Which one?
Yeah, we want to know how it will be transported to those areas, how the workers are getting there. She needs to answer these questions. She's not Madam Big Stuff. She's she's eating taxpayer money. She has a piece of job to do, and she needs to know this probably is the toughest tax she will ever perform in her life, and it is one that borders our democracy. You're talking about people threatening the peace. Every action or inaction of hers has the propensity to threaten our peace. So it is not about how she feels today, how she dressed today, how she smile. It doesn't even matter where she move. You know, sometimes
I want to say, Kawu, let's start this show, and it's a good way we're starting this show because a lot of stuff is happening. Let's welcome our dear sister, Dr. Francine Chinwe Richardson. Welcome Mr. Duaru and the people. Let's welcome Don Fadika, the king, Team JMB, Abuda Mame, Team Gonglo, Kawu, Comrade Kawu, they call her Mama Gono. Let's welcome her to the show, Team JMB. I don't know what Prince Maxwell is. Again, let me say this, a beautiful program. A lot of people will be in and out because we are having a wonderful show today. I am Shaq today to you, Mr. Dualu. You say you're praising this woman. You say you are celebrating her. You say she has repented of her iniquities. Therefore, she is forgiven. She can walk into heaven. She been paid. They've been paying her to do a piece of job, to be transparent. But today we receive information. The Unity Party said we'll take you to court. Look at this, Duadu. Today, to provide the FRR, to provide the FRR, they had to take her to court, Duadu. Unity Party have to take her to court. I'm waiting for you to talk, Duadu. You pressing her.
Yeah, it's not taking her to court is the right thing to do. It's necessary. Because I believe she's been short-sighted and a little bit hesitant to release the FRR. They have sufficient time to do this. This is not the same as suggesting that
can you say she's being ineffective?
Well, yes, I would say that she's being ineffective. Yeah. But it's not something just now, Cole. It's been happening for a while. I think the UP organization has spoken to the NEC for a long time to release this. This is very important for these elections. But Stanton, let them make this, put all joke aside, and make it the same as saying her behavior improved slightly. It has nothing to do with anything else. But the issue of taking them to court is necessary because this has to go on the record. Because these elections, the time is very close. So what happens if the Unity Party, if she releases it tomorrow, and the Unity Party finds 12,000 people with some question marks? Now, according to the law, they cannot change it. What are they going to do? So going to court is the right thing. It's the right thing.
So let me say this, all right? Hold on 1 minute. Let's do this round. 1 minute, I'm begging you. That's what Richard said. And I want everybody to tap in if you know, maybe Mambe or Fadiga. What led to Kabina Jane being impeached when they remove him? Why they remove Kabina Jane?
Well, legally,
why was a dissent given? Okay? And the reason why Joey said Kabina Jane must be removed. And Akara's greater say, yes, we'll take him out. Fadiga, you go ahead and Dr. Richardson will kind of lay the basic, Fadiga.
Well, after the election, I can't say verbatim because I'm not listening. The tape is all there. I will keep sending the tape. But just to summarize what he said that there were enough irregularities in the election for which they needed to put further, make even cause for a rerun because we're now the same problem that we are facing now is basically what happened in 2017. And when we went to the Supreme Court said there were not enough evidence there to have overturned the result. So, and then right after that, they went after him with that bogus case and they removed him, setting the stage for what we have today. He removed him, replaced him with Joseph Nambwe. And the Supreme Court, Southeastern Nas, the entire Supreme Court. Now we have a Supreme Court that we cannot trust to even go to. He brought Director Brown, Lasana one of his ex, as the NEC boss. Where is this heading? We shouldn't wait for this thing to happen before we start complaining. I think the Unity Party did the right thing. I'm looking for that tape from Cabinet Jane and I'll play it. It's a very short dissenting opinion, but very informative. I'll send it back to you, Stena.
Okay, thank you very much, Fadiga. Thank you. Let's welcome Ed Remy Gray. Dr. Richardson, the same reason why we run on this conversation, it's not a joke. We can laugh, we can play, but it's not a joke. It's no joke whatsoever. There's something smelling somewhere, Dr. Richardson. The woman trying to repent, but she's not repenting fully. When you go to God, you got to confess all of your sin, not some of your sin. You got to say, God, I'm sorry. Yes, I did X, Y, and Z. This woman is playing on the minds of the Liberian people. We all know her relationship with George Manawia. We don't need to go back. That's not my business. We all know her relationship, that she was appointed solely by George Manawia for these very reasons we are saying, we are speaking on to today. How can the Liberian people have faith in her? How can they trust her? When they ask her questions, she said, next week, Tuesday, you know what is next week Tuesday? Next week Tuesday will be what? Somebody help us. Will be the 2nd, right? Or the 3rd. We'll be having one more week to the election. And you are not ready to answer those basic questions, Dr. Richardson? Talk to us, man.
I want to listen to the tape. You're gonna play the tape of her, right? Her speaking today, and then I will have some, comments to make.
Yo, so you didn't follow? I guess you didn't follow her interview, right?
No,
All right, yeah, that one, and they are uploading the tape. Let me bring in Everett. Thank you for joining us. Mambi left. Your take on the interview, if you listen to the interview today, your take on this interview, and let's have a show.
My system is actually blabbing. I'm not sure. Maybe I need to work on my PC. Um, I'm seeing like it's not the signal is not strong. I'm not sure why. I'm in one of the fastest internet ever. But if you guys can hear me clearly, um, body language wise, yes, she's still nervous. And I said it earlier that the reason why the Vieta appeared the way she appeared is that she's nervous. She's pressurized from all sides. Um, she was placed there for a purpose. So even
Yep.
when she's giving those press statements, those press interviews, when she's giving those press interview, you can just read from the messages that's coming across to guarantee the other side, don't worry, I got this for you guys. And but at the same time, it's such a big situation to pull just by yourself, especially when the euphoria of the election is leaning one side, more so against her side. Her side meaning whoever placed her there for a purpose. It's just not visible for that person to just have their way. So that's why I say we are supposed to remain vigilant and answer the question. Look, I want us to corner her to the extent where she put down this whole thing and say, you know what, I can't handle this, and then we'll find somebody probably that will not be controlled by the president. I think she's not number one. She's not coordinating with the entire team. I see like you know, she's just the boss, but then at the same time, she's not really relating to the entire, elections commission because there's specific individuals who are there for specific purposes. Even Abdullah is talking about crisis management, but certain interviews should be handled by certain people. That's the expertise. That's why we have commissioners specifically for special, certain reasons. And but she cannot come. I know our culture, the boss is the boss. She wants to take on everything, but she does not have the capacity and the expertise to just
Thank you
take
very
up
much,
everything.
Ed. Reverend
There
Greg.
are certain
Thank you.
questions.
Thank you very
Huh?
much, Ed Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. If you can hear us, I know your internet is giving you problem, and I hope that maybe if you move upstairs, it will be better. Sometimes it's the location we are in our home. Then let me bring you. Welcome to the show,
Tell.
Josh Lobo. It's good having you. Fadika, I'm troubled. That's one of the conversation we're trying to bring in all the clips. All right, for us to play those questions from the Spoon reporter from Amos Tware, and the way in which she presented her answer and promised to come back next week. We are about 15 days or so to the election. If you ask me if I have faith in this woman, I do not have any faith in her whatsoever. I do not. That's me. I don't trust her. I don't trust her to the key to the entrance to the data service. I don't trust her with all the IT. I don't trust her. I don't trust her people whatsoever. I feel within myself that the Liberian president, the president, George Weah, and CDC government having an opportunity to manipulate the system. We are receiving informations. We are receiving informations that again, these are allegations, or our sources telling us that seriously, the magistrate. You hear what she said about the magistrates? Those commissioners, they are walking into the IT room. When we flag it, we heard about flaw. We flag it, they call a meeting. This woman is not informing Liberian people on the substance. Just the FRR, man. They're going to wait for 4 days. 4 days. They're going to wait 4 days before they can share it, Dualu. 2,400,000 plus names. 2,400,000 plus names. Tell me for God's sake. Tell me for God's sake, how long it would take each political party to go through those names? Talk to us.
Yeah, which the political party should have received a long time ago. And you know, for my senior brother Opa Dualu to say that the woman talk good today, it's like, you know, thanking the ATM for giving you back your money. This woman is paid by taxpayer. She owe us some credible answer. The future of many people depend on these elections. Like I said, when we asked one term in office 6 years, it's 1.5 term for his compatriots in the sub-region. Ghana, Nigeria, all these people are serving for 4 years. So these elections are very critical. They're very crucial. She's ineffective. She hasn't met the timeline appropriately. She's cleaned the photo roll. The numbers are inflicted. You have the other commissioner there, Flossayer. I don't understand what the people take Liberia to be. Everywhere you go, people say this is the man that will cheat the election for the CDC. These people need to step up. This man was in a data room doing a by-election in District 15. We tell you, he took those quarantine ballots. He did not give account to them. And at the end of the day, he said he had released the quarantine ballots, the girl who have won. Yet this man went and got confirmed, and now he's a commissioner there. These people have to be watched. These people have to be taken to tax because, like you say, allegedly, you have unconfirmed stories around how these people already have everything. They have over 12,000 tally sheets already available for these elections, and that votes have been allotted to different areas where they are weak. So we have to take her to tax. We don't care whether she's smart today. The information has been, we have to sue the system. We have to challenge the system. We have to be, proactive, and to ensure that democracy is upheld, to ensure that we have our country. That's why our standard bearer meant.
Thank you very much, Kowe. Again, folks, thank you for joining us. Share the Spoon Talk. We have Mr. Duadu, Don Fadika, King Hassan. We have Kome Kowu. Abula Membe is here. My brother, retired Colonel Ed Remy Gray, and I don't know who this guy called. He said, tough talking George Lobo. We're going to have a beautiful show today because this is what we'll present to you. I will say this, we'll stick on this story for the next few minutes. I do not trust David Eto, Brian Lasana, and NEC staff. I do not trust them. What I'm receiving is disturbing. They have played with the FRR. They continue to fix it. Did you guys hear today the woman couldn't call the exact figure? She was looking for somebody to help her. She said 2.4 million, but the last 3 digits she was thinking. She's not up to her game. Go back to the interview. The woman is forgetting. She's not up to her game. Let me frank. Maybe the elder bride is having a little dementia.
No, it's a weird shot. She's having a weird shot.
Weird shot, right? There's no way we should. This is not a joking thing. Political leader will end up losing the election. Somebody from another party, even CDC can lose this election and say, I will file protest. We don't believe the result. So it's either way. It's not in the opposition.
Stanton, let me provide you.
That will come to you, Fadiga. Let me lay this thing up, right? Every day, why will you allow the Unity Party to go to court? McDermott's. The rate of McDermott's. Why? Why are we even getting to this? And today is the 26th. And everything the people just asking for gave us the We want to see this voter roll. We want to see this first. Hey, Dwalu, you laughing because of your sister. Can you call your sister and tell her, Dwalu? Can you let her understand that the Liberian people, they are mad, they are angry? Nobody
Not
protect
Dwalu,
us.
nobody, man. I know
No,
Dwalu
My
whole
brother
family.
George here. I don't recognize my brother George here.
I recognize the man. They man. I don't care what they meant today. But seriously speaking, let's say this thing, folks. And I want to also ask Liberians whether they are comfortable with the Electoral Brown last night. We will ask Liberians before we proceed. But let's just hear from Fadika, Mame, and Josh Lobo. Fadika, you go ahead.
You know what is scary about this thing? We've been down this road before. Justice Banks in 2017, he ordered NEC to clean up the FRR, and he says something that have laid precedent to what we are going to face during this election. He said that, and I will read it. He said the FRR be available. He said he also mandated it not to allow anyone whose name is not in the FRR to vote during the runoff election, noting that the FRR is the only electoral document that speaks to the eligibility of voters. Look, when it comes to data, whenever anything in the data becomes corrupt, you cannot trust the integrity of that data anymore. One of the things that the reason why we instituted this BVR, the biometric voting record, is to avoid these things. We have the facial recognition, we have the fingerprint. These are things that are unique to individual. In order to cross-reference these things, especially with the discrepancy and the variances that we are seeing, we need to use similar factors to cross-reference these things. We get less than 2 weeks to do these things. We need the expertise. We need people to come. How are we going to do this when the law have already said that you cannot alter anything within 30 days to the election, and with less than 30 days to the election? These things should have been done like 4 months ago, 3 months ago, giving the electors enough time to go and verify their names. Look what we are facing here. The election, the process has been rigged. People don't rig election on election day. They hijack the process first, leading up to the election. And this is what we are facing. So I do not trust the Electoral Brown Lasana. She's George Weah X or probably still. That's why I added Weah to her name. We should call the Electoral Brown Weah. Because George Weah placed her there for a reason. It was strategic. They removed Cabinet Jane to take control of the Supreme Court because he knew that this election will end in the Supreme Court. This was something premeditated, calculated years ago. George Weah, from the beginning, from the moment he entered the presidency, he started plotting it next year. This coming from Samuel 12 playbook. And we are sitting down here, this and that. Look, you cannot cheat in this election. We will protect our vote.
I will say this to you, Fadika. Thank you very much. Let me bring in my brother, Mame. Abula?
Yes, then. So I read the rate from the court or the Unity Party is pleading. Not being a lawyer, I will not speak to whether they can win on the counts they provided or not. But looking at what they did is commendable. We really appreciate. Better late than never. This thing should have been out ever since, but now that it is out, we appreciate. Liberians will be disappointed, not so much in the neck, but their political leaders. What are the other political leaders saying? For me, that's where I get concerned. This thing is happening, and I'm from a political party. I know my party had a stand. They were trying to take the same step that Unity Party took, but they got information that I think they say the FRR will be out or has already been placed out. But the point I'm driving at is, when you contest election, you either win, you lose, or they steal it from you. Election are not two outcomes. I see people in the ANC running saying, oh, the place should be peaceful. When you go to election, you either win or you lose. When you win, you celebrate. When you lose, you go sit down. No. They're not two outcomes in election. They're three. You win, you lose, or they steal it from you. So when they steal election from you, what do you do? What can you do to prevent people stealing election from you? That's why we should be discussing and be questioning these other political parties who are just sitting with their hands between their legs. What are they doing? You're in a process to win election, but the process leading to the election itself has questions, and you get no opinion on it. But only to celebrate and say when you win, you win. When you lose, you go sit down. No, there's a third option. And yes, we know that the CDC has intention. There are two things CDC working on. They're working on their practical steps to cheat. And I'm very certain, I got no doubt, that what I know within the opposition, we're able to prevent that. That practical step to cheat in the election, I'm very, very confident we can prevent that. They also have a psychological strategy that they're using. That psychological strategy is what they use and get people like Molu stay in CDC. There were a lot of seditionists who were willing to leave. They were convinced that George Weah would not win, that he did not perform. The psychological strategy they used on those people was, don't go nowhere, we'll win the election for a round. Let me just tell you, Ellen cheated or 210, I will say we cheat Unity Party 210. It is that strategy they use to get people to stay on board. They also using that strategy to get independent voters and other people to join their side. If anybody from CDC calls you to talk to you about election matter, they don't convince you that we will win. Tell you, my man John or will win the election, you like it or not. They have gone to the media and started using media institutions to propagate that information. You saw Philip Brown post that we were here 210, Ellen cheated CDC. It is time for CDC to do our own. That is the psychological strategy they're using to influence. But the message we want to send to them, the election is not between CDC and Unity Party. So CDC needs to know this. This is not an election between CDC and Unity Party. There are other political parties in the election. There are other people with strong interest in the election. And you can't feel that you will cheat Unity Party and the other people will not feel cheated. What we need to begin to do now is to think about, and that would be an honest conversation within, what are we doing to stop the practical action? To our people listening to us, we are telling you there's a psychological warfare on social media. The traditional media have been compromised. That psychological warfare is to make you to believe that we will cheat the election, so you should join him. That's what's happening today. They're doing everything using journalists on talk show, people in community to tell you that we will win first round, so you should join him. Whatever the case, they will still cheat to win. This is the message we get to tell you. At the end of the day, you'll be frustrated. We will prevent we from cheating. Play your part. Play your part. Stand out and vote. Take action to protect. If you see anything happening that's suspicious, record it and put it on social media. Don't fall to the strategy of we will win by all costs. We cannot win by all costs. You can only win if you decide to vote for him. But we know that you have decided not to vote for him. So stand up and protect your vote. Show up to vote and do not fall for the strategy that we will win by all costs.
Thank you very much, my brother, my man. It's excellent, 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 excellent. We want to say thank you very much. Let's keep Prince Maxwell in the back for a little bit because he's coming in late. We're going to put him in time out. Let me bring in Josh Lobo. Josh Lobo, for a long time, welcome to the Spoon Talk.
Thank you, Stanton. It's a privilege and great to be here with bright minds. I want to thank the general out there on the ground fighting for us, the head of the tag team, and my sister Cole. I see you are fully well-suited and ready to be out there. I can see the movements I've been following. I want to thank my fellow panelists. I see my good friend and brother Dualu Fadiga. I've not really interacted with Abdullah Mohammed, but I've seen Prince Maxwell. I follow him, and he seems to be the data analyst on this show. He brings numbers when it relates to the economy.
I mean, the commencement speech about
man, let me stand on you. Not starting your team. You interrupted me 10 years ago. You're interrupting me even when I'm on the show again.
Commencement speech about.
Let me easy and stand on strategy though, because this was So interruption is only meant for me.
Election year, he won't give speech at
let me say hi to the
SKD.
people, man. Give me a chance.
Hey, man, you got everybody number, text them.
But on a serious note, I want to thank you guys. It's good to be here. But let me say this to all of you. Why it is true we are concerned about the future of our country, and we take these elections seriously. And I want to say to all of you, and I think we have a role to play. Why it is true we are concerned about Director Brown Lansana and her doing, not just today. We've been very clear about this, Stanton, and my standard bearer and political leader, Ambassador Joseph Boaka, even before we went into the Lofa County race. Ambassador Boaka was very clear that he had zero confidence in the National Elections Commission. And Stanton, we are not saying these things, not making comments because we want to make comments. We can look at her history. Director Brown Lansana, who should be one of the head of one of the most important integrity institutions in the country, that is supposed to provide credible elections for us, was bailed out by a party in a lawsuit that she was presiding over. This woman was indicted on allegations of corruption. Let us not forget. So the only thing about it, she's been fortunate to serve under the leadership of a president who performance does not matter. Doing the right thing, you are not appointed in CDC to do the right thing. So on the basis of that, I get the concerns we are raising, but I want to conscientize all of us here. I don't want us to give her any extra credit than she deserves. Stanton, this is no threat. We've been very clear about these elections. I think you've heard in our standard bearer's tone. Make no mistake, our people will show up to the polls to vote come October 10th. We'll ensure that our people will stay there to watch their votes. But we've been very clear from 2020 up to today's date. Any way President we are wants it, will be prepared to serve it for him. We've been very clear about it. This is not no threat.
Thank you, Judge.
This is a guide. Let me end one thing. Yes, I just want to say this real quick. President Weah has a constitutional obligation to the Liberian people to provide free, fair, and transparent election. His inability to deliver, that would be his own negligence. And I will tell you, President Weah, I know you don't read, but I will ask that you begin to read. Election matters are no joke. They come with serious consequences. And make no mistake, the CDC has no majority in that country. Any attempt, it will be at the detriment of you and all those folks running behind you. And we
Thank you, Judge.
to him. Thank you.
Prince Maxwell, welcome to the show, Prince. You are muted. We're not hearing you. We are not hearing you. Okay, hear him? We're not hearing you. Are you come back? Okay. Prince Maxwell will join us again. Dwalu, let's come to you. Because we're going to get into gear right now. It's 5:30, 9:30 in Liberia. The folks are expecting a beautiful show today. We can laugh and joke, but Dwalu is concerning. You think that she came out swinging a little bit tonight? But here we are, Dwalu. Today is the 26th of September. My little niece, birthday, Princess Ajivon. I'll send a shout out to her. I will put up her picture. As she think of celebrating her birthday today, I want to say to you, Dwalu, don't you think it is too late for the major changes that need to come into play? You think we will get there? You think people will be okay?
Stanton, I will agree with you on this thing. Throughout, Director Brown Lansana has been very derelict in her responsibilities. That is established. That is not suggesting that because she behaves well today that I think that she has not done what she's supposed to do. Yes, my fear for these elections. There is the possibility, the way the election is going, that there may be a suggestion to postpone the election if this is not put into order very quickly. It's a serious concern of mine. Let's put all the joking aside. Director Brown Lansana has not done her job at all over the last 3-4 years that she's held this position. Because what's been happening is, and I said the last show, she's been cavalier over and over about the people's business. In fact, for a very long time, maybe the bar was set so low to the point where when she smiles a little, I believe it's a good thing. To the point where when she gave in a press conference, she was talking as if to say she didn't really care about the job, but she don't care if to say that people were living with her. That's how she behaved. So the FRR is a serious problem. 2.4, almost 2.5 million people. how is the UP organization or any organization in the country, because UP is the largest, they have a bigger, better platform to address some of these issues. If they cannot dissect this thing in 10, 15 days, how do you expect ALCO or Gongolo's party or other party to go through this, the FRR? We got a major problem here. I believe, I don't want to say it's too late, but it's dangerously lit and bordering on chaos. So then again, we go back to the speech of Honorable Bwakai, because it seems President Wiat's or the NEC's decision to literally treat the election as if to say that Plato, it may endanger the entire country. It's a serious thing. I'll give it to you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, my brother Josh Lovell. Fadiga, before we get to you, let me bring in Prince Maxwell. Let's see whether he can hear us. Prince Maxwell, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
You are good, sir. Talk to us. You got where we are tonight about the election and the interview from David Etterbrand Lassana at NEC. You're fine.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Yes. Okay. All right. That's what happened when your party is losing. We're into October 10th. Yeah, Leno is losing. So you choose not to. That's fine. All right. Let me bring in my sister, Cole. Cole, before we leave this conversation, right? Let's just understand, apart from all joke, something is missing. Let's go back to what Mr. Dwalu is saying. He believed that if we are not careful, the country will have no election.
Yeah, and let me tell you what the president maybe might not also be looking at, because if there are no elections, there's a constitutional crisis. Then I don't know if he will still remain as president until past January 6th. So it's extremely dangerous for the country, and figuratively, this is why our leader, our wise standard bearer, was talking about us not having a country. Because if the right mechanisms are not in place, we do not trust the Supreme Court, where is a tribal court, a southeastern court, or court that has not ruled always in the interest of the people. So we're going to take preventive measures, like you saw the United Party suing the NEC today. So if things are not put in place, we should not go to these elections just to cry afterwards. Rigging of elections, the system is a whole system. It's not just on that day. It's not just tally sheets. It's the processes leading to the elections. And if this woman is ineffective, she's not conducted herself with any professionalism so far. It's not about coming to the mic and checking political leaders out. And there's something you say, Stanton, you say, oh, maybe these political parties want to be nice and they want to act like they believe this woman. That's not the case. It's exactly what Mambe said. Our leaders do not want to instill fear in our people, where they get complacent and say and be carried away by this psychological thing that the CDC is going to cheat. So you know why I cannot even wear my partisan shirt, because tomorrow I don't want to be known as someone who was against them. They're going to cheat even though the people do not want them. No, we're telling our people that we're on the winning side. We can win. This government is one term. We're going to make it. We're going to reach the finishing line. Why we still challenge the discrepancies in the process, and we are going to do this proactively. We're not only going to do this when the hidden tally sheets that they have are being read.
Let's set something up. Here, guys. Thank you. Let's go back again for the last answer, my brother Maxwell. Maxwell, can you hear us, sir?
Yeah, I think I'm okay now. I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Can you hear Dr. Modubat?
Absolutely. Let's go to this bombshell.
Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely. I can hear Dr. Modubat, and he's signing very, very strong on this matter. Look, listen, we need to understand. Okay, I'm going to go into Conor Gray's education, Conor Gray's mindset, Conor Gray's perception, because he brings this to the show every day we talk about it. But there's one thing we've never really talked about, and Conor Gray is the captain on this: psychological warfare. We are now in the end of the election period, where the CC is employing psychological warfare on every political party and partisan that exists. And we need to be cognizant of this warfare. I listened to Samuel Detour, proper failure today on his interview. And I see the way in which the United Party has been able to at least, this is the very first time I'm going to say this, at least try to build a defense where all of the political parties need to come together and say, listen, we need a defense against this election within the NEC and what they are doing as it pertains to the RFF, right? You need to understand that. It's very, very crucial. I read the Red Magnanimous today and I see how the United Party is going about that. I respect that. Despite the fact I disagree with Ambassador Joseph Boyka, I do understand why we're taking this preemptive measure, especially as opposition political party. Number one, we know full well, like Dr. Muniba said, there are violations when it comes to the NEC, and we do not need to overlook that. Right now, every political party in Liberia should be in possession of the entire election list of voters. Right now, we need to be. How is it that we take a few more days to the election and we're still trying to figure this out? The last time I sat on this network and I said, if there is a possibility or probability that exists within the psyche of the CDC, it will come from the Southeast. And what we are seeing right now, we are seeing that playing out right in front of our eyes. I employ Fadiga, who does his best interviews and his best research, to look into that. Why do you think George Weah doesn't care about the Southeast at this point? Why do you think that the NEC is just simply quiet about what should be by law? I'm sure that Ambola have given you guys the data and the detail before coming on this show right now. I don't need to go over that. We know there is a problem. Dwalo has systematically etched into this over and over. Every Liberian right now in Liberia, including the older generation, they are all hinting to the fact that there is something afoot and that it doesn't smell good in the kitchen and it's cooking. Our political kitchen is burning right now. What I am concerned about is that the group ANC needs to be speaking out loud. I'm not kind of great. I'm not saying ANC is not speaking out loud, but I'm saying they need to speak out louder because we are speaking out louder. Dr. Moniba is speaking out louder. I need to see articles in every newspaper from comments on this. I see that United Party has taken a position. Dr. Moniba has taken a position. I need to see a clear position from Mr. Cummins. I know he's very eloquent at taking position. I'm not going to discredit him, but we need more because where we are now, the referee is not refereeing the game right. And every Liberian seems to understand that. George Weah is cronies and gangsters are moving around doing everything they want to do. The bravery, the audacity of Samuel Tuer to come on air and try to tease the Liberian people mind and lie again. That shocks me. How many times should we spell out the numbers here to the Liberian people for them to see the clear numbers? How many times should we tell Liberian people that George Weah has never done anything for you other than grandstanding? How many times should we say the only thing they've ever done is say, I will say, and nothing they created? How many times? George Weah has built most houses for himself than built schools for Liberian people. How many times should we say that?
Thank you very much.
How many times should we say that they have sold our diplomatic passport more than they are paying school fees for ordinary citizens in Liberia? How many times should we say that?
Thank you, Praise Maxwell. We want to say thank you very much. Let's have a wonderful show, guys. Again, want to appreciate each and every one of you. Fadika, while we pause on this summit, this issue about the voter roll, let me give you guys 1 minute each to give your final thoughts on it because they are uploading the video. Question were asked. Madam Beato Brown Lasana said, you know what, I will see you guys next week. And when next week comes, Mr. Duaru, guess what happened? She's going to say it's election time. You believe that we will get something from her this week? Mr. Duaru, let's start with you and go around the bus. Do you believe that
I don't believe,
will be out this week?
I don't believe we are going to, because it's not there. I don't think David Brown Lasana expected this number of push for the FRR. So it's not there. There's nothing else they're going to manufacture. It's not there. We're not going to get it. So she's going to keep pushing it until we get closer to the elections. Now, the Supreme Court, the UB is going to the courts. The Supreme Court will have to make a decision, because there's no other routes that they can take. Now, maybe this is Supreme, maybe they went to the Supreme Court too late, but I don't think it's ever late to go to court, because there's nothing else. They've been asking for this thing for over a month. Up to this point, nothing has been generated. Why should it take this long? I was in Liberia and registered to vote. How long is it to generate something very quickly and give it back to the public? Everything is verified. Everything is there. So nothing will be generated in Center. I don't think she'll give it to them. They don't have it.
So thank you very much. Duaru, did the same thing of Fadiga. Do you think we're going to get something this week?
No, we're not going to get something. Look, we've been reliably informed that this was employed by the CDC-led administration long time ago to delay until 4 days to the elections and then put out this information, making it very difficult for us to verify this information. Look, we're talking about 2 million plus thousand documents that we have to verify. And given the fact that we use biometric to verify this thing, we have to use similar biometric means to verify the thing. That means matching the face with the fingerprint and something. It's a very tedious process. Once the integrity of the data have been compromised, we can no longer have faith in that data. Going to this election is going to it at our own risks. We can either do it now, which if we start to make noise now, I don't know, I'm afraid. But I'd rather us delay, which I do not want to delay because I want this guy all like yesterday. But rather than that, we need to start getting on it today. We cannot wait tomorrow and cry later. It was planned. This is by design. No, let me tell you one thing, and this is a revelation. Instead, I'll bring it up. David Brown, even the importation of bringing in the electoral materials, she was instructed to use A. She went in violating the PPC agreement. She went against the PPCT lie, and there was I'll give you the girl name that was fired. And they sent this thing by ship. We do not even have all the electoral material in the country today. From my source for energy, we do not even have those materials in the country yet. Some came, but not all. What time will we offload them, do voter education, then clean up the road, when this thing we should supposed to be sitting down and getting ready to just campaign and go to election? Why should we be dealing with this at this time?
Fadiga, let me just add the Fadiga. Recently,
let's take it easy. We would get to you, Maxwell.
People forget if they have a train of thought, they could have get in the chance because sometimes people forget.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Let me add the Fadiga.
Listen.
Now this is becoming scary now, Santos.
Maxwell, listen. We got pen and paper. If you won't forget your train of thought, write it down. You won't forget it. Once you write it down, you will come back to it. We got to be in order, guys. Let's go to our sister Kou. Sister Kou, is the same question I'm asking you. And indeed, I heard what Fadiga just said. Sources within saying they have not received all of the material yet. Kou. They have not even started distribution yet of those materials. The FRR is incomplete. So talk to us, Kou.
I believe those sources. I believe that it is impossible. She has not met the timeline. Election is about timeline. She cannot meet the timeline. We will listen to what the court say. I see it almost impossible to have credible elections under her watch. I think she thought that to manipulate this process would have been very simple. People told us it's happened in the past before, and it's something you can do, but she's going to understand that these are different times. You know, one papa says some people are born on a virgin star as well. Other people go and enter. When you go there, you hitch. So I hope she understands that this matter is a serious matter. Another thing we're looking at, I said that the system has been so ineffective to the extent that we have not had over 500 people voting in one precinct. In these elections, the woman have almost 2,000 plus people in one precinct. How would these people, adequately vote on that day? There are so many things that we need to be taking. We need to take to account, and you cannot just say because of money you cannot increase the polling places. And this is the bedrock of our existence as a country. This is about our democracy. This is about sitting in a government that is going to be in the interest of the people. So why is it that you will say there are no funds? Why is it that we're seeing so many voters being placed at one prison? Will these people be able to vote on time? Will all of them be able to vote on that day? These are issues that we need to have for answer. So I don't think that where I'm sitting, I don't see anything credible happening on a Hawash.
Thank you very much, Kawu. Let me bring in George. George, the same thing, man. Information reaching out. This is getting scary by the minute, not even by the day, by the second. David Eto Brand is holding something back. David Eto Brand is not being transparent enough. David Eto Brand is holding something back, which is so critical for the Liberian people to hear and understand. She talked about voter education. She talked about education from the magistrate here and there. Where? Announcement on radio station. Where? You in Liberia, Kawu? Are you hearing about voter education on the radio? Before we get to our brother George Lobo?
No, not at all. We're not hearing nothing about that. And moreover, I even told you, we are not hearing about campaign. By this time, we're supposed to see NEC officials actively moving around, getting ready with this to the process. Like I said, with the terrible road leading to the southeast, we don't even know how safe the materials are getting there. And we know that the southeast, the numbers were taken up strongly and taken out greatly in the census. They have a lot of votes allocated to the southeast, even though there are no economic activities there to suggest that anyone will want to move over there. When last have you heard someone say they're moving to
guys,
nothing's happening there.
You are right, Kawu. We got to stick with this election thing. That's exactly what I want Liberians to understand, because if we do not educate them, they will believe that NEC is doing the right thing. They will believe that all the irregularities that is happening, it is okay. So let me bring in George Lobo. I'm going to bring in George Lobo on this one. Georgie, seriously speaking, take Panelist in heart on. Let's talk as a Liberian. Well, you think we will get something this week? Because even she was pushed today about the FRR, and she said we didn't promise them. But they don't say they were promised, George Lobo. They were promised when they had this woman at the Capitol building. Nothing. No voter education, nothing, zero. Nothing on the radio station, zero. Nobody know where they're going tomorrow to cast their vote, zero. Why is a woman still holding this thing? George Lobo.
So Stanton, I come from a different school of thought on this issue. In as much as it is critical, I want to be very clear. The Liberians can end this come October 10. Here's how you Liberians can end this. Everything that has happened with the National Election Commission has been a clear manifestation of gross ineptitude from President Weah and his entire leadership. That is what has been on full display. Look, Stanton, we got less than 20 days to elections. The concerns you are raising, they are valid. I want you to understand this. I do agree with you. The concerns are valid, but I don't want us to create a situation where our people feel so afraid and decide not to participate. I want to encourage all of you Liberians, if you've ever registered to vote, show up October 10. No matter what the hindrance will be, no matter what the challenges will be, show up, vote. When you don't vote, stay there. You know, the good thing about me, I was an observer in 2005, Stanton. I will tell you, it is not as easy to cheat in elections in Liberia, except maybe the laws have changed. But I represented the Liberian Action Party on the UL campus. And I know how the voting process goes on. And I know how the counting process do go on. Now, if the data we get from those centers, if they are changed when they get to NEC, then that's going to be a different ballgame. But I agree with you, Stanton. Even if we get it right now, right, political parties should have had this information, Stanton, because we want to be able to give to our observers to know how many people will be in a prison, to know who all will be there, so that we prepare ourselves from a logistic perspective. So we know if there's going to be 5,000 people here, so where do we move our resources? Where do we need more manpower? I think this is intended to impede our ability to strategically plan for the outcome. But however,
Thank you.
for me, I do not believe in excuses. I want to
Thank you.
challenge you Liberian people. We can end this, show up, vote, and let me say this. Don't divide your vote. You people too got a part to play in this process.
Thank you very much, George Lobo. We will come back to you. We'll come back to you, George Lobo. Mame, let's welcome Fagon. Minister Fagon, welcome to the show. All right, I'm going to get your 2-minute input on this thing. Then I'm going to go to Mame, my brother Ed, Remy Grade, and Prince Maxwell. Fagon, welcome to the show. This is very important. Something is lacking. George Lobo, you're distracting us with your phone, my brother. Something is lacking. Something is lacking. Let me be very frank with you, Fagon. No voter education, nobody hearing anything. When the woman made that statement, I called to Liberia, I called in radio station, I called in people, they said, we ain't hearing anything. There's no distribution happening. She said magistrate are educating the presiding officer, then zero. Fagon, you listen to our interview today. Your 2 minutes, your take away from that interview.
Well, thank you. And gentlemen, ladies, sorry for being late. I think I sent you guys a video. I was speeding. I nearly got a speeding ticket. But let me say this to all of you and to my friend and brother, my partner, George Lobo. This has nothing to do with fear. Let's not mix reality with fear. The reality here is this. This woman took millions of dollars to conduct an elections. First fraud, BVR, biometric, which means nobody would cheat. Facial recognition, thumbprint recognition. She cheats overnight. We're going to check the ballots. Cool, we're done with that. What's the next step? Deduplication. Deduplication means we don't want anybody to come more than 2, 3, 4 times in the system. So she gave us numbers. We accepted the numbers. The numbers should either reduce or remain constant. The numbers can never increase because it's deduplication, not replication. At the end of the day, step 2, done, finished. She told us, said nobody can carry their phone in the voting booth. Article 15B says otherwise. Done, finished. She said, no, I never heard about 30-day law. We provided the law. Done, finished. Produce the FRR, which will tell us where you are putting these precincts. How many people will be there? What's going to go on in our elections? Lobo, we are 14 days away for election. Where are we? Nobody know. No voter education, no nothing. Then she turn around and tell the soil people, we kept ballot boxes in your parade to vote. The person, no. Don't bring it here, please. They pay a military place. Carry, how many men won't go vote, they will go vote. But no ballot boxes coming in any barracks. At the end of it all, you saw the trucks arriving.
You get 1 minute. What's the woman's intention, Fagon? Liberians listener, what's her really intention? Go into her mindset. What's her intention here? Her intention
was well known today. Let me prove it. You are the head of NEC. Somebody asked you, say, Madam, you have increased some places and it's not supposed to increase. It's only supposed to reduce or remain constant. For example, Maserado, you told her 891,201. Why did they increase to 901,162? 901,162. You said, when the time they come in, your friend that came here the other night, which is my friend, Abdullah said, admire him. At the end of the day, he said, you know, the total number minus 27. He thought he was smart. The moment he left from there, the guy said, no. Y'all will answer my question. Another lady said, no, leave it. I will ask, Madam, why did the number in Monserrado County, after the deduction, okay, why did it increase? Explain to us. And she said, you know what? I didn't know that happened. But,
hey!
Yes.
No. Wait. No. What exactly she said? Wait, man. Diamond, give me the video, man. I'm begging you guys. Liberia need to hear this. The number increased instead of decreasing.
Yes.
Fagon, be truthful to Liberia today. What did she say exactly?
Okay, and I here to can't talk plenty because what she said is what it's possible to hear with her own ear. That I can see copy from my mouth and that I'm my business.
We want to hear from her mouth. Send a video.
I will send a video, but not to waste time. Let me explain myself. So when she said that, everybody go, oh, because remember, she had asked the technical man to explain, but the technical man, brother, could not explain it. So they brought it back to her. It was at that point she made the statement that she would go back and check. I'm going to send it to you, brother. I never let you down. I never let you down. Now, that was the first one. The second one she did state was this. She said, you know, this thing has happened before. There was and I was sending that other video to you. You know, I never let you down. She said this thing has happened before, and the employee was under duress. Those were her exact words. The employee, number one, go to Stanton. Okay, that one gone. Let me send the second one. She said the employee was under duress. From who? And she said we investigated the employee and we prosecuted the employee. Who gave you right to prosecute employee? You could. So you are preparing us for such a thing. You are telling us that that was what happened. And I'm saying you both of the video, yeah, from the horse's own mouth. Then she appealed and said,
let me pause you because
I will go and look at
guys.
it, and then we'll come back to you tomorrow. You want to tell me you don't know?
Let me bring the other guys. Let me bring the other guys because it's very interesting. You say it's not balancing popping from your mouth. Let's see what a balancing popping from David Eto Brown Lasana mouth because the people want to hear from her. Mama, you come in. Ed Remy Gray will come and Prince Maxwell will give
we'll
a
go check it.
Tomorrow
we'll come back.
But we're not leaving that story. We're not leaving the story.
Thanks to Spoon, because it was Spoon that highlighted the whole thing about the number increasing.
Go ahead, Mama.
Yeah, this is what I can see. You see, we are winning. We are winning a whole lot. The CDC's strategy, they're losing. And you can see that for what's happening at the National Elections Commission. They are struggling to put into action their strategy. Yes, they have the intention. They want to do it. But they're struggling to put into action their strategy because of the sophistication we have. Every step along the way, we will trap it. This whole thing about number of voter increasing after due duplication, that I'm going to raise it on the show. It caught them pens down. And there are a lot of other revelations will come out when the final voter will get to the different political parties. So we are winning. And that is the assurance to our people that yes, these people want to cheat, but they're struggling. They are struggling because they have experienced and sophisticated people. So the only thing we do for you, the only thing we ask of you at this moment is do not allow CDC psychological strategy, their mind game, they're playing mind game on you. Do not allow their mind game to work on you. That their mind game that, don't worry, they cheated or 2 times, we cheat them too. It shouldn't work on you. That their mind game that I don't care what they do, we will win. Come on our side. It shouldn't work on you. That mind game will not work. The technical aspect to execute is getting a difficulty. You, our people who are supposed to go vote to, don't allow the mind game to work on you. This is the opposition strategy that I want to talk about. Look, there has been a culture in Liberia where we who consider ourselves the book people who consider themselves get money and independent, will campaign for 5 years, 6 years, saying the government on that one day, that single day, to go and protect the vote that you campaign for 5 years, we can sit down to our houses and leave it with children to go monitor. That has been the problem. That is what we need to change. People like me, like Prince, like Fagon, like Lami Pagwe, we should be pool washers. We should not just talk. I mean, the tag team, Golo, you people should be pool washers. Nobody is too big to protect the vote that you campaign for more than 5 years. Nobody is too big. Nobody should be sitting down in war room and waiting for numbers. We should be pool washers, the master's degree and PhD degree.
I agree. And the UP campaign has acknowledged that the best washers are from the tag team.
Let Mama finish her 2 minutes, guys, please.
Okay, all right.
It's good to hear that we're doing the same thing. So this information you providing are giving more assurance to our people, the PhD, the master's degree holder, the people who get the stores, who get the investment and spending 30,000 behind different political parties. Go and be poor washer to protect that vote that day. Don't leave it with children. Lastly, Stanton, we keep saying when we do all this technical work, talking about psychological issues, telling our people that mind game they playing. If these criminals manage their way and do things that the Liberian people do not want, there will be consequences. They're not threat. Like I said before, if somebody told you when you drink caustic soda you will die, it's not a threat. That's a consequence. Don't look at where you fall down. Look at where you stump your toes. If you go and create a system that creates chaos, the chaos is not where we're looking at. We're looking at what caused the chaos, and it is the National Elections Commission.
Thank you very much, Pame. Listen, guys, we want to say everybody will have their own time. We're not leaving this story, though we got a lot of other story, but this is important. This is trending. I want you to give it your best shot because Liberians need to hear you and hear you well. Okay? Whether you're from a different opposition political party, we all need to rally on this one. I think where there is fire, where there is smoke, there's fire. Something is smelling from the National Election Commission. And this woman, Sister David Brown from the convent, she is not being transparent enough. Sister David Brown is not being transparent. You can see it. You can hear these things I'm seeing is scary. So give it your best shot and let's help our fellow Liberians understand that probably there will not be election. And hear me well, probably there may not be election in Liberia October 10th. Edward Gray.
I think it was this same issue about election that brought the lawsuit against Spoon. And probably it will be the same issue that will that will close Spoon down. And that just tells you how much pressure Spoon started exerting against this president or this NEC administration from day one. And we had all kinds of folks who came in and were talking about numbers. Now he has come down and he has boiled down. For me, when I watched Daviera was talking, she kept blaming things on logistic. In other words, if this thing doesn't go right, it will be because I don't have the logistic. Somebody even asked about the issue about the lighting system. Remember, she highlighted lighting system one time and said people are using their cell phone lamp or the light to watch the ballot and so on, to watch, some of the activities that were going on in the polling booth. That issue has not been addressed. That's one. And then secondly, everything she keeps pushing it on logistic. And that is a clever way to shift the blame to say, look, if this thing doesn't go right, it's not me. It's because I don't have certain things to work with. That increasingly tells me that they're about to pull things. And you know what? And then they start sifting who goes in the room. Journalists were asking, say, we were stopped to go, into certain places. She said, "Oh, I don't know about that." You understand? I don't know about that. We'll find out. Anything that when you corner her, she will tell you, "I don't know. I'll get back to you." You understand? And I think more and more, maybe that's how all the elections commissioners have been sounding. Even her predecessor, the guy who was there before her. Sometimes I used to think they always come across, yes, as arrogant. Maybe that's how they yield to pressure, or that's how they address the pressure issue. But I want to say, if we continue to exert this pressure on the elections commission, um, chances are more things will come up. For which, look, for me, I don't care if the election is postponed. Then we'll have a constitutional crisis. Maybe that's the beginning of suspending the presidency of George Weah and bringing an interim leadership that will control this election. Let me tell you something. It's better for us to fight the right fight than for us to just say, let's go to the election, and with all of this condition, more things will come up. For which, look, for me, I don't care if the election is postponed. Then we'll have a constitutional crisis. Maybe that's the beginning of suspending the presidency of George Weah.
We are getting feedback from you, Ed. We are getting.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the feedback is coming back. But you can hear me?
Yeah, it's better now.
All right. So I was just saying that if it better for us to put to mount the right pressure than for us to go into election, haphazardly, and then all of these conditions are not met, definitely we are going to be the loser. I'd rather the presidency of George Weah is suspended through a constitutional crisis and get it right than for us to, prematurely run into election, and then when this comes up, then definitely the chaos that others are predicting
Better for us
will
to
come
put
into being.
All right,
Mount the
thank you
right
very
pressure
much.
than for us to go
Thank you. Something is
into
happening.
election,
Something is happening from your end.
haphazardly, and then
And
all of
something.
these conditions are not met.
All right,
Definitely, we
all
are
right.
going to be the
Something
loser.
is happening. Can
I'd
we unmute
rather
ourselves?
the presidency.
Can we just mute ourselves, please? Something we're getting a bad feedback. Maybe it's from the studio. So Nelson going to work on it, and then we'll come back on. I know others want to join us to get information, but I want you to say, please pause. We'll bring you in because the studio can only take 10. With Nelson and Cole in the studio, we are to 10, the total numbers. So just bear with us. Prince Maxwell, can you please address
Absolutely.
these concerns?
Absolutely. Look, listen, I'm not going to sit here and waste Liberian people time. I've never sat here, Dr. Moniba, the 2 hours, 30 minutes he sat here, never sat here to waste Liberian people time. I'm going to be specific about
I'm
it.
saying
I
that.
made a clear point that we are now in Colonel Remy Gray area, psychological warfare. And we need to be cognizant. We need to be understanding about that. That's number one. Number two, I do agree with my colleague and my alma mater brother here, Ambula. We are winning because we are putting the pressure on the government. We are putting the pressure on the NEC. So definitely we are winning. But most important, let's retrospect a little bit. Few weeks ago, we were all here on this show, like soothsayers, saying number one, that the behavior of the NEC chair was suspicious. Her body language was suspicious. Her behavior was erratic. She had an aggressive posture. We said that on this network. Everybody from Dwalu to myself, we all suspected something about this lady. And on the very day that Senator Dillon mounted the first pressure to go to the NEC to protest this issue, she immediately unleashed her people to come on the show. And Ambula said in his closing statement, he said, I respect this gentleman, but there is something suspicious about the idea that he rushed to come. And Ambula specifically said this. Why would the NEC chairman call this gentleman in the office and threaten him with 7 years jail time? If this is the case, then there is something not correctly in line with the Constitution that is possible for someone to rig the election. Ambula said that. There's a possibility. Now we are all sitting on the fence. Look, the Liberian people, Maryland, Bond County, Sano County, Riverside, Bassa, Lofa, everywhere else in Liberia. Let me let you know something. We fought 14 years civil war in this country. We are not going to go back to that. We know what AK-47 looks like, and we know what the bullets looks like. I remember the slogan, the ballot is better than the bullets. We now have the ballots. You now have your bullets in your hand. Do not let Josh Weah steal it from you. Go to the ballot box. Do not be afraid. He can come up with all the schemes and all the psychological warfare to make you feel disenfranchised, to make you feel weak, to make you feel tired, to make you think the election could be rigged already. But go and vote for your children. Go and vote for your children. Do not. When the war came, I was a young boy. And I saw everything it is. Bloodshed, hunger, displacement, cocoa water, Baba John, pan cabbage. Y'all know that. We all ate it in Liberia. Y'all want us to go back there and vote George Weah out of office? What has George Weah given you people? The NEC cannot scare us. They're not bugu men. Look, to all the Bravi there in Liberia, let me put a simple language there. To all the Bravi, to all the Zogos, To all the Yana boys, why you want to vote for George Weah again? Why George Weah not gay? So scam, so savo, so petit talk because he play football in Liberia. So what? So what? Y'all sit down there, y'all let Mr. Plenty talking man Samuel Tuer can bamboozle you with big words. What Samuel Tuer do for you? Today he try to clarify why the government increased the number of people on government payroll. Boo, boo, boo. We know, even the international community knows that. You sit down here, you can make people scared in Lofa, make people scared in Nimba, make people scared in Grand Cape Mount to not go vote. We sat down right here on this network. When Eugene Fagon came here, despite the fact I disagree with Eugene Fagon, what he is, because he come to Dr. Moniba, but he said it right. George, we are doing something in Liberia is not correct. I served as deputy minister in his government. How many times should we say it? Dwallo sat right here on his network. Dwallo said specifically, the Liberian people need to muster the energy and the strength to go to the polls to vote because George Weah will never give you what you want.
Thank you very much, Vice President.
Dr. Moniba, lastly, Dr. Moniba came here for 2 hours, 30 minutes. He said the solid majority understand this and want to move forward.
Because,
come on, my people. We cannot allow George Weah to take over. No way.
I had to take a phone call, which are very important on this subject matter. So I want to say thank you for talking. But when I leave, can you please take over? I beg you, because Dr. Richardson is not here.
They're calling you to beg you not to talk about it?
No, they are not calling me to beg me. We are getting very, very important information. Some of this information I'm sharing it in the chat room. Our country, we need to fast and pray. It's a possibility, and everybody should hear us well. We are not sowing the seed of fear. We are saying it's a possibility that there will be no election October 10th.
If you don't know that, then you're joking.
And Liberians need to know that. So,
what is the Supreme Court doing? What is the Supreme Court doing? Are they sleeping? Are they sleeping? Are our associate justices sleeping?
Prince, hold on. We'll understand that you are angry on the spoon talk, but we have not heard from Dr. Maduba. Fagon, can you come in?
Yes. So you going or you still on?
Cole, we don't have to wear party paraphernalia on the show.
Because, guys, listen, Fagon, I'm begging you because I have to upload some video we just came in. Okay. I will excuse myself for 5 minutes, but it's your 2 minutes. From there, we'll go to Duadu and we'll do the round table again.
That flower saw Tabagi.
No, I'm not eating.
Go and upload. We'll be here. Go and upload.
Fagon and Tabagi.
But I know they made a man myself with this.
But the man said he was going to eat. Before he came on the show, he said he was going to eat.
Yeah, he got problem. But anyway, I will give you 10-second mode, Prince. So you've been talking since he's been gone. Just wrap up and let's move to the next person, hopefully.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Eugene. I appreciate your understanding from this issue. But we need to be very, very cognizant of what is going on. And I will come back to the issue of psychological warfare because the first person I start on this show.
Now. You gotta
I'll finish. I can be finished. I'm about to finish. Okay. The first person that told us of this issue right on the show is Reverend Gray. Reverend Gray said, at the end of the day, close to the electionary time to close, George Weah will start a psychological warfare of the people. And we need to be very careful how we communicate the issue of electionary in the country. Now, what are we right now? We are telling our people that the possibility that George Weah can play Dibi-Daba, Tabata in the election is possible. But let us make clear. And Dr. Moniba said this in his article on Front Page Africa. Liberians need to go to the polls. Do not even mind the idea that George Weah, even his cronies, can do anything. Every Liberian, your anger must go to the polls. Every Liberian, your future must go to the polls. We are at a crucial stage. The referee is not wearing black and white. The referee is wearing blue and red. Something is going on.
Thank you.
I'm not going to be fired with it. It's possible she can even wear a cap on here.
Thank you very much. Let's welcome Don Fadiga. I think you're just coming. I know since I've been here, I've heard my friend George Lobo, I've heard Mambe, I've heard Iremi Gray, I've heard my sister Kou, Dwalu, I would like to give it to you before I go to Fadiga.
Okay. Hey, thank you so much, Fagan. Look, a few things we must understand. President Weah naively believes that it's in his interest if there is chaos in the country with this election. He thinks he's going to, it gives him an opportunity to win. Mr. President, I will speak to you directly. But before I even say anything towards the president, I want you guys to listen to what Lobo said. People still prepared to go and vote. Do not listen to the hoopla and all the noise in the market. Still be prepared to go and vote. This is a strategy in the policy. They say, you know what? The election, you're not even serious. Me, I'm not going to vote. Don't listen to that. You have to go and vote. If you don't vote, President Weah remains. President Weah, let me say this to you. You have a responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility to uphold the Constitution and the protection of the Liberian people in our country. If there is chaos in the country, it's on your watch that chaos is happening. The National Elections Commission is not doing their job, and they are actually bringing chaos in the country. Now, it goes by, it makes me regretting here for even saying, oh, Honorable Braga spoke that way, because it seems this is what's going to happen to our country if we allow chaos to come upon us. This could literally disorganize the entire country. But I want to say this, unless Fagon can show me where this comes from. I was trying to check. I know the other Brahmi said there is not a law to releasing this 30-day prior. There is an NEC regulation. It's not a law, but it's a regulation. Fagon, I hope I'm right on this. There's a regulation. But even with the regulation, you have to respect the regulation. There is no law saying you should release it 30-day prior. But by the same token, NEC regulation requires you to do that because other things have to happen. Because the Supreme Court, there are no changes before 30 days. Well, before 30 days. So if we cannot make any changes, you must submit an FRR before, so there can be adjustments made before the 30-day comes into play. And that's why I just want to make that clear with you. If I go.
Before I go to Fadiga, no institution within a democratic process can set regulation outside of the law. It is the law that permits you to set regulations, and therefore, by extension, it becomes a law. You get we got one money, you say, okay, from today, don't buy my parka here. That's why the Constitution in Article 2 is very clear. No law, no treaty, to the extent any of such will be considered null and void. Let's go to Fadiga. Fadiga, roll us in.
My man, there are several things. I want to read what ECOWAS said about that, the NEC ruling. It said, meanwhile, the report which was submitted to the NEC revealed several irregularities, describing voter rolls not perfect. The report highlighted that there were more than 170,000 duplicated names that existed on the October 10, 2017 final registration roll. It further revealed that nearly 2,000 names are without photograph, confirming the Liberty Party and Unity Party claims. Everything that we are saying, that we are observing now, for a lot of you that do not know, we've been down this road before. Cabinet Johnny, I will repeat, he made a dissenting opinion, and I would like us to look at that dissenting opinion. He said several things. He went against the other justices, he said one thing, and I will leave it at that. He said the first thing he said, Johnny believed that there were enough evidence to show that the October 10 polls were conducted in violation of Liberian laws and standard for credible election. Don't need to set aside the result. Now, the first thing he said something again when, I don't know what you guys remember, there was an IT expert called Jeff Blibo that went to Liberia and he spoke during our hearing. He testified. Jeff Blibo made some startling revelation during that time. A lot of us ignore it. Exactly what happened through all the last 5 years have not been corrected. It saddens me that we waited this long. Since 2017, we never corrected that mistake. And we came to compound complex it by adding this BVR system in place. There is no way we can trust the integrity of this process if we do not use the same BVR process to verify those things. That means we go back to the facial, we go back to the fingerprint, and count them against those information that we have in the database. If we cannot do that between now and the election time, we'll be sorry. And another thing too,
10 more seconds.
I like what Mommy said. This is not a Unity Party thing. This is a Liberia thing. And I'm surprised that some of our folks on the other side, on the 7% side, that are still not trying to kill this baby because they have tied the entire progress of this nation to the aspiration of one man. That if he doesn't win, then that means the country should go up in flames. I have an election to protect.
I'm going to go around the order in which I met it. So I'll go back to Lobo. But I'll ask the question. Lobo, we're waiting for this video to be played. And I'm going to pass myself and come back to Fadiga on this particular question. There are contending views that one group said the election should be postponed, like Remy Gray said. There is another view that says we should just push it up a notch. Remy Gray gave his story. He said, look, listen, it's better we push it up than to get a constitutional crisis that will lead to more crisis that will not be in the interest of our country. That's Remy Gray thought. The other school of thought, where I come from too, I'll say I come from. If you push it up like Remy Gray run it far off, then we risk having an unfair advantage where we are and the other people will recalibrate, reorganize, and do damage to us using cash violence. But at the same time, I love my country. So I believe from the other side that we should push it up another 10 days. Instead of October 10, we should move it to October 20th. At least giving us the FR so that we can check and double check and check and double check. The bottom line of the question is, should we postpone the election? And if so, for how long? That's my question. I want everybody to answer before we go back to that man. The thing can hard. He come from ET. Should we postpone the election? Yes or no? And if so, why? And
absolutely, absolutely not. And here's why. Postponing of election will be critical to our country's stability. Look, Fagon, and let me say this to all of us. This is a government, the irony about this government tragedy is a government that boasts of record-breaking revenue but cannot afford to sponsor less than $50 million election. This is a government that has record-breaking revenue. Look, any attempt to delay anything under these guys is wash. It is an opportunity to create additional chopping for them. Let me be very clear with you. The longer you drag this thing on, the government has to borrow more money. Now, here's my take, Eugene. Look, why it is true, again, I repeat, we are cognizant about the challenges that do exist. Look, we had elections where Liberia was under the worst circumstances in 2005. We must not ignore that. There were no roads, accessibility was a serious challenge as it is today, as compared to today, if I go. I think when I listen to my brother Prince talk about the psychological warfare, Prince, it is going to be two ways if we continue on this. Because there could be Liberians that could be impacted by these conversations. That could say, if we believe, if the people who are Prince who represent Moneyba and like Remy Gray who represent Cummings believe that the election will be rigged, why should I waste my time? So we have to be very careful. We have to walk a thin line because the psychological warfare, the CDC strategy is intimidation. That is it. It is to put fear into people's mind. And we have to be able to be very clear. Look,
10 seconds.
President George Weah and his gang and his group of folks, in no way, look, Fagon, the numbers, if you tell us 50,000 people are going to vote in Nimba, I don't care what the results show. The result cannot show 55,000. There's no way. And under no circumstances we accept it. We've been very clear about that. And I will say this. I'm going to ask the Liberian people again. I want to agree with my friend Mabia who said, and I think that is the most important thing.
Thank you.
All of us need to go to the polling centers. We need to monitor our vote. Fagon, give me 1 second on this.
No, I'll get you on it too because the others got to talk, bro.
Absolutely, granted. But let me say this again. My brother Remy Gray, there will be no interim election. The ANC must define its path. There will be no interim administration. We're not doing it. It was not going that path. So President Weah has an obligation, and we will ensure this election will happen October 10th. No ifs and buts about it. And
Thank
that's
you.
Fargo.
From you, we move to Cole.
Fargo.
No,
I
wait.
have. Hold on 1 second. I have
No.
to
Let me finish and turn it
I
over
wanna-
to Stanton. You hold your talk. I'm going to Cole. Cole to Maxwell. Maxwell to retire Colonel Iremi Gray. I'm looking at my time. I'm giving people under 2 minutes. That's all. It's just as simple as that. Cole, you got your 2 minutes. I'm looking at my time.
Thank you, Honorable Fagon. I do want these elections to be free, fair, and transparent, but also I know what we risk if we run into a constitutional crisis. I mean, there are some people who, despite all their efforts, were unable to outpace the Unity Party and have been hoping for an interim arrangement. I think that the carelessness, ineffectiveness, and the not being prepared to host the election part of the commission would be a means to obtain an interim arrangement. Our people do not want that. The people of Liberia do not want this. A part of me, I'm caught in between. We know they want to cheat. What we're seeing is exposing their lack of capacity, their inability to intellectually pull this off, or is it going to be possible? That's where we are caught up. But despite what the challenges are, we're telling our people our system is more manual than anything. So when that day comes to vote on the 10th, come out in your numbers, just as you have been moving from county to county, and the train is surely going to take over. But we are still going to question the processes leading to this. And Honorable Fagon, I'm with you. If we have to postpone anything, let it be for a few days. We can eat up the election time. But anything that will put us past January 10th and January 6th, I do not agree to that. I feel we can hold their feet to the fire. I feel we can be vigilant in protecting those votes. Our people can cast their ballots and remain posted there and make sure that the hair can reflect what they voted. We can have our poll watchers taking pictures of the tallies. We can stand on their neck without altering our term, without
10 seconds
constitutional crisis, without letting an interim arrangement to assist those who were unable to compete effectively.
Thank you very much, Maxwell. At 6:30 on the dot. Start.
Yes. Why is Maxwell being fiery tonight on this issue? Because everything has to have a source. I don't just want to talk out of clear blue sky. I listened to Samuel Twe Lala put a proper agenda man today. And he said something more than 15 minutes that kind of like caught my imagination. I kept thinking about it over and over while I went through my day. Samuel Twe were remembering. He was trying to remind the Liberian people how the CDC thought in their mind that the past government rigged the other election and how George Weah was going to that election, but he was hurt in his heart, but he still went to that election. And the journalist asking several times to the point where a journalist said to him that the Supreme Court find nothing wrong with the election at that point in time. So why are you still making that statement right now? And Simon Twe said, well, I'm not quoting him directly, but I'm giving the show. You can go watch the video yourself. And he said, well, yeah, but I'm just letting you know that we were the CDC were very, very hurt and we went there. This tells me that in the mind of the CDC core principal people, that hurt is still there for them. And they want to unleash that hurt that they had in their heart on the Liberian people, on different political parties, so they can also feel how it can feel like when somebody say election is rigged. But let me tell Samuel Twe, I love to lie to Liberian people. Samuel myself got a master's degree too. Let me let you know, so I can talk to you as clear as possible. You need to stop lying to Liberian people every time you come on the network. You need to stop lying to Liberian people every time you have an opportunity to speak to them. Because Dr. Moniba has said this to you many, many times ago. He has said it to the Liberian government many times over, and the Liberian people, that the lies of the George Weah administration has led us down this road today. And it needs to end.
Thank you very much. Retired Colonel Iremi Gray. You got your 2 minutes, and I'll go back to Stanton, who has just returned from downloading some real stuff?
You know, Fango, after this, I'll be gone because I've got prior engagement. But let me say this: it doesn't mind. It doesn't mean because the Unity Party is shouting over the roof that everybody should just join them and just start shouting over the roof. When we were talking, when comes to granting interviews here and there about the performance of this administration over and over and over, at one time people were even angry at the ambassador boycott why he was so silent. You know, this euphemism that when you yell, everybody must yell, that's craziness. I'll quit. The only thing I would tell people, the same position we find ourselves today is where we find ourselves 1990 when Samuel Doe took on the airwave and say, my people, I was elected for a constitutional period. My administration will end in 30 days. Give me that 30 days. Those who were mounting pressure against him said, no, in 30 days, this guy could consolidate. He will come back with big gun. He has ordered for gun. That's why he wants to, you know, this guy was acting like he was the touch bearer of the Constitution. He was pleading. Charles Stillwell, the like of Prince Johnson, was saying, no. Even Madam Shirley took on the airway and said, look, if it costs us to level that mansion, we'll build it in 3 days. Those discussions, those kinds of pressure came and discussion came because somebody appealed that only 30 days. And what happened? The thing people thought was going to end in 3 days ended 14 years later. That's constitutional crisis. Right now, the likes of Logo think they got this, they'll win this. All we need to just go to election. But if there are unfair practices already that disadvantage you,
10 seconds.
You can run to election tomorrow. When you lose, then you come and say, oh, they cheated us. Then what happened? The way what I'm hearing from you guys in 1 second, what I'm hearing from you, if we don't win it, us Unity Party, they cheat us. So we ourselves that we have to be able to sit there and watch to ensure that the claim Unity Party making about cheating is true or untrue. Until then, you know, if you want to go to the election, don't come back tomorrow and cry. Oh, I was cheated. That's why we didn't win. That's why I'm saying that I agree with Fangon. If it's just, I'm not saying go forever, but let the CDC know that psychologically, if they don't uphold the expectation of this election, constitutionally, they can be put on hold. And not to say they will be there. If you tell CDC that after the 10th, they will not be there, whether or not they organize this election, that will scare George Weah. Their biggest nightmare is not to be in the presidency or the leadership of that country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'll
take back 2 minutes.
Fargo,
I have to go. I wanted to say something, but I have to go. I'll be leaving with Remy.
I'll give you 1 minute to say your thing. You want to say, hey, Charles Julu, play your tape.
Yeah, no, let me play the tape. I keep reminding us, and I think I sent on those things. I will tell you something that was discovered again in 2017. The IT expert, the data analyst in 2017 discovered this. When they went through the process, they discovered that NEC, two separate voter rolls were given to the parties. Two separate voter rolls. And Cabinet Janet analyzed that. He said he discovered two separate voter rolls and missing polling places amounting to 35,000 registered voters. Another thing that was noticed, 58 pages of voter registration numbering 200 voters had the same ID and multiple names. Same ID, multiple names. That were never clear. Look, the system has been rigged. I will leave it at that. I'm leaving. I got some prior engagement. I hope to join you guys from my car. I will see you guys tomorrow. But Stanton, you guys shouldn't give the thing up. Something in it. If we have to go for whatever it is, let's do it now. And that crowd.
You guys have a good day. You and Remy Gray have a good day in school, okay? They are in the evening session. They are going to school. You have a good day. If I'm gonna go ahead.
I'm going to go teach. so yeah, good day in school.
Yeah, let me say this, Stanton. I'm looking at people. Number one, if you even push these elections to 10 more days, the CDC will have an unfair advantage, period. Because they've been using cash violence, siphoning monies, not only from our coffers, from business people, 65 million to come bring chicken feed, go to the other side, take 9 million. These guys are just reckless. And yes, everything we see around us now, let me be honest with everybody, it's messed up. But here is one thing I will say. Liberian people, the people I know, even if we move this election from October 10th to October 20th, hear me and hear me right. Stanton, Liberian people will wake up in the morning and go stay on the road with a voting car on October 10th. That is how desperate the Liberian people are. They are determined to remove this government from power on October 10th. I have always said this. The Liberian people will select their president before they elect him or her. I will give you an example that I want the Americans to take from me today. When America announced that Charles Taylor broke jail in Boston, and the Liberian people said this was the same Charles Taylor forces that killed the 5 Catholic nuns and some Americans. He executed people. He killed people and everything. Come and take your prisoner. America refused. Okay, say you don't want to take your prisoner. ECOWAS. This man got fighters with arms still in the bushes. Come and collect him. We will have a simple election and we'll select who we want to take. They said no. The Liberian people say, you came my man, you came my pa, I will vote for you. It was defiance. Today, what I see is that America is watching some powerful business people in Washington, some powerful politicians in Washington. England is watching the same. The French are watching the same because they won the gold and diamonds, because they won the iron ore from Asila Mito and Western clusters, because they won the little oil. They are not listening to the Liberian people. And I will close by saying, the Liberian people saying, our pa, sorry, we made mistake. They have decided that this old man will be the president. And any sound-minded Liberian will know that this old man does not want to be president because he's anxious for it. But Liberia wants him to be the transitional leader that will set the pace for the Moniba, the Charlie, the Costa, the Lobo, the Tualu, the Kou, even the Maxwell. They've been to come and sit down and debate before the Liberian people as to who the next leader will be. Any attempt by foreign intervention, as predicted by the likes of Philibert Brown, George Weah, and others, to attempt to rob the Liberian people of this historic moment will be met with stiff resistance. And it will cost America far more than it will cost Great Britain, France, or ECOWAS. The Americans will never have their hand in Liberia without using force. And that is my fear. Because the writings are on the wall. Take these people from here and give us the old man. Once he settles our country, the debate will begin as to our next leader. And I hope the United States, our allies, our friends, or whatever, are listening. The Liberian people have raised their song. Our past, sorry, we made a careless mistake. Over to you, Stanton.
Thank you, Fagon. Because you know, we got to go home. Let's give her a chance.
That video, you not want to play. You go eat.
No, I will play it. I will play it. I already uploaded them. But
video.
We got to go home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Put me on. Yes. Yes. Thank you,
Stanton. You're good.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you to all of you again. My esteemed panelists. It's true. I have to go home. These are tough places that we'll find ourselves. But I want you to know. Well, yeah, I mean, I know we ask us is a difficult place to be. But I want you to know that these elections we are watching, and this is not about peace, this is about power. And the fight for the soul of our nation could get extreme. And we are going to demand that our sovereignty is not only saying we're a free nation, is to ensure that we are democratically elected government and the will of the people are respected. And this is what at the level of the Unity Party we are taking neck to tax. And I want our people to remain confident that we are leading in these elections comfortably. And this is why others who do not have the interests of our country may tend to say, you know, let it be the Unity Party fight. But I want to tell you that let the people of Liberia go beyond their leaders. I want them to know that the little bickering here and there has nothing to do with what we want for our country. I always say the core opposition is more united than it's divided. There is no Joe Boyka government that will not reflect the talents, the capabilities you see in the likes of Mame, in the likes of, you know, Prince. Mama Prince come here, he played tough sometimes. Prince is vehemently opposed to the CDC government.
I won't work
in the government, he knows what happened there. We know what happened to him. So we all have to come together as compatriots to make sure that we protect our country. And we want our people to know that even though we lead these polls with humility, we need everyone's fingerprint on deck to ensure that the will of our people are protected, to make sure the results of our presidential election is transparent, it is fair, to make sure that the results of our legislative elections are also fair. So it doesn't matter what party you come from. We must establish that Liberia can have credible elections. It doesn't matter who rigged 1985, who rigged 2005. It begins with us. We're saying in these elections where we have charge, this is what we want. We want transparency. So I want our people to continue to remember that the train is open. It will be going to Bong. It will be headed to Lofa, where the opposition CDC was rejected a couple of hours or days ago. Come on board, the train is not late. Let us make history together. Thank you and good night.
Go, good night. We hope to see you
tomorrow. You sure you want
to be safe, and we hope to see you tomorrow by God's grace. All right.
Amen. Thank you.
Sometime we miss you on the show, but you are right today. We are in this together as a people. Let me play Fagon clip. Let's welcome Fatima Bintu Salif. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. We'll get to you shortly. Let me play this clip. First of all, I will play this one. When we said to Liberians out there, the woman said she forgot or she misspoke or something. But listen to her. Listen to her yourself.
On the website that we publish, and I'm being corrected because there was a slip in the number. It's 2. You just corrected it, Mr. Technician. 2.471. Okay, thank you. Next question.
Yep. There was a slip in the local number.
Hold on, because I'm coming to you, and we hear from Dualu and Mami them though. What's her position at the National Election Commission? What's her position?
She's the chairman.
She's the chair.
On the commission.
She went over there with documents in front of her.
Yeah.
And she telling us that there's a slip
in the numbers.
No, Liberians need to hear this, guys.
That number should be etched in the, yeah, it should be there.
It gotta be stuck in your brain. They say your mentura oblongata. What's going on? So for God, I will give you 30 seconds. We'll move to Fatima, Mr. Duaru, and the rest of the team. Do you really believe that this woman is having serious issue though? And this is the left and deaf issue about Liberia. She said it's a slip. She called wrong numbers. Wrong numbers. Let me play again, Fago, and you can come in. Let Liberian hear this again.
On the website that we publish, and I'm being corrected because there was a slip in the number. It's two. You just corrected it, Mr. Technician. 2.471. Okay, thank you. Next question.
Yeah. Fago, your 30 seconds.
You can see that now the woman telling you there was a slip in the number. You just corrected it. 14 days to election, that 0.1. That is why I don't even want to dwell on this one. Because this particular tape, you will hear her saying she begging the Liberian poll, she will soon check it. That first tape I say, why you dodging?
We have done this before. We had a situation where we recruited staff, and the staff said a particular person said they were on duress and did some things which caused a complaint to come to the Elections Commission. When that complaint came, we gave them due process. We processed them in a way, and at the final end of that, we had a recount of what was perceived to be something that they did. And the person who was supposed to win actually won. That is transparency, and that is what we commit ourselves to. No staff recruited, the 30,000 plus will be allowed to go free. When they misstep in our process, we will take them on, as we have done in the BVR process, where we have some staff that did some unorthodox things. We found them, we got rid of them. So, Liberian people, don't be afraid. First,
you hear her? She said they did it in the BVR process. They saw them, they got rid of them. But the first part, she said what? She said, look, the staff said they were under duress to do what they did. They investigated them. They did this, that. Like I said, that first video with respect to how the number increased was what brought this woman down from her high horse to start digging. Because she was caught unaware. She did not expect it. That Liberians were smart enough to know that when you do deduplication, the number either drops or the number remains constant. But for the number to go up by thousands, then something went wrong somewhere. When they hit her, that's why you saw her bringing in all this technicality and soft explanation. But the thing that can happen, when they happen, we go back and check. Liberia, don't be afraid. At the end, she said tomorrow, I didn't see it that way. I will check it and come back. How many have you not seen that way? Masorado alone is thousands that is over. So, what do we say of the other numbers? Deduplication, according to what I'm looking at on my record here, you go in every county that we had a situation of deduplication, you will see the numbers are not that significant. But in some, it is. For example, in Grand Paso, the number she presented was 157,712. It went up 158,463. But look at Cape Mount. Cape Mount was 89,589 Stenton. It came down to 86,529. So if you look at it actually, okay, 3,000 people in Cape Mount duplicated that record. How is that possible? If 3,000 in Cape Mount will duplicate, then that Masorado with 800 and something, and nobody there will duplicate. Amen. Dwalu, Nukutan beginning. West Point beginning.
Hold on 1 minute, because you're raising this issue, which is considered. Let me bring in Dwalu, then we'll go to our brother George Lobo, our sister Fatima.
You will play that tape today. You will play that tape.
But resend me the tape now, because what I have, that's what I uploaded.
See it, man. I see it, man. They man pay me for the tape.
So
I send it.
Yeah. Come on now.
Yeah, let me come in.
Today, you play it.
Let me come in. You see what the NEC does? What the NEC does? I hate to use the word stupid, but they're being very, very stupid. Look, there is a proportionality to numbers. If Kidman had 87,000 registered voters, and let's say the average duplication across the spectrum is 3%. I'm just giving, I know it's very give or take. Kidman's duplication cannot be greater than a greater populated county, because in most instances the number will be proportional. So when they started doing the duplication, when you look at the number on the surface, it's not proportionate. It doesn't make sense. So there are questions here that are not normal. Now, I have to add this caveat there. It doesn't mean it cannot happen, but the probability is almost near zero that it's going to happen, because you cannot have more duplication in a smaller location than you will have in a greater populated location, because the probability are much higher in this location. But I want to say something before I forget this. CDC recognizes there's a possible wave that is coming to remove them. They believe by postponing this election, it may dissipate that wave. This is why this election must be held on the 10th. Because for every day we go beyond the 10th, CDC gains something. They gain something. It is not in their interest to see the elections held the time it's supposed to be held. And we cannot accept this. These elections must be held credibly on the 10th. And the lawsuit for UP is more than warranted. Sentence.
Yeah, listen, Fago, I beg you, please send me the tape you want me to play. I mean,
you asked for it.
George Lobo, go ahead.
So Stanton, I think the issue of elections, the credibility of these elections cannot be questioned, and I want to be very clear. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to overemphasize this, because it's that we're giving Deviator Brown Lansana way too much credence than she deserves. She has an obligation. She took a job, and we should judge her based on her performance. And anything short of that, there are consequences for everything in this life, Stanton. And we want to be very clear. I continue to say, Stanton, as a political party, as a Liberian citizen, look, Stanton, we all were in Liberia. And I think what we should use this, and I want to call on other panelists, what we should use this platform for in moments like this is to provide the education that is lacking. When people say the CDC was cheated twice, I think we should take this up. We should take the opportunity to educate the people. We do not have a simple majority law in Liberia when it comes to election. The law states you must win 50% plus one. How can a man who accumulates 38% wins an election in the first round? So where does the cheating come from? And these are the lies proffered by educated people. And we sit down and just allow them to ride with it. Again, I want to be very clear. The CDC only hope is to delay these elections. This is why these type of tactics work in their interest. President Weah knows he cannot win. And I want to spend more time encouraging Liberians and giving them reason why they should show up to vote. If your father's salary was harmonized, you have an obligation to show up to vote. If you believe you have not been able to feed your children, while President Weah swims in luxury, you should show up to vote. This is what I want to talk about. Why the CDC must. If you believe that $100 million drugs case can come to the country and goes easy to cold like that, and your children have been affected by the drugs, the importation of drugs in the country, then you need to show up and vote. Again, we have taken away, we're leaving the CDC. We need to continue to keep our focus on why the CDC must go. And we need to state these things. The Prince was talking about 12 today. We should catalog other seats and fight chairmen and Mr. 12 here today.
Thank you very much. You know, sometimes I would say to you, George Lowe, before we bring in Fatima in, the nonsense Twa always saying, sometimes I just don't listen to you. I gave it no relevance. Okay, we waste our time and energy because we know Twa will not be on the campaign trail with George Manawia. George Manawia said the people see you, they reject me, they boo at me. You lie. You lie when you went the first day and you say you supplying current to Ivory Coast. You lie.
You took 27 million people out of poverty.
Yeah, we beat us and Joe, we said, listen, Spoon beating on you. You cannot come with me.
Harmonization raise people's salary. You bring it down.
You lie and say harmonization increase the people's salary. People making $45. Why are we talking about 712? 712 again and say ball head. Simon Toy, listen, guys, let me say this. I would really want to talk about Simon Toy. This is the man, anyway, let hear from Fatima. What gave you what you need to know about Simon Toy? Fatima? You're muted, Fatima. We are not hearing you, Fatima. I don't know if that Prince Maxwell muting you. We are not
Go
hearing
down
you.
to the bottom of your screen. Check your microphone.
Prince, you got to stop. You don't have to mute the lady, Prince.
She has to log off and log back.
All right, so yeah, Prince said you must get out and come back on. Okay. All right, we'll bring Fatima in later when she get back on. Mommy, you want to make your case? We're going to be moving now because it's 2 minutes to 7. So tell him, all right, babe, see you later. Mommy.
Yeah, I was listening to the statement myself, get somewhere to run to, but I was listening to the statement and I listened to her say somebody was penalized because they were under duress. Now, this is where I come in.
How the person was penalized? Who penalized that person?
Before even going to how they were penalized, for somebody to be under duress, they must be under duress by another person of authority and power.
Thank you.
Who is that person?
Yeah.
Where is that person sitting that is putting duress on that official? And
that
is only penalizing the official, but not naming the person who put their staff under duress.
Thank you.
Things are happening. Things are happening. The more the woman speaks, the more we will know. If you say somebody was under duress and it did something wrong, it means they were under duress by somebody with power and authority above them. Who is that person? Where is the person sitting? You penalize the staff. What happened to the person who put the staff under duress, who interfered with the election process? What happened to that person? We need to know. Those are unanswered questions. But like I said from the beginning, as we move to the election, these things the people are hearing are all victories for the opposition. All the contradictions you're hearing is because of the effort we have taken to checkmate these people. So we're doing our part. We, you, the ordinary voters, we want you to do your part. Your part that we want you to do is don't be carried away by the mind game job we are playing. There are two strategies to get: the mind game and the technical work. The technical work will protect that one already, step by step. The mind game will not be able to control your mind, but we can only advise you. There are a few key words you hear from CDC when they come to you. We can't turn power over to CDC, to Unity Party. You hear that often. We can't turn power over to Unity Party, but we remind them that not only you and Unity Party in the race. UP cheated us, so we cheat them too. You will hear that often from CDC. This election, it has to be one round. Because even if we cheat in second round, we will still complain. If we cheat in first round, we will still complain. So that just do it one time. You will hear that from CDC. All these words are intended to play on your mind. So to you, our people, we want to tell you, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Those are mind games. Come out, turn out, and reject George Weah. We are saying there is this theory that you can, I don't want to spoil my vote. And we say to you, the way you can spoil your vote is when you vote for somebody, because when you go to the pool to go vote, you want to vote for better rule, you want to vote to end corruption, you want to vote for job, you want to vote for security, you want to vote to end drugs in the country. So when you go to vote and you vote somebody and there is drugs in the country, you don't find job, your children don't have school, then you spoil your vote. That's how you spoil your vote. So we don't want you to spoil your vote. And I will close on this note to not spoil your vote, so that when you vote, you can achieve what you want to achieve. Vote Councillor Gonglu. Vote number 6 to ensure that everything you want to happen will happen. Any other candidate you vote, you will spoil your vote. You will see corruption. You will see some level of drugs will be in the country, even though it might not be equal to what we are doing. You will see corruption. It will not be equal to what we are doing. You will not get a job, but you will not get it as the way Gonglu will do for you. So that will be my closing statement, and I will look forward to joining you all tomorrow. Thank you, Stanton, and thank you to the other panelists.
Thank you, Mom. This Tuesday classes you're taking, you got to try to finish it now, okay? You, Remy Gray, Fadika, you're going to Tuesday classes, but thank you, Mom. You're making a very, very salient point. We say thanks. Fatima?
Yes, you can hear me now, CEO?
Yes, you're good.
Oh, thank God. So, hi, CEO. Hi to my fellow panelists. Hi to the viewers all around the world. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak to our people. I was just, today I'm filled with a lot of anxiety. And the only thing I want to do is to educate the women voters, because last night I got a call from all my Madingo and VA women, and it said to me that CDC, in the name of Moba Molu, went to them at the mass while they were praying and requested for their voting cards. And he didn't want to take it. He gave them $20. He said all he wanted to do was to protect their votes by taking pictures of their voting cards. And they said they were so afraid they all allow him to take pictures of their voting card. My thing is, I don't know what they want to do because the number is there. I have a voting card and I'm just going to show just what I think they want to do. I think it's just my thinking, but I think it's something that I believe. They were saying that this is a voting card. They just took pictures of it on the front and that was it. My thinking is they just want these women to intimidate them so that they don't go to vote out on election day or something. And they said, oh, we've been seeing you on Spoon and we just wanted to let you know so you can tell the people. I mean, they gave us $20 and they took pictures. So we need to educate our people. Your voting card is your whole future. You are the ones that will decide who wins these elections. And the only way you can do it is protect those voting cards with your life. You cannot let anyone come to you and ask you to take pictures of your voting card. You cannot sell 6 years for $20. The thing is, add 6 years to your age and see how old you would be when you gave Judge Weah another term. Please, my people, the term limits for Liberia is too long. 6 years is too much. So I'm just educating all our women, all our mothers to talk to their children, not to give their voting cards out. We need to educate our people. We need them to be aware of what these people are doing. Their whole plan is, if you can't beat them at the ballot box, you try to intimidate them or you try to steal their votes. And we need to reject them. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to come and talk to our people.
So Bentu, somebody just listened to you, right? Fagon, this is scary. Why is CDC doing all this? They are now saying that they will take the information from the folks out there, right? They will put it in the system for it to present itself as duplicated.
Yes. I think that's what they're doing because
if you present itself as duplicated and you're voting for Fagon, it means that they disqualify.
Yeah.
Fagon without earning the vote.
So they are taking pictures of it.
But gentlemen, Senator, can I ask a question to you on this issue? Because Dualu and myself register and you register in Liberia. We register where our fingerprint were taken. So you cannot duplicate the image of her because you need a fingerprint. Lord, listen, this is what I'm saying. The CDC, there's no snake that runs faster than
No, I think you're wrong. They are not using the term no more, though.
Yeah, but what George says is impossible to do if you don't have the term.
Information remains in the database. We raise those points, which they do have, and we're not using it as a voting means.
George, let me understand this. Because you're talking about fingerprint.
Yes.
And facial.
Every face has a fingerprint that matches that face. So if you're going to duplicate this face, you need multiple. Her fingerprint already exists, and that fingerprint only matches her face. So how does that duplication of her works for you? How can it be utilized? That's what I want to understand. I don't want to sound ignorant, but some of these things.
That's what we want to understand.
I think from an intimidation perspective, I would agree, but to use it within the system, there has to be some understanding. Maybe I can get IT knowledge. You help me. I want to know.
So let me call this real quick. Fagon will come to you and we'll play the last video because we got other kickback here. Fagon, why CDC do all of these things if they're sure of winning?
That's a good question.
CDC is not sure of winning. That is exactly why she's doing everything she's doing. And here is why the CDC is not show of winning. My dear brother, don't act like every election that has taken place, up to the midterm, the by-election, whatever election, the CDC has lost every single one of them almost. And unlike some people who don't know, CDC knew within themselves that even the midterm, the by-election, they could not field candidates. So they had to hide behind independent candidates because their logo was damaged. One would have thought that the party I belonged to at the time would have reorganized and reconciled. Those were two words I used to tell them, but they did not. However, here are some of the damaging things. The CDC was supposed to be the party of the people, but the CDC came. Madam Sally was smart. Madam Sally said, pay $1, let them get you 45 minutes. Take 3 days to use that 45 minutes. If you don't do it, the 45 minutes will lose. Joshua King, pay $1, get 45 minutes, by 12 midnight or the hour you took it, if you don't use it, let it disappear. Joshua King, the people are making 150. He turned around, he said, you know what happened? 12 harmonization. The word was too big for him to understand. And instead of allowing it to go in incremental order or be reduced, Joshua gave knee-jerk reaction. Cut it, they cut it. Joshua allowed for the brutal murder of former President William V.S. Tubman's son, of former President William Aratoba's son, of Princess Cooper, the 3 missing boys, the auditors. Like Brempo said, we don't like that. Joshua brought in drugs, $100 million worth, and nobody prosecuted. Another $40 million, nobody prosecuted. All around the country, nothing can happen. The man who just brought in the drugs 5 days ago at the airport, same sign on they arrested him. Day before yesterday, he disappeared from in the cell. Liberian people will warn you as a president. And if you don't listen when they get ready to take their decision, not even the United States can stop them. They have decided that George Weah must go. What did George Weah do to even anger the people? Look at Grand G there. Give me 5 people from Grand G that you know in the government that you can look at and say you in the government. Grand G there, for example, very loyal to him. But he came, instead of recognizing their loyalty from 2005, 2011, 2017, the first thing he did was to tell Nancy, though you are not serious, can't get you fasting again. Then her son, who was supposed to take care of her, that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf gave job at the port, he fired him. This woman got her and went to the ECOWAS court in Nigeria, presented her case. They ruled in her favor, and they told Mr. Weah pay her. He said, I can never do it. And she said she's to pay. I can never do it. So he has done so much to the country for which they know they cannot win. And let me say this to you. There is no way in 6 years that Monserrado County population for voters will almost double. That's a joke. Number 2, that's why I'm insisting that you play the first video, because this woman was shaking. They are finding every means. And to answer your question, let me tell you what they're doing with that card. And my people, I know my people, you ain't know them. On that card, there is a number. There is a number on that card. There are security features. But when you're dealing with data, you plug in numbers. And so those numbers are like serial numbers. So they have understood, yeah, you see the seal, that is security feature in the card. But how can you detect the security feature? Is by seeing the card. So if those numbers do not appear in the system, how would you present your card for security features to be detected? You cannot, because your card on the final FFR will not be printed because your number does not exist in the system.
So Fagon, thank you. Let's put this thing up because this by county, the after data synchronization, duplication, deduplication, difference after deduplication, and the final voter FRR. Now, Fagon, you're talking about Montserrat County. Well, yeah, we are right here. 914,577. After the deduplication, it's 901,149. Different of 13,428. Fagon, talk to me. Talk to me, Fagon. The final now in Montserrat, which of course the woman say I made a mistake. For the total final in Montserrat is 901,162. Why this thing going up if it's supposed to be coming down? Because the difference after deduplication is all in negative. Why this thing going up, Fagon?
All right, leave that thing right there. The people can hear us. She said after data synchronization, the number was 914,577. After data synchronization, that is, they brought all the data together. They synchronize it. When she gave her final number after data synchronization, why did she give her 891,201? Where did that number come from? I put 3 newspapers in front of your eyeball. Not only prove my point, there was a conference and where did she take the 891 from? From Jawia Baya? No, I will tell you another thing. Now they said I had it managed to get 901 because it was after deduplication that they found out that 13,428. So where did she get the 891 from? 201. Where?
So this is what I'm going to do, guys. If you want to hang with me, I'm going to bring in
what
Alex.
She did.
I'm going to bring in Fagon. I beg you, let me say this. I will bring in Alex.
Bring that video.
The man that know the numbers, the man that know about data. Let me bring him in because
don't do that thing, man. Play the woman video for the press
Fagon,
conference.
the video is over 4 minutes. We are uploading it, my man. That's not me.
Say today, you now want to play. The man that coming to Cantoya.
They're your friend, but the thing is over 4 minutes, Fagon. We got to take our time. We're cutting it in 2 different. Nelson, can you please just get the first one ready? Let's play it to satisfy our crab baby on the show.
You announced to the whole country.
So
891,000. They say after synchronization again.
So let me say this, and I hope you guys can follow up. This is very interesting now. Thank you for coming on. Nelson, please get the video in 3 little ways, and then we'll be able to play them all.
We had a situation where we recruited staff, and the staff said a particular person said we were under duress and did some things which caused a complaint to come to the Elections Commission. When that complaint came,
I'm going to say it's not a video, Nelson. Play why he wanted to play.
It is not the video. The video starts with a questioning of this woman by your friend Amos Twe. Then she does the question and gave it to the technician. Technician played around with it and did not touch it. So the people took it.
We played. Where were you?
No, brother. I will play the thing from my phone.
Yeah, play it from your phone. Play it from your phone.
I will play the thing from my phone.
Yeah, play it from your phone. Because I don't know what you're talking about.
You will know. If I want to about you.
They got that talking in. But I
said the thing to you. I play a thing on my show today. How can I today? You don't want to play it. You will play it.
But you play on your show. Any people listen to it? How many minutes is a video, Fagon? Is that a 1 minute, 6 second video? No?
No, it's more than that.
It's 4 minutes. That's what I'm telling you. We're cutting them into pieces. All right, what Fagon Panelist, welcome. What Fagon Panelist, welcome.
Unity Party asking a question to the National Elections Commission.
The first figure you brought up was around 891,201. Then the last one is 901,000 and change. So when you do the analysis, there's an increase of around $9,000. So this is after the deduplication exercise. We want to know what is the basis for that increase.
Is the technician here? Did you understand the question? Okay, yeah. I want to respond to that, please.
Thank you.
I don't replay that thing, man. What are you giving a hard time for?
Presentation made some months ago to the political party representatives.
Hey, yeah.
Political party technicians, and we will declare that we did give you.
If I'm gonna call that thing in 4 minutes, some more seconds, we can play it all 4 minutes.
First phase of the BVR process. And
I mean, I want to play with share all around the country. You
we
can
already
save them.
share it. In 4 minutes, my man, we're not gonna waste our time on that thing. The man already spoke on the thing.
You scared to play it.
We took on the 1 minute, 6 second out of the 4 minutes and we play it. That's why you don't know. But let's bring in Alex. Let's bring in Alex.
We put one of the year for her ball. She can't
Let's bring it. That you and Joe were friends. That you were there.
No, I'm a friend. I'm a slip on the seat to the door.
That you and Joe are friends. Go ask Joe.
I'm a slip on the seat to the door. I beg you.
That will slip her. Go bring Joe Solo. So, listen, we're about to go, but go ahead, talk to us. You're on the show, Alex Williams. Talk to us.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Stanton. I just wanted to be clear on something. And I think people need to focus their attention where it is needed right now. So I just summarize these things. You see, after synchronization, firstly, synchronization is a process where you upload the data to the server. So those who go to the various places to go and register, after these people do the registration every day, they upload the data to the main server. So that's why it's called synchronization. So after the synchronization, those are the numbers you see in there. That is after they send all of the data to the server at NEC. Now, when the server receives these data are being analyzed for duplicates records. Now, after these data were analyzed, the second column or the third column is what you have called after duplication or deduplication. So what that means, actually, if you look at the difference, is that after these data were analyzed, there were a reduction. So all of the counties experienced reduction, not an increase, but rather there was a reduction, and these are the various numbers. Also, in the second to the last column is the final voter registration roster that is now on the NEC website. So if you look at the NEC website, the final voters per each of the counties, these are the numbers you see. And so what it shows is that there are slight increase after the deduplication or after the provisional registration rule, that of the final rule. So there's, for example, in Bomi, 1 person was added to the final rule. In Bon, 22 person was added. The only county that is experiencing a reduction of 7% is that of Mangibi. So that's one thing.
Alex, let's hold you there. Because again, we can bring you in for us to talk about this. Why is there increase? Why you leave from, for those of us that really need to understand this auto math, 63,111 after deduplication. The difference of 1,893. The final voter register is 63,102. Why they added 1 person? Why?
So this is something that the political parties need to ask as to why 1 person, for example, was added, why 22. These are things the political party need to ask. But what I want us to focus on, Stanton, is which is very important, is that I see the political party are asking for the final register rule. Now, the final register rule basically just says how many persons register in the picture. That's not sufficient. Because, for example, approximately over 500,000 voter registration cards might have been bought. And one of the reasons why you see there's a delay in the FFR is because as these people informations are being bought, it's possible the pictures could be changed and the ages could be changed to people or that the CDC wants to vote on that day. And so if you get that record, it doesn't necessarily say anything because you are seeing information that are already been changed. What our people need to focus on is to look at the back end server. So, for example, whenever you go to do a voter registration and your fingerprints have been taken, automatically what is generated is called, for example, paradata. So as you go there to do your registration starter, the particular minute, hour, second that you do that particular voter registration with your thumbprint, it is being recorded. So if you go back to the back-end server and you see, for example,
So who control the back-end server? Who control that?
Obviously, it has to be the National Election Commission. There where you need cybersecurity experts. That's why they should be demanding for, because, for example, Stanton, you have a time period for registration. So you say, for example, from 8 o'clock to 4 or 5 or whatever time. So if you go to that back-end system, and you will notice as to whether people register within that time frame or after that time frame. Also, you will notice, for example, if you see 10% register and put in place one in a particular community at the same time, that is a cause for red flag. And these are the things that people need to analyze. But last but not the least, the essence of biometric registration exercise is to have some sort of verification on the day of election. And so the political party must demand that as you go to these elections at the very polling places, people should use their fingerprint to be identified. Because these are the most important thing, rather than asking just for the FRR. It is good, but it is possible that the FRR could just be manipulated with a lot of people named after these registration cards have been bought.
Can I ask you a quick question, Stanton?
Hold on, Josh. Hold on, Fagon. I want to bring Fagon on. Then from there you will come in, Josh. Will go to Prince. Go ahead, Fagon.
Stanton, we don't sit up all night to do research. And we come on the kind of big platform like doing people paying attention, and we make fun here. I put 3 different newspapers in the chat room on the day we had this discussion. After the biometric registration for the first 6 counties, the lady had a press conference and reported to the entire country. It's on video, it's on audio, every newspaper carried. I took my time, took the newspapers, and put it in our chat room individually. So there could be no argument. And I stated it here clearly. For us to come here today, after this woman had told the whole country that it was 891,201 on video, audio, newspapers, everywhere that registered in Mosorado County. You come here, you keep going, I accusing you. You keep going behind that camera, you can't bring some kind of paper here to us. When the question was asked to the woman today, you told us that 891,201 was registered in Mosorado County. That is why you told us, Madam Chair. Now, after they do duplication, why did this number go up? The guy could not explain, the technical man could not explain. He did not even touch it. They got back to the woman. That's when the woman made that statement and said, tomorrow we'll try to see what went wrong and get back to you. And me, Eugene Fagon, I put all 3 different newspapers in your chat room, proving beyond all reasonable doubt from the press conference and everything. How can you come fly paper here for somebody? Who gave you that paper? When we got video here to prove that there's
what's your issue with the paper? Is the paper wrong? This document's wrong?
We hear you for the horse's own mouth. Why you can't play the video?
What's your issue with the paper?
The paper. We're looking for NEC chair to talk.
Yeah, so if we can't play and you're saying that, what's the big deal?
Okay, don't play.
Cut it down and send it. You can't send me a large video and start yelling and crying. I mean, you are saying this stuff.
And at the system we're using, why you can't play? When I show you video, you will play. When I call this video, you will play. It will be 10 minutes to play.
Yeah, video will not play.
Then the other video here went less than 4 minutes.
Start off quickly. Let me just say something.
Alex, hold on 1 minute. George, what's your takeaway from this
First and foremost, I want to thank Alex's explanation. But before I say what was my take, I want to ask a question. Alex, the process of deduplication, is it consistent with I'm not a data guy, I ain't got no ID, I can read numbers differently from different perspectives. Is it a process for the identification of whatever in the system? What is that process? What does that mean technically? I want to understand what is this goal? What is hope to achieve?
Okay, thank you. Before answering your question, I want to tell my big brother Fagon that these numbers are from June 5th, 2023 press conference of NEC, and I sent the publication to Stanton. So first thing, when you have a data from the feed, that is the raw data. When you're doing data analysis or data processing or data cleaning, the essence of deduplication is to some sort of verify as to whether these data have duplicates, whether they are the same, whether, for example, whether one person registered 4 times, 5 times, or 10 times. So it is very important to do that. But this is one of the reasons I question, if you saw in my March 11 paper on Liberia election dilemma, as to whether actually it was a biometric exercise. Because if indeed this was a biometric exercise, there should be no way somebody should register 2 times, because it should automatically be flagged.
Keep them out.
Yes. Now
Thank
that's
you.
why I asked.
All right, thank you very much. We gotta go, guys.
I just wanted to understand.
Let me wrap up. I'm asking you to wrap up.
Alex, thank you for that. Now, it brings us back to the beginning of this whole conversation, Principal. You see, I don't like to be retroactive when it comes to these type of issues. We are in a situation where, when some of us, the first question some of us argued back in the days was that, who will host the data, Alex? That was my cardinal question. Do we have the capacity to ascertain, retain, and protect data? Because if you do biometrics, the hosting of the data becomes important, Stanton. At this point, Prince, now, before you came in, you're the data guy. I want to ask you. There was an argument, and you talk about us going back to the timestamp, which I think is important. How possible is it that if you, Prince, took my voter registration card, which I do have, and I will be voting in Richard Nixon, for example. So if you took my voter registration card, let's say you took the picture already, I'm going to show up that day. So is another Jollibo going to show up that day?
No, so don't answer the question because we got to go. I beg you, Judge.
I don't know because it's important, Stanton.
Yeah, but finish all your point. You finish
that's
up.
That's my question. I don't want to know if someone going to show up. If you want me to wrap up, that's fine. But can I let the audience understand, because we're raising all these concerns about elections. Since we want to provide the education, I think saying he has.
We were giving the time because I got to put all the Fagonte in sending me again before he start crying. So I beg you, finish. Then the man will.
I just send you the newspaper and
okay. So Alex,
we all went to school. When a woman sits down in front of camera and say, in Monserrado County, the BV era has ended, and we are pleased to report that the total registration for Monserrado is 891,201. Whether you synchronize it, you optimize it, you do deduplication, it is the number of registered person. There can be no more input into that machine.
Alex, no. We're going to show respect to Josh Lobo. Let him finish. Josh Lobo, finish your point, then we'll give a show to Fagon to finish up.
Okay, so Stanton, first and foremost, I want to thank you. Prince, it's a pleasure. I really wish we'd have engaged on some of the economic issues you've brought forward. I look forward to hopefully I do it before I leave for the country, for Liberia. But Alex, thank you for all you do. And Fagon, my good friend and brother, I understand the video thing has taken a lot on you. I get your argument, but again, I'm not an IT guy. I understand it just from a credibility standpoint. I want to assure all of you Liberians, and I will say this as I take leave of you. These elections are important, very, very important. And come what may, no matter what the CDC does, show up on October 10th to vote. Vote like you've never voted before. Nothing must deter you. We will, as political parties, We'll continue to ensure that we have the FRR. We'll do our own due diligence. Thank God we have people like Prince who can give us ideas of what to look for. We'll do our own in-house cleaning. We're not going to let this thing slide. We'll continue to push the case. I listened to my man Prince about his man Moneybar has been on there. We'll continue to push for. I want to thank all of you over Stanton. It's a wonderful time. I look forward to a show where we can come here to say why George we must go. And
thank you very much. But you're not leaving. We just asked you to just wrap up. We all going to leave together. If you want to leave, that's fine because you are saying.
Yeah, go ahead. I want to listen
let me
to
say
this.
Let me say this. Let me put up some of this thing before we do that real quick. Again, folks, we are trying to upload all of this video. Fatima, I'm seeing you in the back, but you cannot come on when I bring you on. They play 10 black. I don't know what happened. I really want to bring you on, but something wrong with your internet. Maybe I know you and John Lowe living to the same place. But anyway, let me mind my business.
You and the woman living in Jersey. Say you want to, you're in Jersey together.
Let go. So Maxwell, this is your board. This is your board place, Maxwell. That would be my own dog. He's
the man who lost a life to Liberian people.
Oh, I'm talking.
Yeah, this is your
money. I'm talking. Oh.
Who plays
that's Cemetery Mansion in South Africa.
Yeah, I'm talking. Oh,
that's a man that left the life to Liberian people.
Wow,
that's Cemetery Mansion in South Africa. That's why when you're talking about him, I don't let him listen.
Oh, I'm talking. Oh, whoa, I'm talking. Oh, MCC. Oh, I'm talking. Oh.
What is pathetic? What is pathetic?
Maxwell, here's the thing, and we'll do our runs and Fagon can take the show. And so this is very important.
That's why you respect. I say you two newspaper.
Yeah, we're going to upload it. When you're ready, we'll upload it. If I go, I finish cutting that. When you're ready, we'll upload it. So this guy that hired that guy, man. That guy is so stubborn.
I want nothing again.
They got here maybe to tell him my older
newspaper. Yeah, I say you two different news.
So please, Maxwell, you always talk about Cemetery. Cemetery Mansion in South Africa.
Yeah.
All right. This is serious. The person went to Cemetery house. The house right now, the people that were in the cemetery told them to leave. The neighbors confirmed they know Cemetery. That's his property. He bought it. This is whole mansion, the back and front, the inside. We got the whole inside because the house is empty now. People move. Let me play again, and I will ask the guys to please share it or on social media. If you see Cemetery fighting, these are the things he doesn't want a new government to take from him. These are the things he doesn't want to go on a thorough investigation and prosecution. Seriously. So let me play that if people then hear again. This is serious. That's Cemetery Mansion in South Africa. And you know who know about that house though? It may shock you. I would say because somebody said, oh, don't say. I want everybody to go and ask Samuel Jackson about this house. How Samuel bought this house? Everyone should go ask Samuel Jackson.
Samuel Jackson is an opportunistic.
Okay? Everybody should go ask Uncle Sam how Samuel get this house. Let's play again.
Oh, I'm talking. Oh, money. I'm talking. Oh, MCC. Oh, I'm talking. Oh, we are. I'm talking. Oh, we are. I'm talking. Oh, money. We are. I'm talking. Oh, oh, I'm talking. Oh. Whoa, I'm talking. Oh, MCC. Oh, I'm talking. Oh.
So there you have it, folks. I'm done. Go ahead, Maxwell. Go ahead.
Look, listen. I've come here every time I come and I talk to Librarian Prof. Dr. Moniba, and the research, the understanding, the nuances that we bring to the show to Liberian people every day. From day one, I said to Liberian people, Cemetery is indeed the linchpin behind the corrupt practices in Liberia. You guys were asking me, how is it I talk about Cemetery? Do I like Eugene Nambe? All that kind of stuff like that. In Liberia, it's the same. You see the fish rotting, you see the tail too rotting. Everything on the fish is rotten. Cemetery has been the mastermind behind every corrupt practices in the government. As a matter of fact, as a numbers man, he has been the one who engineered everything and told the people what to do and what not to do. Let me paint a picture for Liberian people. In the history of Liberia, at least for my lifetime, I've had maybe up to 7 or 8 finance ministers. ministers in Liberia, right? I've never seen them being absolutely vocal and so government entrenched like Samuel Tuet. Never in my lifetime I've seen that before. As a matter of fact, all of the finance ministers in Nigeria have been very careful with their words because they understood exactly what it is and they have been less partisan than Samuel Tuet. We know fully well Samuel Tuet is a linchpin behind that. Intellectuals in Liberia, I dare you to challenge me on this, that Samuel Tuet is not a linchpin behind the corrupt practices in the country. Watch Samuel Tuet, go back to history. Every time there's a corruption allegation in the country, the only person that seemed to be vocally responding for the government under George Weah is Samuel Tuet. He's the one pushing back on everything. When they said the money got missing in Liberia, Samuel Tuet was the first person to speak. As a matter of fact, I will remind the Liberian people, Samuel Tuet told Eugene Nambo to share his mouth. A cabinet minister, an equal individual to him in government. He told the man to share his mouth because
while he was information minister.
While he was information minister, because Samuel Tuet felt he had more power. So we need to understand this. Now, let me come to the issue of election of fear in the country. The Supreme Court has been called now almost, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 3 times in our elections now to resolve some cases, to speak to the election issues in the country. So it is of no surprise that there's a possibility or probability that they could be called again. So to the Justice Minister in Liberia and to the Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia, you now have a country in your hand, a post-war country in your hands that has been reeling out of the issue of poverty, war, destruction, and everything else. George Weah government is not more than you. There is something in our constitution, in our Republic Constitution called the separation of power. You guys, the Chief Justices, with all due respect, honorables, you need to stand up. You guys need to start wearing your robes now to be prepared to save Liberia democracy. Look around the sub-region, what is happening. Democracy is dying in the sub-region. Liberia now is the only country that is now moving into this period to show to the global and our regional partners that democracy stands. That is the reason why the U.S. Assistant Secretary is in the country. Now, Dr. Money, I'm coming 1 more minute. Dr. Moneyman has made it absolutely clear to Liberian people everywhere he went. The young generation, exactly, the young generation to move forward.
Master, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We got to show this other one, folks, because we are wrapping up. It's no disrespect to Maxwell. We got to show this one. We receive information, and at the end of the day, we'll wrap everything up with Fagon will take the show home and carry home and eat a bagel with it. This is what we are talking about. You guys are seeing these 2 pickup trucks, right? And you're seeing it?
Yeah.
Okay. Information reaching us today, it was given to Bernard Ure and the ALP from CDC. All right. These information said prior to Bernard Ure calling a meeting, and some of his members decided to support CDC, while others decided to go their own way. CDC government is a thanks and appreciation. These are Nissan, one of the Chinese pickup. One of them is a son to the National Youth, the National Youth League chairman, Vabula Kamara. One of the pickup is a son to him. Seriously, Mr. Ure encouraged and asked all of his folks to support CDC, but some of them said no. Some of them said no, they are not going to support CDC. As you can see, 17 of them actually said no. 10 of them said they were going to CDC. All of the 10 only actually 7 went to CDC. And information reaching out that Theodore Mamo is angry. The national chairman is angry, and they are in serious discussion. Theodore Ure refused in that meeting to support CDC. Costa didn't attend the meeting. He didn't attend the meeting by Zoom. He was absent. But again, Bernard Ure doing everything to ask his party county chair to support CDC, and they were given the 2 pickup truck. Where you know these pickup truck are, look at the sign, look at the building. and you will know exactly where this pickup truck at as we speak. CDC is a thank you gift to the ALP party. All right. I just want to, when we see this information, we got to share with our folks, those that went, but Mamo, Amanenda, Kakoso, John, the Deputy Vice Chair of Political Affairs, Elijah Saki, Deputy Vice Chair for Mobilization, Tano Jabo, and the Chairman of the Chiefs and Elders Council, George S. Bomoye, 17 Executive Committee member voted to remain neutral. 10 Executive Committee member voted to support CDC, but only 7 went their way. So, folks, things are happening. We got to share with you. That's why we have this thing. Another development, like yesterday, you guys saw on the show, CDC Viral Medicine, George Manawia.
Send your video to your WhatsApp.
I will check it. CDC Viral Medicine, George Manawia. As you can see, he's over here. Going to low 5. This is what they experience, folks. The road is so bad that George Manawia was just cussing. He was cussing. They said, "Well, Chief, you are the viral medicine. Why are you cussing?" But this one is not about medicine. Paracetamol surgery cannot help this one. All right? No, seriously, he was cussing seriously. The CDC viral medicine man. Look at the putting the truck. Look at this, my fellow Liberians. But you still call him the viral medicine man. I'm going to play this video, then we can turn the rest of the thing over. So therefore, the people of Lofa, Virgin County decided to say goodbye to George Manawia. Listen for yourself. So as you can see, they are saying Joe, we are go. They are saying it's finished now.
Yeah,
no way. Vajama, you can't do that with Vajama. You can't do that. The people realize that Joe must go. It's like he coming from a burial. He's coming from a funeral. And the people saying, man, we don't need you here. Imagine you went into the county. Fagun, we are coming to you now. You went into the county. And your trucks, the security vehicle, everything got stuck. You're leaving the county. It's like nobody even saying bad to you. When we're picking there, Joe Lobo, Sam can't do living, we stay on the street and be happy and be doing our hand like this. Okay.
I should toss it on hand in Ganta, Stanton.
But imagine this is one of the worst days of President George Manawia. If I'm gonna take away the show, have your peace and may the good Lord be with you.
Start on.
So
before
you come in,
don't give me this. If I'm gonna take away the show,
if even I can't read good, I must read on this platform. We set the record straight there. This station is for the Liberian people. Nobody will hijack it. Nobody will manipulate it. People will not call from their high seats to come and fool us here.
Oh, this guy.
So I'm at turn. BVR phase 1, and I'm going to give credit to the Analyst newspaper. It's right here. I put it in the chat room.
So if you call for it, let me pull it up.
No,
so
I can read. You're not putting nothing up.
So so you want to read it, right?
I will read.
Okay, read it. Go ahead.
Yes, April 18, the Analyst newspaper. BVR phase 1 ends on upbeat note. 1.4 million voters registered as phase 2 commences. The provisional results from phase 1 of the ongoing biometric voters registration conducted in 6 counties, which ended on April 9, 2023, point to an upbeat outlook of the exercise with a total of 1,435,209 eligible voters successfully going through the BVR. According to the National Elections Commission,
you gotta read the whole newspaper. You gonna read the entire newspaper?
I'm not reading the whole newspaper.
Oh, but hold on now.
Okay. You see, you just want this. Okay. I will say this. This is what the Ethel Brown said. She said, and I'm going to go straight in the middle because you want chocolate things. You want press chocolate. The commission has opened its doors to all observers and stakeholders, including political party technicians that are duly accredited by NEC to observe the deduplication and adjudication process, Madam Lassana stated. The commission, the preliminary results from phase 1 of the BVR exercise shows that 891,201 voters registered in Monserrado County, while 184,425 voters registered in Bagibi, followed by Grand Bassa County, where 157,712 voters were registered. That is the analysis. Should I go to New Dawn? You are telling us that the BVR, the machine say that the people that register here. So even if you synchronize, you did duplicate, unless you replicate, it cannot go up. This is what you reported. And the newspaper I put there is different from the trash. You go behind it for 5 minutes, you can't bring the trash. That's my time to talk. Let me go to the next newspaper.
I can take you on and bring you back on.
It's called New Dawn. The next newspaper is called New Dawn. You who talking over there, your latest inside here. Now, according to New Dawn on that day, it said Monserrado County, quote, which is regarded as the World Bank, quote unquote, in terms of its huge cosmopolitan voting population, with an estimated population of 1,920,914, recorded 891,201 voters ahead of the October 10 polls. Second newspaper. Okay, you to Daily Observer. You better go ahead, you can bring here.
But you're making no sense, Fagon. That's the same thing everybody's saying. What's your argument? What's your argument?
You brought some of that trash newspaper here.
Fagon, what's your argument?
Okay, you ask, wait for the answer.
Yeah, don't talk about trash. Set it straight. Calm down. Drink some water.
Now,
let people understand you. You reading all the newspaper in the country. Now, summarize it. What's your argument or your disagreement tonight?
My argument here is that there was something called biometric voter registration. That machine they use, Tenton. When you finish registering, you carry the machine. The number you saw in the machine, and in these newspapers, go there, you will see they clean the machine and reset it. When you finish, you keep to the librarian people, you say, in Monserrado, don't interrupt me. In Monserrado, my people, 800, and 91,000 people, they register in Monserrado. So, this number will change when we do the deduplication, we say, okay, we follow our hands. You can't go back and do anything in Monserrado again. The machine finish. You finish with the machine. You
so hold on now. So hold on. The people understanding now that your argument is that they brought in one number 891. When the first
891,201.
When the first carry on the process, that was the first announcement.
The whole BVR finished. Yeah. It was done.
For Monserrado.
Okay,
they went to Tema. Yeah, hold on now. Let's stick with Monserrado. Don't confuse some of us. Let's stick with Monserrado. Now, after everything, your disagreement with this paper that I'm going to put up now, we still go 800 though. Your disagreement here saying, Monserrado is 914. That's why you disagree, right?
Now, hold on. I disagree, but with an explanation. If you look on the paper now, they say after data synchronization, meaning you bring all the different data from all over. You bring all. After data synchronization, they got 914. No. When you got all the data, before you clean the machine, you told us all the registration in the country were 891,000.
Okay, so you made a good point. Hold on 1 minute now. Now we understanding you with all the screaming. Let pause, let that bro understand us. Your argument was you went on all the newspaper. You went on BBC and CNN. You went on Spoon all over and said we get 800 and change.
Yes.
Now, after all the synchronization, you come out and say you get 914. Your question is how so, right?
How so? That number one.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you use this machine to put 30 pieces inside here, you can't say, Stanton, say that 30 are getting the machine, you see it here. All right, mark it down. We mark it. You delete everything, you go. Where you come from now with synchronization?
Okay, hold on now. That ask Alex. Alex, that's a very fair question, Alex. It's very fair. We had 800 and change. You gave it on 914. How so, Alex? What do you think?
Okay, thank you so much. So, Big Brother Falcon, I just sent you a 4-page
and I
press
want machine,
briefing.
all the machine for around Monster rather they collected all. They took all the number up. They clean it. Go to the newspaper, you read it.
So let's stick to Monster rather now.
So do I have the time now?
Yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead, Alex.
Okay, so I just sent you a 4-page press briefing from the National Election Commission Chairperson Deviator Brown that was here on the 5th of June 2023 in the James Fromoya Hall.
Is this what you're talking about?
Yes. And if you look at that record for Monserrado, what do you see on that record for Monserrado? You see 900. So what I'm saying to you is, it is on the basis of this record or press conference here on the 5th of June and the current final register rule that is now available NEC website, that analysis was done to present to you what you now saw. But let me say this to you also. I do not disagree with you with regards to deduplication. If Deviator Brown made a statement that the total number of registered voters in Monserrado was 809,000, like you explained, or 891,000, absolutely there is no way it can go beyond 891,000 after deduplication.
That is our debate.
Can you give me a chance? If she did make such a statement, whether it is deduplication or not, the record must either return to 891,000 or go below.
You know, but hold on now, Alex, hold on. Alex, we don't do the too much long talking and someone okay forget. Fagon argument now, you go into Fagon argument. You came out on 4 newspapers.
That's just a fact.
The New Dawn newspaper, and all the other newspapers in the country.
Thank
you. You went on social media, you went all over and say you had 800 and some more. So can the National Election Commissioner herself answer the question, why are we leaving from 800 and change to 900 and change?
Stanton, that's why I gave you the video.
You know, that's why.
Wait.
No way, Alex. Alex, wait, we're getting to somewhere now. Go ahead.
Was the question now. They asked the woman, the video where he said at 4 minutes. And you know what she said? Share what Alex said. There is no way it's supposed to go up. She said, well, that's different. Y'all give me up to tomorrow. Let me find out.
That's why I come into that Fagon. Because I heard that video, and I don't know why, seriously speaking, I don't know why it's not loading. But again, Fagon, let me say this to you. She
why
said,
you gotta wait for tomorrow?
She said, give me up to tomorrow. So now all Liberia is hearing her now say, why this thing went up.
Thank you.
But you know, but you know what I also, this is what I also say to the opposition political party. This is a press conference that was here and press briefing to the various stakeholders on June 5th, where the lady said the number of registered voters in Monserrado was 914,000. I believe the Unity Party, the ANC, and the rest of other people at that stage should have asked Deviator Brown. You told a few weeks ago that this was 891,000. Why are you now telling us it is 900 plus? Where is this increase coming from? Now, June has passed, July, August, we are now in September, a few days to elections. Because it is important. It is important to raise it, but this is what I always say: the various opposition political party needs to be proactive.
So
they need to be proactive.
Alex, I want to comment on this. Right, you published document here in June we show 900,000. Okay. Why it is true? That's, you see, if when it comes to election numbers, if she said that, number one,
why you keep using if? The woman said a thing.
Okay,
it's recorded, it's audio, video.
Granted, okay. I trust you, my people. I say
and
she said it, right?
Now she said, "Yo, wait, let me check."
So I want you to hear my take on this, right? We have documentation from June, which can correlate with that of the numbers we seen on the one Stanton was putting out. Alex, if I'm wrong.
Sure.
Not correct from what I'm saying.
You keep going.
Yes, you are correct.
If I'm gonna wait now, I want to be clear. Now the point here is, Alex, guess where I'm coming from. If the data presented by NEC in June correspond with what we see on the final row after even the deduplication, Fagon, if she said that, we can hold her accountable. But the numbers for me, from that perspective, Alex, you the guy for this data and statistics and things. What would you say in that point? Did she make a mistake? But based on what you're saying, do you think the data has been tampered with? Because
no, I cannot speak for her as to whether she made a mistake or not. It is a red flag. If it's what Fagon is saying was said before the June 5th or after the June 5th, it's a red flag. It needs to be investigated. It needs to be looked into. But what I see on the paper that was a press briefing on June 5th is what I took to analyze and look at the difference. Again, there are few increases that should not be. Like that is presented, for example, in NEMA, there's 128 addition. I see, for example, in Grand Crew, there's 108 addition. These are things that political party needs to ask. Why is it an increase in the final row? But this is not for me to speak on behalf of the NEC chair as to whether she made a mistake or not.
Fagon, you're right.
For Fagon, you are muted.
Her conference was April 18.
Okay, then but it was before
April 17, 18. That's why all the newspapers gave all to Stanton. All the different newspapers reported the same thing. The audio, the video, all there. But let me say this to you guys, and listen carefully. Listen, man. These numbers that she just came up with, if they ask you, you the next boss, she recognized that she made that statement. But she said, this increase, let me look into it tomorrow. I will get back to you. Because the technical guy, the data guy, could not explain it. And what we're seeing here, like the paper Stanton brought, it never came out until today.
Fagon, hold on. Folks are texting me. Hold on, let me say something, Fagon.
So Stanton their paper, like the math Stanton I beg you. You know that math I can say x plus 4 equals 8. X is equals to what?
To 4.
Or 5x.
Yeah, 5x.
For x.
So now they go say,
well, you got it. So wait, that mean 5x.
Yeah, Stanton, 940.
You know, but let me say this though. A lot of folks appreciating you. You know, I really don't like you, but if you say we gotta appreciate you, they are appreciating Fagon the fact that you are red flagging these things. And to tell you the truth, he did. Let's agree to they have changed something somewhere today.
Again, so you can eat
Maxwell, Fatima.
Well,
why are you leaving from the 800 and change? Why are you leaving from the 800 and change to the 900? How did it look at the video? I'm about to put the video up. Guess what? She turned to the technician, and this technician is not Axel. You know who the technician? The technician name is let me find a guy name. I think his name is Archie Denani. Archie. His name is Archie. So something is happening somewhere that they are all confused.
Archie is the GIS consultant.
Nobody's confused.
Archie is a GIS. He's just a GIS man. He's not a data analyst.
But they say he's a database specialist.
That's not what kind of title you get it, guys. So you
know, the man's a database specialist. It's not what kind of title I gave him. That's the fact.
I know Archie very well.
Yeah, so let's come to some understanding here now. Fagon, why you run away? We're about to play your wonderful clip you've been crying for. Yes, Mama.
I think I need to come in. You've just allowed all of the men to speak their truth, and I think
There we go again.
That's
There
not
we go
quite
again.
right.
There we go again.
With all the
God.
data analysis that you guys are going through, I just think that we need to educate our people that if elections is going to be held on October 10th, which I think it should be, because we're not going to go buy tickets and go to Liberia for this one vote that we're ever going to vote ever for now, and just go there and then it's postponed. We don't have time.
No, I disagree with you. We should get it right, though. If it's not right, then there should be. Then we got to tell the people. We should get it right.
While we are at it, let us just make sure our people are educated. Let them know to go to not give their voting cards to anyone. This is not the time for you to go sell your voting cards for $5 or for $20 or for rice. This time we need a real systemic change in our country, and we need to do it for the uplift. The women are on the ballot. Young girls selling their bodies are on the ballot. The eradication of men. Pretty soon, when I have no men in Liberia, we'll have to have in vitro fertilization to have babies.
Okay, thank you very much. You go to that place I don't want to go to. If we don't have no men in Liberia because the men are doing something else.
No, that's not what I mean. No, not because of that.
Well, hold
it's
on
because
it would be
Fatima. No. See,
Fatima,
let me tell you.
This.
Pretty soon, when I have men in Liberia, because all our boys, okay.
Fatima,
when I was in college,
this is very important.
Y'all listen. They said in order to destroy a population or eradicate them, is to take away their ability to reproduce themselves.
All right, Fatima, thank you very much. You bring
my 2 minutes is not over.
Yeah, hold on. I'll come back to you, Fatima. I gotta play this. It's important because if I go back crying for the clip, I want to play.
It's around 891,201. Then the last one is 901,000 and change. So when you do the analysis, there's an increase of around 9,000 plus. So this is after the deduplication exercise. We want to know what is the basis for that increase.
Is the technician here? Did you understand the question? Okay, yeah. You want to respond to that, please?
Thank you.
I believe there was a presentation we made some months ago to the political party representatives in this hall, to political party technicians, and we made it clear that we did give you preliminary figures immediately after the first phase of the BVR process and the second phase. When we put all those records together, we gave you what was 2,498,904 registration records across the country. And then we said those numbers were subject to deduplication and adjudication from.
So, Fagon, yes, Amos Twerk him up. He reminded her. But when he reminded her, her facial expression changed. She went like, seriously? Without hearing you, Fagon. And then she asked for this.
I say you swear she dropped her
She
whole
asked for the technical guy, and the guy didn't explain anything. And at the end of the video, because it's long, she said, we'll get back to you.
Yes, that I'm waiting for you to play whole day today. Because they got fire her with a C question again. They was a woman. The woman said,
girl came in. That was a female.
Yeah. She couldn't make it. She said, I will get back. A choke up.
What are they hiding? Fucking let end the show now. But what you think?
Alex, what was happening in that area? Because
Alex was in there. Alex was in there. Alex was a different planet.
But you can analyze it. After that, the normal man here again. We have a dinner.
No, but I cannot comment on what was happening because I don't know.
I'm coming to give Alex a code. And I want you to keep this code. Do not give it to Stanton. There is something you dealt with in the past, and you will deal with it now, even though you're not in the government or religious. It's called the granular data. It's shaky.
So you tell me, say, you tell me, say, then you say, now I say granular data. But I go eat your peanuts, I go eat your granular.
When you tell people, say that, 18 girls were here, 20 boys were here, 3 old ladies were here, and 4 old men were here. When Alex then, according to the data, said I won, and you next come back and say you register 65 old men in there, when we go look to Alex then data that trouble. That trouble. You see how he's smiling? Don't tell 12 I roll. 12 will go for that data to manipulate it. But you know, the people get it already.
Fagon, so let end the show. Fagon, let end the show. So you think she intentionally or they intentionally changed the numbers?
Here is what I believe happened, and I think happened. The way Prince Maxwell looking at me and say, yeah, the guy can word his, he can do it worse in a way they can't.
Yeah, Prince Maxwell is tired with you, to be frank.
Yeah. Because at
this point, we summarize it. There is a malfunction in the data that could cause a major problem for the Liberian election, period. And the government needs to look at it, and political parties look at it.
And that is what I said. The way to solve this thing holistically is to take a thorough analysis of the back-end server, to look at the real time thing, to know who do when these things are okay.
Alex, let me say this. I'm concerned because any one political opposition can come out and raise an issue, right? And say, I disagree. From everything we are giving on Spoon Talk, they can use Spoon Talk, use all the recording, use everything and say, you know what? There was an error. And the commissioner failed to look into it. Seriously speaking, you guys are calling for election? We should fast and pray on this one, because a lot of issues happening that we don't know. And again, to go back to Dualu, I think we should hear her out more often. She should speak more, and then we'll know what's happening.
Well, y'all feeling, y'all will ask me, Fagon, what you think happened?
So we tell with you.
Yes, Fagon.
Let me tell you what happened here, Lobo. Lobo, let me tell you what happened here. And I'm
let me get an announcement quick. The Facebook, I beg you, Fagon. Facebook banned Lobo's show. There is no drive-through McDonald's because Facebook banned his show and say he's not coming back until after the election. Lobo going all over crying for them to release him. I can send a warning for you, Lobo, but they say you're not coming back on our McDonald's drive-through. So I'm sorry, Lobo. Just go to that bro and Leah will go. You will not see Lobo drive-through coming on because Facebook banned him for some community standard irregularities. All right.
So let me tell you, Stanton, you will laugh what really happening. Here is what is happening. I see people then crying. They're taking the people photo registration card, this and that. You don't know why they're taking it. You will know. Let me tell you what is going on. They've increased that you see. Y'all will make noise. We will all go back and come back to the 891. But have you ever asked yourself, why is it from 2017, most or rather the total number of votes there was this number? In 6 years' time, it almost doubled. You ever ask yourself? Have they ring bell
what was the total number in 2017? What was the total number in 2017?
I get my paper here. I'm not giving no.
But we have Alex here. How many percent registered based on your census?
Here is what they are doing. They want us to argue. Then they will come back and bring it back to the 891. We're in that 891 where they get a supri. They're taking all Pelu.
Stanton. I do appreciate. I mean, personally, I do appreciate. No, not interrupting him. No, I'm not interrupting him. Personally, I do appreciate. I do appreciate Fagon's position.
You just interrupted Fagon.
Stanton, 1 minute.
You don't want to
everything take, my man.
Jesus, man.
You just interrupted Fagon.
Stanton, what we are talking about here.
You just interrupted Fagon. That's why I want you to
remember. What we are talking. Okay, Fagon, let me interrupt you 1 minute.
When you want to interrupt me,
1 minute. Okay, the point is this, right? Fagon has raised a point, right? And now we have Alex on this show. It will be very, very wise in our own understanding to bring this same conversation to Liberian people tomorrow with Alex being there to give us an understanding, because he understands the pinpointed data we are looking for or trying to understand. There can be many other analysis around this. And I guess that the other guests that are not here, other panelists that are not here right now, will be very eager to get involved because they are listening also where they are. and they can bring their analysis tomorrow. Fagon got a lot to talk about, and we can move that on to tomorrow and move into the NEC, because right now our entire argument and our entire concern is that the referee in this match that's to be played on October 10th should be transparent.
I think the Electoral Lasala is a sedition. I do believe so.
I mean, for me, what I can say, in maybe in closing.
Alex, anyway, I know you'll come out tomorrow, but I do believe. Let me open the full line and ask.
Thank you for that.
Who all believe that the Electoral Lasala is a sedition?
They got, you know, they got no against.
No, seriously, Prince. That's my belief.
But you can coach Josh Solo. Just coach Josh Solo. You'll not be, no one hold you responsible.
No, I'm not going to Josh Solo about it. Let's open the phone. I guys want to say thank you. If you want to hang out, you can hang out. If you want to go about fight.
I'm going to go see about my drive-through. You say you bring the call and the drive, and I come on your regular follower on the drive. That way you know what happened. My sister, I can be
spy on the drive. But you did extremely well, though. You called that thing, and a lot of people appreciate you because the phone call I've been receiving is true. For 800 and something to 914 is concerning, and that's a huge number too.
From 777,000 in 2017, then you want to carry out to 901. How the pony people then quick with that? So
is it only in one county, or this is happening in all the counties, Fagon?
It happened in 3 counties. Monserrato, Magibi, Grand Bassa saw an increase. Now the paper you get, bro. Now the paper. Then all the other counties, as a result of the deduplication, saw a decrease. And some of the areas, for example, Kidman, where Bintu is from, they had 89,000 foot. They took out 3,000 from them. So a Kidman with just 89,000 foot can experience duplication to where you have to take out 3,000. Then what you think a huge number, like Monserrato, with 891, and you take nothing from that, instead you add over 9,000, which one be that?
Yeah.
But VAR people, sometimes they can be easy. But October 10, you will hear the VAR, they say, yeah, fair.
You see?
I don't want the VAR people can call Kekai, which means woman.
So, Fago, you think they will make the correction? You think when they come back for another press release, you think they will get everything straightened up? What do you think she's thinking tonight? I mean, what is she thinking?
If that were my sister, I'll get her in the room tonight and tell her, man, you already shaking. Didn't even be you here, you shaking. Jerry's on. I would tell my sister, I don't care what anybody say. I would say, man, you know what they Kenya, drop it. Drop the Kenya, you know what it. Because it screw up all over the place. With men like Alex, then where no numbers, do data, work with ledgers then, know what's obtaining. They coming from the blind side. You cannot make it. Because here is what we see. You did a BVR, which is biometric. Then he said, no, I will not use it. Why you not use it? Yeah, now we're experiencing problem. Use it for the facial and the thumbprint recognition. Because those are features. Then when the person get a card, let them go inside and vote. Now, you are supposed to tell us where the precincts will be, where people will vote. 14 days to election. Bintu, you know where you're supposed to vote?
Yes.
Where you register does not necessarily mean that where you will vote to.
Oh, how you know that? I thought I was supposed to vote right on the old road there.
That's what you thought. But the FFR will tell you where.
Yeah, that's not how it is.
Oh,
you can vote within. You can vote within the district, but you can vote different precincts.
You could be in the district, but not necessarily where you register.
So how you find that out, Minister?
Because
that's why we asking for the FRR.
Okay.
The FRR will tell you where you will go to vote. You will see it there. You see your number, everything.
Okay.
So what happens if you don't know? I register to Tottenham How. I know that I play will vote. You go stand out to Tottenham How, they say you're Nina on the list. You turn confused. Why me man Nina on the list? Start making noise. The way I bring police people can hold people didn't get uniform for almost 6 years. Then why you checking the break here that I get from America?
No, she'll be fine because all she need to do, she will call AB. She will be fine.
You know what? On that
I'm going to look for food.
Anyway, CEO, I like I was saying,
I'm hungry.
Minister, don't even worry about that man. What he talking? All I'm saying is that we need to educate our people for real, for real. Our people need to know this election is very, very important. Don't let anybody discourage you from coming out.
That she said for real, for real.
No. For how you can elaborate? For true. We need to come out and vote our conscience.
I didn't mean to say AB the former police.
You always start each other. That man is a married man, so I know you must get a man boyfriend.
So what? Anyway, your friend, you will pick you up.
Anyway, like I was saying, CEO, we need to educate our people. Me, I'm here to tell. The way I'm talking, I gotta go. Let me speak my voice to my people because my voice is for that. Now, I'm what I know. What while in Fatu me look and na me afọwọ́ away election be nana atolo wiki fela kemu mu vote eke wo ma sinu kemu mo me nunu na anu kaka anu la ani na ni vote me no bo wo wo ma wakati e bi wo to abi momo ye jafe na kwa wa vote me no sansono no mo wakabi no kenu ata sansono no abemi mana to wako abemi mana dia abemi mana tewo abemi mana gola kone amakoko mawawe ye wo ma si lo nu ata metal steam enu bi ani wa go enu wa diamond nu wa teacher nu wa data nu be anbe power bi na anbe jafi suna na hospital enu wa nurse enu anbe take anbe power bi na wo kone vemo nu wo kone we makama akwa wo ma loud jo we abe amomenu nu ye na monu mo len kamale nu be nu ana nu biti we zogo be zogi nu ko mo le busmale nu anu be na fe nyama la ni amia anu kuno ki ye be bona anu ma wo ma loud jo we ye wo vote ke kai kwe Joseph nyuma bwaka abe alen kamale nyama ani anuke ani ake Jeremiah kun voting come kai ko ma idea mu kemu mo idea be na be akuno ki yo ai wa bu ebi ai ko be na ma wo ye ko emenu komu wo kone he me wo bona na mo no wo ma mo bo ebi lawe akajo wi abasanso na akwa he wo kone na mo no wo kone wo ma wo me bi we abi kai kwa ye kemu emu basa emu bo to me yo wo bai ka kuma kama wo power. Thank you.
But Alex, they challenge you that you can see your channel.
But Alex, listen to what just came in. So we have completed the deal. I sent it to you, Fagon. They sold the portion, George Manuel, we are sold away for $50 million. He received 17.5. Today, this week, it was completed. They sold it to Acela Mittal. I just sent it to you, Fagon. I've been sold to Mittal Steel by President Weah and his government for $50 million United States dollars. They have already received the 17.5. We ran with this story when it first came up, pending ratification of the new Mittal Steel MDA. And this will only happen after the election. Why do you think Mittal Steel will give these guys the money, knowing very well we are now into the election week? But they're saying that, yes, indeed, they will give. The gift job, we have 17.5 million United States dollars.
That's exactly why it's important that the United States take cognizant and due note of the Liberian people actions that is about to be taken. I am grateful that the Assistant Secretary of State for African Affairs, Heath, is going on the ground. These are the things. You just saw it with your own eye. You just look at people's resources, then you rack it.
Yeah, they saw it.
I'm not worried because under a Joseph Numa Parker administration, Acela Mittal will once again blame herself. Why do I say so? They gave the money to individuals, and the road from Yekepa was not constructed. They were compelled to bring up new money to pave that road. So the whole Solway deal, the men will eat their money feel cool. Because at the end of the day, we'll follow the money trail and we'll do it in compliance with the law. If there is any violation there, the deal will be dead on arrival.
Fago is scary though. 17.5 million United States dollars to give it to Jowiah for election. But so Jowiah, he was also owner to this company.
Look, man, corruption is corruption regardless of how big or small. And I will say this, George Weah is just waiting to see what will happen October 10. And I'm confident that there will be audits as soon as the end of February. The audits will begin. There will be arrests, detention, investigation, charges, and forwarding to court within 90 days of the Joseph Newman Boakai prosecution government. And here's the reason why I say so. The Liberian people are clear. Bring to justice people who broke the law.
Will you be disappointed if Joseph Newman Boakai government failed to do as you are saying? Will you be disappointed?
That sentence you can never find in the dictionary right now for me. Disappointed. I know the old man. And I'm saying it because the old man just said it in his video tip that nobody will go free that broke the law.
Well, people are saying that they know Joseph Newman Boakai. He's an uncle to them. The Nathaniel McGill, the Sir Joseph, and all the folks from Lofa and Bapolu.
Then
the Moba Molu, the Thomas Fala, the Jefferson Koji, you can name them. The Samara Wodokori. They say they are related.
The man say to jail that people pay for him on the road going. Hey, son. He said you're carrying to jail. He said you're carrying to jail if he broke the law. You're carrying. You move from here. You don't come here. If he broke the law, you're carrying to jail. The poor went and settled. They said that the investigator for the final. He does not interfere with the law. And that's why everybody is afraid of how strict he is. And I'm saying it because 42 years in government, 25 years in government, however you want to put it, no record. I'm saying this to you today. There is a reason why you see all the guys in campaigning so vigorously. Look at 12 horse you show. 1.5 million, right? But that kind of house will be banjo in South Africa for schools to be built at the cost of $100,000 or library in the 15 counties. The country got money, but it's in the hands of a few fingerful of politicians. And they stole it. Look at it, 17.5. And the waterway people didn't pay you.
Yeah, they didn't pay 4 months now.
Who the other point you are fighting for the other day? Like ERBC?
The Rawa International Airport.
Thank you, Papa. They didn't pay you, but 17.5 million gone.
9 million from Western Cluster, and the people that didn't pay you other.
17 plus 9. 17 plus 9. Think about it. That's like 26.5, if my math is correct.
You're correct.
So you still cannot pay the people's salaries. How? What kind of wickedness is that? You cannot pay the doctors. They have workers. But you got Western Cluster. Beer Martin getting how much? For them to fast track that deal. If you recall, these guys are wicked. That's why they will be kicked out.
So you look at it, the people get they get a 50 million though. B Martin gave them the 5 million, right?
Yes.
17.5 came from Solway.
Yes.
Which will be how much is it? It's 22.5, right? It's
yes.
22.5. Then you get a 9 from Edwin Snow, Western Cluster, the 9 that
Yes.
they brought in. So if you say 22.5 at 31.5.
Yes.
All right. Anything else that people have not gotten their pay, and at the end of the day, it's kind of like concerning that these guys then make their money for the election, but will the money go to the election? No. John Manor, we are own part of Solway, so it's not the election money. That John Manor, we have money. Let me ask you a straight question. We're leaving now. Sorry, Alex. John Manor is a United States citizen from France as well. You think he will be persecuted on America will persecute him, then Liberia will persecute him?
First and foremost, Liberia must make a complaint. And that is what will happen in the case of Josh Weah. And here is why it will happen. If he's on Liberian soil, he will be arrested or indicted. You saw what happened to Trump. If he runs away, then Liberia will complain him to the U.S. And the U.S. will go get him wherever he is. So he cannot run.
What about his wife and his brother-in-law? How do you think Liberia will work on that? Those two individuals.
France detained his wife once upon a time for traveling with huge sums of U.S. dollars, foreign currency. She knows. And if there are records to prove that she's involved too, she will be arrested. As far as brother-in-law, that one finished already. He's a wanted man.
Wow. So all the homes Joshua built in Liberia and all the places he keeping his money, like we said, Doe was the third richest African president. You think Liberia will be able to recoup those money?
It depends. Like in Gabon, maybe if the military government does not use it. Like in Equatorial Guinea, Ubasogo, you saw your man going there for some. And the third president I always tell you is Mickey Sall. So if we want to recover the money, those are the three individuals. Now on the Dubai end and the Jamaican end, that will be another story for another day.
But you need America to help you, though. You need America to help you with getting the money back. Like we said recently, is that Sunny Abacha money they just sent back to Nigeria? Was it Sunny Abacha money, I believe?
Yes.
Millions of dollars to send back to Nigeria. So we understand that, Joe, we are saving money, especially in Europe, but portion of his family money is here in America. So I think a good discussion. Alex, what say you, man? What will wrap this thing up?
So for me, I think this election is very important. Liberians needs to vote to eliminate poverty, to reduce poverty. Extrajudicial killing is on the ballot. Ritualistic killing is on the ballot. Rampant corruption is on the ballot. And so all of these things are the responsibility of the Liberian people to take the decision into their own hands. And that is why it is very important to ensure, especially the major stakeholders like the Unity Party, the ANC and others, that this is a free, fair, and transparent process. And that is why I concur with Minister Fakon, is that if there is a situation where there were some numbers given to the Liberian people after voter registration, and now there's an increase, and not just an increase, but a major increase, there needs to be a serious investigation into that. And I want to also say to Unity Party and the other folks that you should go beyond requesting for the FRR, because the FRR could be delayed because people are including people names on the list who voter cards they have purchased and replacing them. And if you get such a listing, it does not say anything. Go beyond that, investigate the system, and let's know actually what happened.
Thank you very much, Alex, and we hope to have you tomorrow. Again, this is concerning, but we'll wait. We have said it, and hope the Liberian folks are listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
G. Alex M. Williams, we want to say thank you a lot, sir. Nelson, again, I know you are tired. You're always tired, and I hope you feel strong tonight to do this show. For the next 29 minutes, we'll be going for the folks to speak their data. Nelson, I'm concerned. Liberians are concerned, and this is concerning to all. What actually happened with David Eto Brown Lasana? What actually happened with her? You know, they gave her the responsibility, but she missing a lot of stuff, and I think that it's hard. It's hard. So talk to us before we open the line to hear our folks.
Yeah, I think she's the work on hand is a very difficult one, and at some point, she's seen as that person who's trying to make sure that the right thing is done. At another point, she's seen as that person who is just caught between the scissors. I think if you look at the position the neck boss finds herself in right now, it's a very difficult one. Despite the position being a tenure position, but we know in our country that even tenure positions in Liberia, there are situations where there will be influences from higher ups and so forth. Yeah, so I think she's in a very difficult position, trying to make sure that the right thing is done, and versus other options that may be going before her now. Yeah,
I don't know why. I don't know with what just came up. Like they have increased all this, and George Manawia, is bleeding from lo-fi. He's not making any game, in lo-fi. He went there just to show face. I will be asking the folks tomorrow their take, and I will be bringing in Chief Cyril Allen to talk to us about the demographic. You understand that? Tell me if John Manawia will win Lofa County. If you tell me no, so why did he go to Lofa County? He's not going to win.
Lofa is
Tell
off
me if
the
John
list.
Manawia is off. Tell me
is
if he's going to win Nima County. He's not going to win in Nima County. Why are you going to Nima County? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, in America, the Democrats will say we are not even campaigning over there because we know we will never win. That's a red state. Send them to Texas. They would never. They know that it would help. Listen, they would try, but they would not even campaign. Send any Republican to New Jersey. They would not win New Jersey. Send them to New York. Send them to Maryland. They would say, no, we're not going there. It will be a waste of resources. They would not go there because you know why? Democrat going to win Washington, D.C., Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, New York, and they're going to try to beat down in Philadelphia, period. Send them to California, and the Republican will say, no, we are not going to California because it's a Democratic state. That's how George Manawia will not win in Nimba. He's not winning in Lofa. Will he win in Monserrato? Can we say he's going to win Bon County? How many states can you give George Manawia? How many counties, excuse me, can you give George Manawia to win? So you guys are the journalists there. I'm asking you, can Joe Manawia win Monserrato? Can he win Nimba? Can he win Lofa? Can he win Bon County? Those 4 states alone, let's just get it off the back. Can Joe Manawia win it? If no, then that's a problem for money.
Yeah, because Monserrato County, first of all, is not known to be that county for ruling establishment, and especially now, looking at all of the different things that have been coming up, and the performance of the CDC at some point is difficult. Nimba County, the Prince Johnson factor obviously has taken away a whole lot from the CDC. So it's going to be difficult, despite Garrison Yellow and a few others.
Listen, Garrison Yellow, they can try. Joey, I can't. Listen, let me tell you something. If you say Joey will win the southeastern part, those counties, like Grand Crew, like Sano, and no other places, yes. No argument.
But they are not very populated. They are not very populated.
But again, that's what George Manawia is his chances. You think the people are going to see Jose Yima Bwaka and give George Manawia Lofa? Are you out of your mind? You think they're going to see Prince Johnson and Jeremiah Kuhn and give George Manawia Nimba? Say anything you want to say. They said no to Josh Manawia. And even listen, I don't even think Josh Manawia will go Nima County and stay 1 second in Nima County. He can't. Joe Manawia went in Lofa today with the deputy DEA director. The men are talking about drugs. He right here hanging with the man. The people ain't crazy.
It's one of the men that the people are protesting that it should be dismissed.
Yeah, but Joe Manawia said, I ain't gonna, so long Stanton say I would not listen to you, I will keep this guy. And we asked Chief Cyril Allen, yo, we'll play this thing tomorrow again. And I will say this to everyone. There will be no way. Listen, Lofa, Bon County. I don't know. The people just there said they don't even like Joey Howard Taylor. The people in Bon County don't like Joey Howard Taylor like that. They are saying she didn't deliver for them. So my fellow Liberians said the truth. Give Joe Manawia Sano. Even some people in Sano saying they're scared he would not win Sano. But I give it to him. For the sake of argument. Give him River says. For the sake of argument. Can you help me understand, Nelson? Where the people are coming from that Joe Manawia will win Monserrato, will win Lofa? Are they okay? Open the phone line. Open the phone line. Let's talk to some people. Put a number up, Nelson. I'm not going anywhere. Open the phone line. We'll take the chain from my neck. I tired wearing the chain. I don't know when people can tell me to wear the chain. No, I ain't chain, man. Open the phone line. Let's hear from the people, man. I say now, you know what? Thank God the family then downstairs. We say that yeah, we talk more today, Nelson. Nelson, why I'm not taking the chain? Oh, you know that you choke my chain. Let's hear from the people. Put a number up. Real quick. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir. How you doing? Your name?
My name is Aces Google. I'm calling from Toledo, Ohio. I just want to say thank you tonight. I want to thank Eugene Fagon.
You got 1 second left.
Oh, 1 second? Oh my God. Eugene Fagon is a patriot. It's a patriot. Eugene Fagon, we are fighting for you. The minister in Joe Bucket's government. Thank you.
They got ballot. Eugene Fagon will be minister for what?
Information minister.
Why would get Eugene Fagon information minister? Eugene Fagon say he won't do business. He won't be minister.
No, we want him. That guy is a patriot.
All right, let me take this one. Real quick. Hello?
Hello, Santa.
Yeah, who's this?
This is Burr.
Burr.
Yeah.
Can Joe Manawia win Nima?
No.
Can he win Lo-Fi?
No.
Can he win Monserrato?
No.
Which county among the 15 counties you can give Josh Manawia easy to win?
0.
No, I don't believe you, man. Papi, don't do that.
Oh, you sure?
Yeah.
I told you 0.
Papi, let's have a serious conversation. I don't believe you. You cannot tell me that Josh Manawia.
I came here to tell you something so I can leave, please. If you think that Josh will win Riverside, Grand Crew, Sano, Grand Gide, River G, Maryland, it left with you. But I came here to tell you something that nobody has ever told you before about David Etta.
Yeah, what's that?
Okay. You see, the entire members, the entire commissioners in the NEC, they hate that woman. They manipulated numbers into that number Fagon we're talking about today, just to picture her bad. You know, when our technicians came and were telling you, do what I say. If you don't, I will jail you for 7 years. 7 years. I'm making sense, but if you don't,
we gotta go.
It will be that way. The people put number there to spoil her. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Papi. Thank you. Who you got?
Okay, so I got someone from this line. Hello.
Hey, is this Tent on the Spoon Talk?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. You're live on the Spoon Talk.
Yes, I want to talk. This is Paul Dickerson calling from Ohio.
Okay.
Yeah, my concern has to do with the commissioner, Director Brian Lasana. This woman went and got a 2-bedroom house right in front of the embassy, so in case she cause chaos in the country, she can join right in the embassy. That's the reason why the opposition need to write the embassy to inform the embassy about her dubious plan to put the country into chaos and run right in the embassy. And also, how can you say I got 1,000 people in my house and 200 people pass away, then you tell me the number has increased to 1,200? That's not possible.
Thank you.
She's doing a whole lot of things. She's doing a whole lot of things that is not right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get the next caller from here. Your name and where you calling from?
Hello?
Yeah, your name.
My name is Lawrence Cooper. I'm calling from Norristown, PA.
Cool. Talk to us, Lawrence.
All right, so Stanton, so let first of all go with the question you asked, okay, in regards to where can George Weah win and where he can't win. So we know Nima is gone. Moserado, Tyrell Dillon already proved that. He can't play nonsense over there no more. All right, let's talk about Lofa. My concern with Lofa is people like Thomas Fowler. Okay.
Can he win Lofa? Because we don't have enough time.
He can't win Lofa.
Tell me which county, Joe. Tell me which county. Hold on now. Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute. Which county can you give Joe where I say yes, he can win this county?
Joe Weah might win. Let me be realistic here, my brother and friend. Joe Weah might win Grand Crew and Sano. But we all know the demographics.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
That's it. That's
Thank
it
you.
for him, man.
Thank you. Hello, my friend. Your name, where you calling from?
Hey, Stan, I want to be anonymous, please.
Yeah, talk to us. Can Joe Weah win in any one of the counties? And you can talk to me about the Electoral Brown Lasana issue.
Actually, Stan, can he win any county? I think fairly he can definitely win Grand Crew.
He will win Grand Crew. What about Sano?
Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt he will win Sano either. He will win Grand Crew.
All right.
But I want to focus on the elections itself.
Real quick.
Yeah. The reason I want to focus on the election is if I got a fear. There's a different theory that is ringing in my mind that got me scary, and that could land the elections in the lap of George Weah. And that theory is the purchase of those election cards. The people are not taking the card away from you. They're snapping a picture of the card. They're getting all the details information. If, that is if and only if, the election commission is in cahoots with the ruling party, those cards that they are getting hold of, they're going to sneak it through the system first.
All right.
Depriving the original owners of the card from voting.
Thank you. Take a couple of calls again. We still got 16 minutes to go. That's it.
Okay, so we take this person. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, hello. Go ahead. You're live.
Yeah, this is Rebecca. I'm calling from the USA.
Okay.
This is Rebecca Cover. How are you, my sweetheart? How are you? Okay.
Yeah, how you doing, Mama? How you doing?
All right. This is Rebecca Cover. What I'm trying to say here is that George Weah will not win Lofa. Nobody should even fool him. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Nobody should fool him. He's not going to win Lofa. He's not going to win Bonte and Kante. Maybe he can go to Southeast West. It's not even guaranteed.
Thank you.
When anybody tell you George Weah will win Lofa, why he came from Zozo, he saw what happened there. And we got people there, then you think he will win Lofa. That's a lie. That's a lie. Period.
All right, thank you. Let me bring the person in. Your name and where you calling from?
Okay, I'm Jimmy Kofa calling from Rochester in New York.
Go ahead.
Okay, for Stanton, the press in Liberia, whenever they bring out story, then after a certain time, then it die down. Listen, why we encourage a person to get 20 US dollars to a person to snap the voting card? Something happens somewhere. So I want the UN people, the US people, the whoever that in Liberia for the election, those that doing they saw them, they know them, those that took the pictures. They should have been arrested and take over to justice.
Thank you.
I mean, they spend money.
But there is no justice, my brother. Sorry. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Nelson. Take a call.
Okay, we take this person. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead. Your name and where you call from.
This is calling from. District 2.
Okay, go ahead.
This election, if Electoral would not do good, she had already programmed herself in a place that she know how to even manage it. Confused, it's too deep for her. We what we do, we get in the morning, when it's 10 on the 10, we all go down there and vote. Finish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me get this one, Nelson. Hello, your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, Stanton, this is you, James Sullivan Pierre, calling from Minnesota.
Yeah, go ahead. Talk to us, sir.
Hey, man, this election thing, you know, the CDC, they are like a horse rat. Those guys have no chance. They stand no chance. The CDC that we know when they're winning, we know. We know that they are not winning. They're only depending on Grand Crew, a little bit of Sano. I'm not sure with Maryland. And I think that's basically it. Maybe they will try a little bit in Maggie and probably somewhat in Bunk. That's all I know. I cannot really.
Why you think they will try Maggie because of Miguel?
They follow my gay guy is there. My people acting as something I wear rest on Don, so not John type of thing. Sometimes when I tell my gay get that the whole place crowded. So I don't know whether he bring those folks from out of Morovia. If he's bringing the folks from Morovia, then that's a problem.
What about Grand Basso? Let me ask you. You think we are going to take Grand Basso?
What you talking about, bro? No, Basso is gone.
What about River says?
Oh, like River said, but why has he done that? He went Bill Princeton.
But you say get Bill Twa they're doing good, making gains. But why should Bill Twa if you have nobody running against Bill Twa though?
You don't have nobody running against Bill Twa.
Who do you have? Who do you have running against Bill Twa? Who do you have?
You don't have the incumbent there. The incumbent still running.
Who the incumbent still running? Bill Twa. Man, come on, man. Javon Smith is not running, man. Javon Smith is good.
Is he running as representative or senator?
He's a senator to 2029.
So then what did Bill Barry doing that? Where is he running for?
But you know, you got two senators. One of the seat is open. It's not Javon Smith.
Oh, that's Javon.
Exactly. That's why we need to think on it, man. So a lot of folks will get out there saying that either River says or McGibby going to fall the draw.
He's not going to win River Set. He's not going to win River Set. I'm telling you, that man is not going to win River Set. The man, Bill Princeton come back there for the people. That's it. Don't tell the apartment with no breathing room.
Oh man, my man. So what I'm saying to you, listen. What I'm saying to you, you got to understand. Either or, we just got to let the people know. Grand Basso, we saw Yombly running up and down to compound 1, compound 2, compound 3, Buchanan, da. Okay. We are seeing no activities in River Says.
But do you know how Basso people flow?
But listen now, you must say, you're coming back to what I'm saying. We see nobody operating in River Says. It looked like they have given up in McGibby. The old man made 2 stops in McGibby, but now there is no traction. So I will ask you, if you talk about Lofa, you happy, you say Lofa gone. You talk about Nima, you say, hey, Prince Johnson, then Nima gone. Most of you say, hey, DeLong gone. Boncante, Prince Moe, they're all running from Jowia. The Western Cluster Belt, Bombay, Cape Man, and Bapolu, they're all running. You happy to say it. But then when you start going down to River Says, McGibby, and the southeastern part of the county, even Grange there, then you start thinking, maybe we're going to share it. So that anyway, but thank you for calling Spoon Talk tonight.
You can just leave all that stuff. You give me one.
No, but I do though. I love to leave you hanging.
Don't do that, please.
I have to leave you hanging. You will come by again to enjoy the show. Thank you.
Maybe say you're not far gone.
I know what you're going for. Take another call.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, the man crying.
Hello.
That's what the man crying.
Okay, hello. Go ahead. Your name, where you call from?
Good morning. I'm doing Panelist. Good morning. I'm Stephen F. from District 12, Chicken Factory Golf.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my brother. They're talking about the CDC to get most of the areas. Only do that area, maybe Grand Crew. But no papa, no, he might even try a food there. I'm talking about how you call it, Bombay, Kema, and all that area there. No, leave it. Even Monserrato, where could be a lot of people are here. And now we have the problem about it. We are tired. Frank. We are tired. Now, can you imagine they sending people all the area then? promising them to get them money, $50 for each 3 or 4 days, and even they're not even sending the money. They're not even sending the money for the people who do work for the people inside the country. I mean, pay us. Can you imagine if you about that card you're talking about? They don't solutions, they promised them to get some money. Brother, they didn't give the full money. They just took their series numbers on the card and
Thank you.
They promised them to give them money. Already they got gobbling.
Thank you.
Let
me tell one from you, Nelson. Your name and where you calling from, my friend?
Yeah, John Gamelia calling you from Tennessee.
Talk to us.
Now, I just want to say, I got a secret news, from Liberia, because I have a lot of people that what Kelly is planning, along with the CDC, is that you remember coming to have a program in Kakata. So they're trying to redo that program to show that he has a larger number, but he has people following him. So that in case of runoff, they will remove, Wakai from the second position and for coming there to run along with George Weah. Those are some of the secret plans they have. That's what I heard. My brother told me from Liberia. That's their secret plan, so that they are planning that to carry that out. Remove Wakai from there.
Thank
you.
you.
Go coming there to run with Georgia, then Georgia will win.
Thank you very much.
They're masterminding that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, Nelson. Who you got?
Okay, so I got someone here. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Sana. I'm calling you from Majubi.
Go ahead.
Yeah, George, we are winning here a little bit silly because all the rally they're being carried on here, more people from Monserrato to come here. So I don't know how people of Monserrato will vote there and them to come vote for him here too. So, and secondly, to my advice to National Election Commission, Madam Brown, that she please try and make the free and fair election. We back her, and then we need peace in our country. We want free and fair, transparent election. Whosoever win, let it be fair. Let them give it to the person.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the show. Thank you. Bye.
I'll squeeze another one in.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hello.
Yeah, hello. How are you?
Yeah, go ahead quickly.
Hello. Yeah, I'm calling from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Go ahead, let's hear
I'm
you.
calling from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Please turn down the volume of the.
Hang on a minute. The man listen to the radio. Hang up on him.
Wow, you.
Hang up on the man. Let me take this one. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, your name and where you calling from? Your name and where you calling from?
Yeah, this is Mr. Weah calling from Texas.
Mr. Weah, what's your first name, please?
I choose not to say. I work for the state here, and I'm a very key
Okay, talk to us, my man. Hey, bye. Talk to us.
No, I'm a Liberian. I don't want to speak Liberian because what I want to say, I want you to understand this. Look,
you are Liberian. You want to speak Liberian? What are you talking about? You want to talk to the people? You're not talking to me. Talk to the people you live.
Okay. Let me finish talking to you first.
But you live. The people listen to you. So let me let you know you live.
So, Eugene Falcon, when Eugene Falcon come on the show tomorrow, I want to talk to him. Or if I can't talk to him, ask Eugene Falcon
You're not ready. You calling me to get message of Eugene Falcon? Man. Yeah, man. You want to talk to the show talk, then you beating around that you work for the state, something. Take another call. Who we got? Man, look at Ojuku call.
So we got this person. Hello?
Yes. Hello.
Okay, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I'm Kekula from Jakarta.
Go ahead, Kekula.
Yeah, I think the CEO was saying that it was a United Party not making headway there. The equipment are there. The second senator are there. Francis Page, Nana Francis Page, all who are running campaign for United Party there. Even the second senator, which is Jivon Smith supporting United Party, and now small campaign is running for United Party.
Good information. Good information. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I was not going nowhere.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know what? I said thanks to him. I'm going to call Jivon Smith. I hope he's up. Jivon Smith always give me hard time, so let me wake him up. I mean, what James calling for, man? James to leave our line. Yeah, what wrong with James? Are you calling him?
No.
Now who calling? They calling me or who? Is that me?
No, I think someone
That's
calling
me. I
you.
don't know what Stanley Swan calling me. Stanley, don't call me. You call me, I'll block you. I'm on the show. The man calling me on Messenger, I will block him. Or Jugu, hold on, I will call you back. Or Jugu, I'm making a phone call to Trevon Smith.
Okay, so can I squeeze this person in while you
Trying
to get him?
Go ahead, Nelson.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Steven. I'm calling from Kanta, Nima.
Okay, go ahead, Steven.
Well, this election is a key election in our country. So no matter what NEC does, we are resolved. Come October 10, we'll protect our vote. Whatever level it takes us, we'll be there and make sure our vote are counted. And if NEC try to do anything stupid, we'll make sure that we will defend it in whatever way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for Nimba Pabwa Ao man. That's who you got.
Okay, I got another one here.
Ochugo one can speak bass, so I ain't ready to hear his pastor speaking.
Hello?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity. And it's hard to see you. My name is Waboli, chairman for the Black Board of Women. Someone familiar for the program. And let me get into the please take us to our constitution. How will you think of women? And people say that our personal yeah, that's true. Yeah, because you need to have but just can't see somebody coming to see how we make it. How many people on that that they can get hand out to see? How many people I want to see our children go to no school, not to go to bed and more cars so people will survive? Somebody got your Mogera number here. What will be in the number here? I blow in and I chew up on with the small battle. Who get it from number here? People will die. Every morning they are on a beat for push.
Thank you.
Blow in. Thank you. Be on camera. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We should squeeze in another one. Your network, I don't know, but you are frozen. I don't see any movement, so I'm finding it difficult to.
What you say?
Okay, you were frozen, and
no, I wasn't frozen. I was on the call. Go ahead. So go ahead, my friend. You like to call your name, or you're not calling your name? What we doing?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I don't like to call my name.
I mean your name, Kevin. Kevin, we are talk to us by. Yeah, man. What are they bluffing for?
Anyways, so to be honest, the election results will also be affected from the Wi-Fi data service in Liberia. Remember now, the city government have rapport with these people who own the system. So I was in Nigeria when Nigeria ran their elections without seeing B5. Now, the B5 could have turned over to something else, but they said data connections was not good in certain area. So wherever they have the election precinct or places that they will retrieve votes from, those areas need to be heavily Wi-Fi. If they have to, other opposition parties need to provide broadband services like, something that will back up on different system where when there's no orange system or orange Wi-Fi, they can just back up on ANC or Unity Wi-Fi. These are some of the mechanisms that our wits that they will put in place, even though the numbers are not correct now, but those are some of the things that will bring the numbers to life. The elections, when you vote unity, it will show unity. And they will be able to deliver. They will be able to deliver on time.
You know, I think you are quite correct, because it's scary that there will be no internet in Buklonje, way down south of Beyond Go back. No internet way in Kalahun. Yeah.
When I happened that 17 war, I was stopped. I could not call somebody who was not. The person was supposed to go to ATS, but he said he's not going there because it's raining. He's standing somewhere.
You're right. You're right, and that was the issue. But thank you very much, Kevin. We say thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin said he won't call it Neo.
Kevin said he's not calling it. Man, it's Kevin weird, but he won't call it name. So they got your foot on Lelo. The message, no, I don't want to call my name. I work for the state. Maybe he met something like gameplay. Then he acted like he. Kevin, follow his out. Maybe he met something like gameplay. He acting like he won't call any. You know, I won't call my name. I work for the state.
Yeah.
I bet you are. Hello.
Thank you for receiving this call. How you doing?
I'm okay. Oh. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Joel. I'm calling from Minnesota.
Make your point, sir.
Just to buttress my friend, my colleague, my brother just called. No, I know Ladura, going at the days that Ladura was a village. But Ladura is not a global village. We have internet in most of the big cities. Wherever they will have prisons, they have internet. Now, advice to Ms. Brown. If you know what is good for her, let her don't mess up with this election. The world watching. Whatever she thinks of correcting tomorrow, she should have sleepless night tonight to correct them tomorrow.
And you're quite correct. Thank you very much. We hope she can make the correction. Again, folks, I want to say we have to leave because the guys have to have the midnight politics. Today we didn't allow the folks to speak that data. But one thing I want to leave with you though, Nelson Kule. Let's show this. Let's show this. Look at Joey leaving Vojama.
Joey go. Joey go. That one there. Let's stop me out time. We're enough on there.
Wow. Wow. Look at Joel leaving Vojama. He on his way back to Monrovia and people say Joel go. No way. No way, Joel go. Hey man, you gotta call this single player tomorrow in the day. Anyway, you would do it. But listen, then look at Samuel 12 House, Nelson. Look at Samuel 12 House. Look at the end of all the suffering the people suffer. Look at Samuel 12.
Oh, I'm talking. Oh, money, I'm talking. Oh, MCC. Oh, I'm talking. Oh, we are. I'm talking. Oh, we are. I'm talking. Oh, money, we are. I'm talking. Oh, I'm talking. Oh, whoa, I'm talking. Oh, MCC. Oh, I'm talking. Oh.
Can you see that? And that's the reason why Samuel 12 is fighting. Because he got to protect, in the next 2 weeks, he got to protect that home. If he can win this election, it's okay. The people telling Joel said, go, we don't want you. They're booing Joel. Why didn't they send Joel in Lofa? Samuel 12 celebrating his mansion in South Africa. He will celebrate the other one he have here in America. And you also celebrate the one he have in Ivory Coast. And that's why they're trying to do everything. Then you go get some Samara, what do you call it, go in the people's school and look at it.
We beg you for our children's sake. Let's just stay.
Of leadership. On the contrary, I'm saying post 18, there are no sufficient elements that 18 means well for this country. For example, all of you graduating from high school today will not have to pay one fees the minority has already made.
Wow. 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 The booing, Samura would have called it, the booing him. They say, boo, you lie. Man, the people are resolved.
But did he go to serve as a keynote speaker at a graduation and then he was campaigning?
Yeah.
He tried to campaign. Wow.
Yeah. He got to campaign because you know why? He's the deputy finance minister.
Yeah.
He got to campaign because he read out those big money to those that have contract with the government. He got 5 companies, as been alleged, that he gave all the contract to. Anybody he gave money to, the person was giving a kickback. The allegation is out there. So the people know these stories. They know them. The boys somewhere will call it. We're playing again tomorrow. They told Joey, they said, leave, Roger man. Waiting for Joseph Yaman Boyka. Leave. You're hearing the door, right?
Yeah.
It's a big German Shepherd door, just 6 months old. That door is so huge. Baby German Shepherd, and he crying to go outside. So to be frank, I'm telling you, man, I'm telling you, Nelson. Let me send a special birthday treat to my little niece, Princess Ajivon. Princess Joy Ajivon. I try to find a picture. I don't even have a picture. She said if I don't send her a happy birthday, and I will be in trouble. So I do not want to be in trouble with Princess Ajivon, that's my sister daughter. And I also want to send one to Angie Elson from your mother, Rita Frank Norman from New York. I think that New York you're from. She said, please tell a happy birthday to my daughter. Daughter Angie, your mama, Rita Frank Norman, send you tomorrow is your birthday. And she's saying you happy birthday. I cannot show you a picture of that because we'll get in trouble. Your mom didn't send a real picture. But again, I want to say Angie Eisen from your mother, Rita Frank Norman. Say tomorrow is your birthday. She's saying you happy birthday. And to my niece, Princess Ajivon, the only girl among 6 men who want to say happy birthday to sister Princess. At least I say that, Nelson, I would not get in trouble, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the message strong.
Because you're calling, Uncle Stanley, you said birthday to me. So I don't say it. I say it the first time, the beginning of the show, and I say it at the end of the show. Because I'm getting no problem with sister Princess. Princess Ajivon, happy birthday to you. And her mother's birthday is the 29th. She was born the 26th, and mine was born the 29th. Kit, we want to say, what else do you have?
Yeah, nothing from my end though.
Okay, so we'll see you guys tomorrow by God's grace. Again, we want to say we are blessed, and we are blessed, and favor. May God bless you. Be strong. Yeah, I know, Edna. The door can be quiet because someone is entering the house. All right, so I want to say have a wonderful evening, Nelson, and we hope you keep your guys in check.
Yeah.
I like the part that you're changing the group around, not the same faces all the time. So that's good.
Yeah.
Right.
New people joining all the time.
Yeah, bringing more females. They know how to talk, they want to talk, and give them the chance to talk. So I think we play. But what happened? Let's leave with this one. All right, let me just leave. That dog driving me crazy. Thank you, Nelson. Yeah, he's driving me crazy. All right, bye-bye, Nelson.
Okay. Well, folks, we want to say thank you for following the program this evening, Spoon Talk. Thanks for making your contributions in the comment section. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for trying, especially to those of you who didn't make it through the lines. We appreciate the fact that you tried. We appreciate you for always following Spoon. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow, same time, for another edition of the program. Until then, I'm Nelson Collen. Have for yourselves a good night. Coming up shortly, in just about a minute, we'll be back with the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. You don't want to miss that. So just get set and join us shortly. Just in about a minute or less than a minute from now, we'll be starting the late night show. It's open to everyone. regardless of your political your political view, whichever political party you support, you can come on. The link will be posted in the comment section. Anybody can come on the show and talk about the political parties you support, the side you support, and all of that, or share your thoughts on the issues of national concerns. Okay, so that's coming up shortly. Until then, have for yourselves a good night. Let's remember to keep the peace, because Liberia is all we have. Bye-bye for now, and let's take this.
Children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon.